Connor Lay won the Bendigo Madison back in 2020 with Josh Duffy. So that was the last year that the Bendigo Madison was run, back in 2020, and all things going well. Once again, it'll be run in 2024. So COVID upset the 50th running of the Bendigo Madison, but hopefully this year, all being well. Tyler Tompkinson throws in James Moriarty. So all these teams still together, getting the legs ready for tonight and also for the Austral heats. A little bit of a gap appearing as James Moriarty opens up. Round the outside you've seen Joel Douglas from New Zealand, a very strong contingent of riders coming across from New Zealand, which is great to see. And he's doing all the work on the front so far as Moriarty. Always an attacking rider. They'll come around and get the bell for the second lot of points. And it is on the outside. Cal O'Brien that takes up the running. A good move around the outside. Not Barty O'Donnell. I tell you what, he's been very impressive. He goes up the third wheel, O'Donnell, but Blake Aguiletto will bring him into the straight. Points up for grabs, and it's going to be there. The rider of Blake Aguiletto picks up them. Then further back to Tyler Tompkinson would have picked up the 3. Bailey O'Donnell would have picked up the 2. And the team there from South Australia would have picked up the 1 point. But up on the scoreboard, you'll only see them as their team numbers, but it was the team of O'Brien and Aguiletto that picked up the 5 points. Team number 5 of Moriarty and Tompkinson the 3. And the pace has been steady. Early morning start here for the riders. It is O'Brien that leads them down the back straight, but Bailey O'Donnell, talking to Bailey this morning, he said he hadn't ridden track for a long, long time, but I tell you what, he still knows how to take left-hand turns, because last night he showed that very aggressive, and he also was aggressive enough to be given the bronze medal for the National Omnium Championship. Tyler Tompkinson from the Balmoral Club there up in Queensland, about to be thrown in by, so concentration required in Madison's, and of course in a Madison you'll see that always the commissaire is always pointing to the leaders. It hasn't happened yet because at this stage all teams are together, although now Kurt Ether, the boy from Dubbo, rode very well yesterday, and Kurt Ether is the rider in the blue colours. It'll bring him around to get 93 laps to go, I think it'll be. No, it's 94 laps to go. Another New Zealander in the black colours is Oliver Watson-Palmer. First time we've called team number 14, but they're making a more forward move. They're at second wheel, but out of the straight, and it is the rider of John Carter, the tall rider from WA, that leads them down the back straight. So a few gaps starting to appear in the field now. They come down the front straight. There's the rider there of John Carter from the XB Cup. Around the outside with a big move now there is Joel Douglas, the New Zealander. And Douglas around the outside. They'll come this time and get the bell. Next lot of points up for grab. The bell's out, but it's Graham Frisley. He's about to throw in the rider here. Team number 14. Team number 1 picked up the 2, and team number 15 picked up the 1 point. So these 3 teams are now have opened up a bit of a gap here. The chasers is Connor Lay, the chaser in team number 6. So one team in trouble already is team number 17. I haven't got them on my list, unfortunately. There's the 3 teams that lead up past the scoreboard. Doing some of the heavy lifting now there is Tyler Tompkinson in team number 5, trying to bridge that gap across to the 3 leading teams as they come down the front straight. And it is there Graham Frisley leading out there, Cal O'Brien having a look at the scoreboard. And team number 1 leads on 12 points from team number team number 8. The ever impressive Bailey O'Donnell takes him down the back straight. He'll be looking for his partner here in Joel Douglas. Liam Walsh, rider from Queensland, rides of course with Team Bridge Lane in the National Road Series, does Liam Walsh, so both very accomplished track and road rider. A big move around the outside there now by the rider of Connor Lay. Of course, Connor Lay, better known for his individual pursuing achievements. Very strong rider from WA. And that is Connor Lay. Down the back straight he goes. The chase coming there from the rider of Joel Douglas, the rider of Team 14 from New Zealand. Is the leader in the red colours. Out of the straight goes Connor Lay, being chased there by Joel Douglas. So gaps appearing. A few teams in a bit of trouble. That includes the team of number 16 of Dylan Ether and Sam McKee. The bell sounds and he's gone for home here. This is the rider of Will Holmes. What an exciting young rider this rider is. Will Holmes. Of course, he did hold the under 17 and under 19 Australian record for the individual pursuit, and he'll come down and take that out. Flashing up there for second would have been the rider of Bailey O'Donnell. We'll get the results up on the board shortly. Team number 1, that's the standings after 3 sprints. We've just had our 4th sprint, and we'll get the results of the 4th sprint shortly. But yes, it was team number 5, sorry. It was team number 6 that took out the 5 points. Team 14, the team of Bailey O'Connell and also Joel Douglas. Team number 1 picked up the 2, and team number 5 of James Moriarty and Tyler Tompkinson. So this is a great hit out for the action tonight. These riders are getting used to their new partners, and you see 3 teams here at the rear, and they're going to be in danger of being lapped. But Kel O'Brien swings up. Joel Douglas, the New Zealander. On his wheel there is the Connor Lay in the red colours. And not at the halfway mark yet. Bailey O'Donnell. Aaron Liang had a bit of a sleep in this morning, so it's good to see. I bet he didn't have a sleep in with all the work he's got to do. Kel O'Brien about to throw in the Bendigo boy in Blake Aguiletto. And team number 1 now leads down the back straight. Graham Frisley there looking for his partner in Liam Walsh. Out of the straight, Aguiletto leads. Tyler Tompkinson on his wheel. Great to see a crowd starting to build up. Of course, tonight there is not a seat available tonight, so it's standing room only tonight. So the pace goes off, or they're around the outside now. Joel Douglas. Leads him down the front straight. Kel O'Brien gets thrown in. Liam Walsh there in the red number 3 up behind Kel O'Brien. So it's been very, very fast from the start. The bell sounds again. Next sprint coming up, and it is Bailey O'Donnell. By gee, I tell you, he's loving the track here in Melbourne, Bailey O'Donnell. And down the back straight he goes. He's going to be channeled by team number 1 up on the top end, and team number 2 coming home nicely as well. Up on the outside, the current National Omnium champion Graham Frisley whipped up on the outside and would have taken out those points. So I'll just check, you'll find that team number 3 would have taken out that sprint, which is going to elevate them up the leaderboard. So you can see on the board some teams are losing a lap. So it was team number 3 that took out the 5 points. Team number 14, the New Zealanders, though, was in second place. Team number 1 of Cal O'Brien and Blake Aguiletto picked up the 2, and 1 point went to the team of Connor Lay and Will Holmes, team number 6. So looking at the scoreboard now after 5 sprints, it's team number 1 leading by 3 points. So it's very, very tight at the top here in this warm-up Madison. Of course, tonight we've got the National Championship. Will Holmes from the Norwood Club in South Australia was the rider that led him down the back straight, partnering Connor Lay. Swinging up the track is Connor Lay, which leaves young Joel Tompkinson. Flick of the elbow there by the Queensland rider in Tompkinson. So a move on now, and team number 4's on the burst, and this is Kurt Heath, who rode very well in the Omnium yesterday from the Dubbo Club up there in New South Wales, in the blue colours. Throws in his partner. And that's John Carter, a very, very good performer from the X-Speed Australia Club over there in Western Australia. John Carter. Looking comfortable there is team number 3 at this stage. And that's the rider there from Queensland in Liam Walsh that got swung in by his partner. So not long before the next bell, out of the straight, it is the rider of James Moriarty doing the work on the front, Moriarty. See moves now as they'll come and get the bell next time, so they're starting to line up for the next sprint. You can see Graham Frisley getting ready for the change. But around the outside goes Cal O'Brien. He's been chased there by Liam Walsh, but down the back straight, O'Brien's gone for home. Is he going to make a change? Yes, he is. No, he's not. Into the front straight, and team number 1, Cal O'Brien, takes out the 5. Team number 3 of Graham Frisley picks up the 2. Team number 5 there, and that was Tyler Tompkinson in the red number 5 that would have picked up the 2 points. And just have to check who picked up that 1 point in that sprint. So we're just past the halfway mark. Halfway mark has just been passed. And the pace goes off momentarily, which is going to allow some of these teams to once again try to make contact. So 5 points the difference. Team number 1 leads by 5 points from team number 3. Graham Frisley. You always pick his riding style, Graham Frisley. A good sling there. Throws in the rider of Liam Walsh. But a big move now around the outside. This would be Edward Pawson. Sorry, this is Oliver Watson-Palmer. Oliver Watson-Palmer, the New Zealander. He's on the burst. Throws in the rider that's easy to pick up with his riding style. That is Edward Pawson as he heads down the back straight. This is the first serious move here in the Madison this morning. And it's Edward Pawson. Just look at his riding style. He's always got the chin on the head stem. He has a bit of a look up now to see where his partner is. Cal O'Brien cruises to the front, swings up to allow the rider there of Tyler Tompkinson from the Balmoral Club to take up the running. But here comes the leader into the front straight. Edward Pawson about to throw in Oliver Watson-Palmer. Not much urgency here from the chasing group. Kane Foster, the first time I've called Kane, riding in team number 13 with Magnus Jamison. I had a great talk to Magnus last night after the event finished. A delightful young man from the South Island, Magnus Jamison. Did represent New Zealand at the World Championships, did Magnus Jamison. So we're being treated to a prelude of what's happening tonight. But Edward Pawson goes out of the straight. The charge on now for the Miners, and it's Bailey O'Donnell, but around the outside goes Connor Lay. Bailey O'Donnell about to be collared by Connor Lay as they go in the back straight, but he's the leader in the black colours. In the leader, that's Edward Pawson in the black Getting up for second would have been Connor Lay. Third place to Blake Agaletto in team number 1. Fourth place to team number 14, and that was the rider there of Bailey O'Donnell. They're about to be caught now after taking that out. Joel Douglas still leads, but a move now around the outside. This is the rider of Kurt Ether. Very impressed with Kurt's ride yesterday in the Omnium in the blue colours. And it's Kurt Ether. Has a look across the track, but he's soon about to have company here from Tyler Tompkinson. Also the rider of team number 1. So 7 points the difference between team 1 and team 3. Cal O'Brien, the black team, team number 15, do their change in the back straight. Blake Agaletto, hails from Bendigo, having a bit of a chat together, like Blake and Cal. Agaletto, team number 3 there. Liam Walsh been thrown in by Graham Frisley. So just a nice even tempo as Liam Walsh looks over the shoulder, leads him down the back straight. Now he swings up. Down the front straight, 44 laps to go. Bailey O'Donnell, Blake Agaletto, team number 1. Being thrown in now is the rider of Joel Douglas. Joel Douglas leads him down the front straight. Cal O'Brien switching off wheels there, takes up the running. On his wheel, swinging up the track is Cal O'Brien, which leaves Oliver Watson-Palmer, team number 15, to come around to get 42 laps to go. 42 laps to go. We're getting down to the serious business. Teams looking at the scoreboard to see their position. Team number 1, 3 and 14 are the top 3 teams in this Prelude to tonight's Madison. Belts out, and Cal O'Brien's on the berth, but look who he's got on his wheel. O'Brien about to throw in Blake Agaletto. Blake Agaletto throws in, but around the outside, team number 3 trying to get to him, but Blake Agaletto, the youngster from Bendigo, and it looks like Blake Agaletto will take out the 5. Agaletto the 5, Frisley the 3. Bailey O'Donnell, team number 14, picked up the 2. Oh, a good change there by team number 1. A very good change at top speed there, Blake Agaletto and Cal O'Brien. Tell you what, team number 14, I'm very impressed with this New Zealand combination of Joel Douglas and Bailey O'Donnell, been very impressive. Another change in the front straight. Of course, a lot of art in where you change. When you're coming up to the sprint, you've got to make sure you're not changing in the front straight. And the ideal position, of course, is to change probably just before the bell. But all these teams have got it worked out where they want to change before that next sprint. Liam Walsh, the Omnium champion, swings in. Been swung in, I meant to say. 36 to go, and they've been very aggressive. Joel Douglas having a whisper in Bailey O'Donnell's ear as they had that change. Cal O'Brien is about to throw in the rider from Bendigo in Blake Agaletto. 34 when they come into the straight this time. Getting out of trouble, and that was a great change by number 3. There was a lot of traffic around team number 3, but they manoeuvred themselves nicely to get into position for that change. You can see the experience and the track craft here of these riders. Got to be full of concentration because but full credit to all the riders for the way they're handling the Madison. course, Madison racing we have seen in the past, many a fall. I remember the Bendigo Madison a few years ago. There was a absolute horrific crash at the Bendigo Madison, and the race had to be delayed. And next belt, and Cal O'Brien, he's got the road legs. I tell you what, he's still got the sprinting legs as well. He's been chased by his partner from last year in Graham Frisley into the front straight over. But look at Frisley. Around the outside goes the Grizzly Frisley. Come from Montana, born in Montana in the USA. Of course, as a youngster, lived up at Ballarat and joined the, Backish Marsh and joined the Ballarat club. But now he holds a Brunswick Australian licence, but born in Montana. 28 to go, getting down to the pointy end. Team number 1, team number 3, following every move. We'll look at the scoreboard. So it's team number 1 by 7 points over team number 3. Team number 14, very impressive. They lead by 5 points from the team there of James Moriarty and Tyler Tompkinson. Of course, we're looking for the next event, the under 13 boys and girls scratch race. They should be up there in the marshalling area rolling around. The boys and girls under 13 scratch race should be up there ready, being checked off by Laurie Norris. 25 to go, I believe, this time around. Yes, it is. And once again, Edward Pawson. Up the track goes Graham Frisley. Bailey O'Donnell in the 14 red swings up the track. He's the leader. Edward Pawson looking for his partner there in Oliver Watson-Palmer. In the black colours, easy to pick up the one of the New Zealand teams. About to change here in the front straight. Edward Pawson about to sling in. Oliver Watson-Palmer up on bend number 2. There's Connor Lay, the West Australian in the red colours. Goes down the back straight. He'll be looking for his partner in Will Holmes. But there's the leader out of the straight. So got some 50-60 metre gap. This is the youngster from the Norwood Club in South Australia, Will Holmes in the red. He's the one doing the chasing to try to bring this team back. But here gets the bell, and they're looking for some points. Team number 15. That's the rider there of Oliver Watson-Palmer. Now the charge is on from Bailey O'Donnell, the red 14, there, and also there Blake Agaletto. They'll come around and get these points, and it's going to be team number 15. They'll pick it up. Oliver Watson-Palmer, Edward Pawson, Bailey O'Donnell picks up the 2. Blake Agaletto, team number 1, picked up the 2. So there's the results. Team 15, 14, 1 and 13. Magnus Jamison looking different there in that kit. He had a magnificent kit on yesterday, which was a commentator's delight. Easy to pick up in a group, but today got to get used to these colours for tonight. It is Edward Pawson that throws in his partner in Oliver Watson-Palmer in the black colours. They lead down the back straight. So getting down to the pointy end now. 17 laps to go. There's the rider there of Joel Douglas. Connor Lay about to throw in the youngster from South Australia there in the red colours. That's Will Holmes. Team number 1 just got to keep a close eye on team number 3. 9 points the difference. So you'll notice that team number 1 will be just mainly having a great look on team number 3, unless they try to take a lap in these last 15, but very unlikely you take a lap with 15 laps to go. So the pace goes off. 14 to go. Then they'll be able to have a rest. Liam Walsh. So some of the other teams that have been lapped are still riding out, getting in practice for tonight. Looking over the shoulder, there is the rider of Liam Walsh. Once again, the New Zealanders, I tell you what, they've been super impressive, super aggressive, the New Zealand combinations. They're really taking it up to the Aussies. Around the outside, this is the rider here that heads for home once again, is Oliver Watson-Palmer. And Oliver Watson-Palmer spears them down the back straight. He'll come and get the bell. This time around for the second last sprint. He's gone for home, the bell about to sound. And it's Oliver Watson-Palmer. Where's the chasers? Graham Frisley and Cal O'Brien. Last year's the Madison champion. Down the back straight, he's getting tired now. But look at the two boys coming on the outside. Cal O'Brien down the outside, but Graham Frisley, I tell you what, he's in top form. He's picked up 2 points there. So that comes back to about 7 points, the difference. But by gee, I tell you what, Graham Frisley, he's been all over the place this year riding. But gee, he's looking superb. He is going to Tasmania for the Christmas carnivals. And a lot of these riders will be heading across to West Australia, to Tasmania, sorry. So 8 to go as they come down the front straight, the leaders. Blake Agaletto leads out there from Oliver Watson-Palmer. Joel Douglas up nice and handy in those greenish colours. Edward Pawson in the black swings up to allow another New Zealander, Joel Douglas, to take up the running. It's always good to win that final sprint in a Madison. It's always great to win that final sprint. Bailey O'Donnell. James Moriarty swings in, the boy from Balmoral Club up in Queensland. This is the youngster in Tyler Tompkinson. And Tompkinson's gone for home. Tyler, no, he didn't go on with it because chasing now is Will Holmes. Will Holmes down the back straight. He's got company though there in Graham Frisley. Also Cal O'Brien coming with 4 laps to go. 1K here left on the track. And there's Tompkinson that leads out. Look at the elbow there by Will Holmes. They didn't go on with it. They're just covering everyone's move here at this stage. All go up the track high once again with 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go, and here comes the leaders in the front straight. And there's the rider there of Joel Douglas. On his wheel there is Oliver Watson-Palmer. So the 2 New Zealand teams on the front. They're coming around to get 2 to go. 2 laps to go. They come into the front straight with 2 to go. 2 laps to go. Edward Pawson around the outside. There goes the rider of John Carter. Down the back straight. They'll come and get the bell in this great opening event here today. The bell about to sound. Here comes the Chargers, and going for home here is the rider there of the Kurt Ether. But look, Bailey O'Donnell coming into it as well. Also there is Edward Pawson, but down the back straight, they'll come down, and to finish off their Madison, what a great morning it's been. And taking out the final sprint, there would have been the rider of Kurt Ether. Bailey O'Donnell would have got up for second in that final sprint. Ahead there of Blake Aguilar, team number 1, and Graham Frisley, team number 3. Not a big crowd, but ladies and gentlemen, they deserve your applause for putting on a great opening show this morning. They'll be back tonight where the grandstands will be absolutely chock-a-block. So what a great prelude to tonight's National Madison Championship, and we're in for a treat later on this evening. So great racing, what a great opening to the 4th day. Junior riders getting rolled out, And we do ask the under 13 boys and girls to be ready for their scratch race. So I'll get the official results. Team number 1 on 40 points, that was Cal O'Brien and Blake Agaletto. Team number 3 was picked up second place. That was the team of Graham Frisley and Liam Carter. They finished on 31 points. On 26 points, a very impressive ride by team number 14 of Joel Douglas and Bailey O'Donnell. The bronze medalist yesterday in the Omnium was Bailey O'Donnell. Team number 4, 15, another New Zealand team was 4th, and team number 5 rounded out the top 5. That was James Moriarty and Tyler Tompkinson. So they were the top 5 teams in this Prelude Madison before tonight's big event, as the junior riders here getting rolled out. And then later on this afternoon there'll be a bike check for the Kairin riders, which is the UCI Kairin event. But we're going to start now our junior program with the under 13s right through to the under 17 boys and girls. We've got a Hares and Hound event on, like we saw yesterday. Then we've got under 15 girls and boys Kairins, under 17 Kairins for the boys and girls. There's a para team sprint qualifier. Also the para cyclists back again with a team sprint. Then we go to a boys and girls progressive points. And then we have got the heats of the under 17 boys Austral, 2 heats of the under 17 boys Austral. And then there is a break and a warm-up, and starting at 2 p.m. this afternoon we have got the final of the under 17 girls junior Austral, followed by the under 17 boys junior Austral. Then we'll be having the presentations of those 2 events before we move on to the senior program, starting with a D grade scratch race, right through to the scratch races for the different grades of men and women. Then we turn our attention to the UCI Men Kairin round 1, followed by the women UCI Kairins. Then we've got points races for the men and also for the women. We've got some elimination races as well, points elimination that is. Then we've got repecharges for the Kairin. And then we've got the D grade right through to the A grade Hares and Hounds events. And we're into the evening program. And first heat of the men's Austral Wheelrace, we see the rider from the Lidcombe Auburn Club in Andre de Beer of 80 metres, along with the South Australian Leo Zinnerman. In heat 2, got 4 back markers there of 70 metres, Liam Walsh, Samuel Washington and Lucas Sanders, the New Zealander. Team number 3 sees the 2 back markers being Max Libanek from South Australia and Dylan Ether from Dubbo in New South Wales. Heat 4 sees the 2 scratchmen in Graham Frisley and Connor Lay. Then further out to Sam Gallagher on 20 metres, who's won, actually Sam Gallagher, he has won the Austral on 2 occasions. James Moriarty on 20. Heat 5, another 2 scratch riders, Cal O'Brien and John Carter on scratch. And further out then on 20 metres to the New Zealander in Oliver Watson Palmer and Kurt Ether. Then we turn our attention to the women's Austral in the first heat. That's the New South Wales rider in Anna de Beer and Armalie Sanders of 80 metres, along with Muriel Willis-Hell. Heat 2 for the women, Curly Bennett and Lauren Perry and Kira Wills of 60 metres. Heat number 3, the scratch rider is Alexander Manley, who last year took out the Austral for the women when she defeated Georgie Baker and one of the outmarkers in Amy Masters.
I found the last one.
Alessia McCaig, the sprinter, of 10 metres. Sophie Marr rode well yesterday in the Omnium of 20 metres. Tell you what, Sophie Edwards got a handy mark on 40 metres. Then heat number 4, Tasmanian's own Georgia Baker off scratch, Chloe Moran off 10. I'm not sure if Megan Baker will ride. She had a fall yesterday and she went to hospital, Megan Baker.
That'll be amazing. Thanks, Jack.
Then we've got a para wheel race final. then a 20-minute break, and then we're back with all the action in that last session. So that's a bit of a prelude to what's going to happen today and tonight. So the track is open for the juniors once you've been rolled out. Make sure you've rolled out, but the track is open. Just over in the back straight here with the winners of the Prelude to tonight's big Madison, Cal O'Brien and Blake Aguiletto. Welcome back to Melbourne, Cal.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's nice to be here, back in my home velodrome, and racing with Blake this morning is a bit of a rude shock. You know, 9 o'clock in the morning doing a Madison like that, but yeah, it's a good opener for tonight.
So about your year in general, how have you found the year on the road?
Yeah, it's been a really good year. Started the year well and winning the national criterium in January, and then yeah, moving on to some bigger races throughout the year, you know, Tour of Flanders, Paris-Nice, that sort of thing. And yeah, of course, wrapping up the year with the Track World Championships in Glasgow was a good step in the right direction towards next year.
Hares, of course, coming in 2024, and talking to Tim yesterday, there was, I think, 10 riders over at that training camp over there in Adelaide, and of course that's got to be trimmed down before Paris, but you know, it's great to have so many talented riders to be able to choose from.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, or as you saw this morning in the Madison, there's an absolute, plethora of good riders that Australia's got right now, and it's very hotly contested to be a part of the team pursuit team for.
Liam Walsh, of course, he rides the road with Bridge Lane, but I tell you what, he was in great form yesterday. 1 point only to Graham Frisley in the Omnium, so he's a great addition.
Yeah, absolutely. He's really shown himself over the last few years, and he's stepped up massively. And having seen him in Adelaide over the last month or so, he's come on leaps and bounds, and I can't wait to see what's next for him.
2024, when do you head back overseas? A training camp, I suppose?
I go straight back overseas after the Track Nations Cup in Adelaide in February, and get stuck into the road season with UAE, and then stuck into the Spring Classics.
We got your partner here from my old hometown of Bendigo, Blake Agaletto, and I think you've had a few issues this year with a bit of illness, Blake.
A little bit here and there, but overall it's been a really good year. A lot of a debut with the Oz team at some World Cups, a podium in Elim in a World Cup, and it's a big European roadblock, so it's been good. Finish it off strong tonight with Cal, and then switch back to the road for start of next year.
So with Cal, was that your first actual ride in a Madison with Cal?
Yeah, we've done a couple sessions here and there, but our first actual Madison we've done, and seemed to glue pretty well. It's a small field, but we seem to get it right, so we'll just see what happens for the 200 lapper tonight.
So what's your plans for 2024?
At the moment, we'll do Adelaide World Cup, which will be awesome. Third World Cup ever, and it's in our home country. Bendigo Maddo, maybe some other World Cups, and go back to Europe in March with ARA, and live in Girona, race all around Europe again. So just keen to keep learning and building as a rider.
Great part of Spain, of course, Girona, and of course quite a few riders are based there in Girona.
Yeah, so many of the Australian people are based there, so it feels like home away from home, even if you're living out of a suitcase. To have people you know and people that speak your own language makes it a lot better, so really excited.
Of course, Bendigo Madison, it was going to be the 50th edition back there in 2021, and of course COVID wrecked that in the year after because businesses were struggling, so sponsorship was hard to get. And then of course the Bendigo Council came along and decided to dig up the Tom Flood, which made it a no-show last year. So hopefully in March this year will be the 50th edition of the Bendigo International Madison. And do you know at this stage who you'll be teaming up with?
At the moment it looks like I'll be doing with Ollie Bledden. He got a bit sick at the end of this year, but I'm sure he'll be absolutely motoring like he always does in his sprints in no time. So super excited to get to finally race the Bendigo Maddo again after a few year hiatus, and who knows, maybe try and get the win.
I remember Ollie last year in the Madison. I tell you what, he's explosive in all the sprints, and you'll be teaming up with him again. That's great news. So I'll let you relax now. Have a great day. Cal O'Brien and Blake Agaletto. Over here now with Graham Frisley. Graham Frisley won the Omnium of course last night and teamed up with Liam Walsh there in that Prelude. So you now know how Callum Blake's going. So looking okay, but you're in good form.
Yeah, Callum Blake are both very good riders. They didn't race last night, so they were coming to this one pretty fresh. But now it was awesome to get that ride out in the legs, and hopefully they come back tonight and do it all again.
Is that your first time you've teamed up with Liam in a Madison?
No, we raced the Oceania Champs together and we got second in that one. So yeah, that was the first time we rode together and we did well there. So hopefully we can go well again tonight.
What's the plans for 2024?
Still pretty open so far. I'm keen to get over to Europe at some point and get a big block of race in and with the Olympics coming up, obviously, hopefully I'm going to try and be a part of that team and try and help Australia really push that. So yeah, I don't know really yet. There's not much set in stone, but I'm looking forward to it.
Just talking to Cal over there, of course, the training camp over in Adelaide, 7 weeks, 10 riders, and of course a lot of talent to choose from. So Tim Decker and of course Ben O'Shea has got to be able to trim that down, but I'll tell you what, there is some talent, isn't there?
Oh yeah, definitely. It was awesome to go out there and see the depth that Australian cycling has at the moment. Hopefully we can just keep that rolling.
So are you and Liam still talking after last night, after the 1 point on them? Of course, at one stage, you're on the board as the winner. Next minute it goes up that Liam's the winner. I'm about to do presentations and I say, no, hold on. And then they've gone and they reviewed the photo. And it was that sprint where Liam went on the outside and you came through the middle. That's what they were looking at. And yeah, so that, unfortunately for Liam, the result went the other way. And he would have been disappointed, Liam.
Yeah, I mean, I missed a couple of national titles by a little bit, but Fridge really deserved it. Regardless of that sprint and everything, I had the opportunity to win and congrats to it, so all congrats to it.
Of course, you ride with Bridge Lane in the National Road Series, so what about 2024 on the road?
Yeah, I've got another year with Bridge Lane, which will be good, so we'll hopefully get a chance to attack Europe again and the NRS racing, so yeah, it's a good day ahead.
Can you and Graham upset the red hot favourites tonight in the National Madison?
I think it's going to be a close race. I mean, obviously, Kel's come off a World Tour, the World Tour, and they didn't race yesterday. But,
We had one at home.
I think based on this Madison this morning, I think it'll be, interesting.
What's your preference, road or track?
Either or. I enjoy both of them, that's why I do both. And, I just, try and attack each race as it comes. But,
What about a World Tour team? Would you like the ride World Tour?
I definitely would say no.
Okay. Great talking to Graham Frizzley and Liam Walsh.
Yeah, that night. Red tape just straight across here. Between there and the rest.
Yeah, and I'll put some red crosses on the ground.
I'll grab that one. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's fine. It just goes straight along that edge. It's like literally from here to there.
Yeah. Nice, yeah. Crosses, or do you reckon we just put the arrow?
It's just dry crosses. Yeah, like do not understand here.
There are. See the two picture huts up there?
Yeah.
There's one.
No,
No, I actually reckon that we go put between exactly what we've done here.
yes.
Yeah, before the juniors start, I'm over here with Shane Perkins. Of course, this track he knows very well because back in 2009, Shane, if you remember, you won the Austral off 15 metres.
Yeah, I was trying to remember what year that was. It was a little while ago now, so nice to be back in the home track, I guess you could call it. Yeah.
Of course, you were one of Australia's top sprinters when you're in your prime, but then didn't get selected, so decided to go to Russia.
Yes, I did. Yeah. They welcomed me with open arms, and I got to continue.
One was going to be the Olympics. You were selected in the Russian team, but because of COVID and because all the travel restrictions, you decided not to go to the Olympics.
Yeah, it was a tough one actually. We had the passes and all that sort of stuff to obviously head into the village and do all that stuff, but basically made a decision that because we couldn't guarantee me a flight back into the country because of COVID, that I didn't want to risk being caught in Dubai or something like that. Be away from the family, so yeah, chose to hang the bike up.
Talking about your family, you've seen Christina here in the women's sprint. Of course, great to see Christina back. Of course, you're married in 2009 and got two lovely children.
Yeah, look, Christine's done amazingly well. Obviously, it's been a long time between drinks for her. She retired in 2007 after the Worlds in Mallorca, and after winning a bronze medal there, and unfortunately, didn't get the support that she deserved at that point in time from the elite program, but chose to go off and do bigger and better things, and obviously we started a family, which has been amazing, and now with our business and how we've kind of set up our life, there's some time left on the side to chase some passions, and she's decided to get back on the bike probably about 6 weeks ago.
And I tell you what, performing all right, and yourself, you're pretty handy still. I think you went into bodybuilding for a while, and I think you won a championship in bodybuilding. Is that right?
Yeah, both Christine and myself are natural bodybuilding Australian champions, so that was pretty cool to experience and just do something different for a while. Obviously, we've been cyclists for the majority of our lives, but to go and experience something different's been great.
And of course, I don't think we're going to have a cyclist in the family coming through. I don't think your son and daughter are going to take on the sport of cycling.
No, look, unfortunately not. They obviously see what Christine and I have done, and they love sort of watching us do what we do, and they're always asking lots of questions. But there's no passion or desire there to jump on the bike just yet. But they're definitely interested in other things, and Misha's getting into dancing now, which is great. So obviously whatever they decide to do, we'll support them.
Talking about yourself, you're back on the bike again now, and I did look at the West Australian Championships, and I seen you rode a very impressive 10.08 in the Flying 200. You must have been happy with that.
Yeah, I must say it was a little bit of a surprise. Not training full time at the minute, but obviously just enjoying my role with Waste part-time and coaching our athletes, and obviously our tandem boys as well, getting them across the line with their qualifying time for the Worlds. But yeah, jumping back on the bike and supporting some of our athletes in the program has been very, very rewarding, but obviously I'm still very competitive. So when you go out into the States and to support the racing there, still obviously want to win. So it was good to see a time like that still being written out.
Well, talking about the tandem, Luca and Kane were very close to setting a new Australian record in the Tunner tandem.
Absolutely, yeah. The boys have, they've been doing some amazing work out in Perth there, and we've obviously build a team around them, and we're starting to rebuild a bit of the waste program as well from a sprint point of view. So yeah, it's been great to see them progress the way they have, and obviously riding the times that they've got. But obviously we've got more things that we want to do in the future, but they're definitely heading in the right direction there.
Thanks. Great to talk again, Shane Perkins, ladies and gentlemen. It's been great having a chat to Cal O'Brien and Blake Aguiletto, Graham Frisley, and of course Liam Walsh, and then just catching up with Shane Perkins. So just having a bit of a chat while the youngsters were warming up. Under 13 boys and girls, thank you to the assembly area, which is at the northern end of the velodrome, the northern end. Down there where you see the Brunswick Cycling Club sign. So all riders to assemble down there. Another big reminder today for riders, you must exit the track in the back straight. You must exit the track in the back straight. So that's been said every day, so riders must exit the track in the back straight. So keep that in mind, please, especially for some of the riders that haven't been here the first 3 days, to make sure that when your event is finished, you exit from the back straight. So not before we're into the junior program, but great having a chat to a couple of riders that have actually won the Austral in Cal O'Brien and Shane Perkins. And we'll be back shortly with all the action, starting off with the under 13 boys scratch race over 4 laps. So the starter in Kairин O'Callaghan has sent them on their way. For the little youngsters, this is the future of cycling, starting off here at junior level. We've got a field of 5. Yes, we have, as they come down the front straight, and it would be the youngster in Paravi Tank Sali that went up the track. to allow the rider now of Ethan Arnott from the Brunswick Club to take up the running. Nika Astridge from the ACT. Great to have a youngster here from the ACT. We have Ashley Mars coming down in the past from Canberra, Ashley. But it's great to see some more youngsters. I tell you what, not messing around is this young girl from Canberra. Trying to do the chasing there is Evan Tobin. On his wheel is young Diesel Pritz, and of course we've seen his older brother being very impressive yesterday. But she went for home from the gun here, did Annika Astridge. Gets the bell. Interest in the minors. On the inside there is a Diesel Pritz. Around the outside now goes the rider of Ethan Arnott in the green colours. Then further back to Parabi Tanksali. And also there is Evan Tobin. But he's the youngster taking out the first event for the juniors and going down the visitor from Canberra. This is Annika Astridge. Second place there will go to the rider of Diesel Pritz. Getting up for third would have been 197 in Ethan Arnott. Followed in by Parabi Tanksali. And also there was Evan Tobin. So event one done. So just a reminder to all riders to exit in the back straight and to assemble down there at the assembly area, the marshalling area. At least one event before yours is scheduled. And of course, if you want to look at the program, come across and take a snapshot just to make sure you know what event you're in, what heat you're in, etc. The program is posted here just near the broadcast area. So if you are not sure of when your race is, what your mark is, it's all listed here on the board. With and also you can get the results on your iPhone. They're updated regularly. So they roll out. This is the under 15 girls. And they're on their way. Got a few visitors here as well. We have got Zoe May from Lidcombe, Molly Opperman from Mount Gambier, Ava Robbins, by gee, we've been very impressed with Ava from Balmoral, Mackenzie Smith from the Gold Coast. And I tell you what, these youngsters, Ava Robbins, she has absolutely won everything bar. If there was a raffle on, I reckon she'd win that as well, because she's absolutely putting on a masterclass here, not only up in Brisbane at the championship, but of course here on the boards in Melbourne. A very impressive young girl from Balmoral, Ava Robbins. Good results from Mackenzie Smith as well, has been riding well. Molly Opperman's been up amongst them, and Zoe May. So out of the straight goes the youngster from in the Blackburn colours, that is young Chloe Bain. And this also is over the 6-lap journey. Under 15 boys should be getting ready now down in the marshalling area. So they come around halfway mark, 3 down, 3 to go. Shabi Tanksali mid-track down the bottom there. Oh, is Nicola Morris, she's been in top form as well. Along with Ava Robbins. Not a good idea to be eating chips when you're commentating. So 2 to go, 3 across the track. Molly Opperman higher on the bank, on her inside on the green bike, the orange bike. And this is what she done yesterday. This is the rider here of Nicola Morris, but Ava Robbins, the rider from Queensland, is on her wheel. They get the bell. Nicola Morris, now Ava Robbins goes up on her outside and heads down the back straight. She kicks on the inside. There's Nicola Morris, but she's going to be too strong from the Balmoral Club up there in Queensland, and adds another win to her long tally list. And Ava Robbins takes it out from Nicola Morris. Getting up for third would be Molly Opperman. Then further back to Shabi Tanksali, Zoe May, Mackenzie Smith at the conclusion of the under 15 girls scratch race. Molly Opperman, can you come back and change your number? You've been given apparently the incorrect number, Molly, so Molly Opperman, if you'd like to come back to registration and pick up your number, Molly Opperman from Mount Gambier in South Australia, to come back here to registration and change your number. So no doubt about the winner, number 94, Ava Robbins from the Balmoral Club there in Queensland. Number 92, Nicola Morris, on her home track here at Brunswick, and her number should have been number 93, which would be Molly Opperman. So come back, Molly, and change your number. Under 15 boys, you've got to slow it down in front and let the rest of the field make contact, and then the starter will start them. The whistle sounds there from our UCI commissaire, Karen O'Culligan, and of course 2 UCI commissaires this week, also down from Queensland, Tony Torr. So out of the straight, and that's the rider of Carter Payne, and I tell you what, this youngster from New Zealand has been super impressive, and that's him leading out, Carter Payne. He came over and rode the National Omnium Under 15 Championships and took home the gold medal. High on the track. Tracking him along there is the rider of Lucas Smitsky. And Smitsky and Payne head down the back straight. Going to the front now is the local rider there in Maximus Moore. He takes up the running line, does Max, and Maximus Moore leads out. On his wheel there is the Lachlan Hermit in the red Blackburn colours. 207, third in line there is Oliver Jordan. He won all the gold medals up in Queensland in the under 15 championships. That's him at the third wheel in those turquoise colours. So 4 to go. And it is Maximus Moore that leads out from Lachlan Hermit. Taking closer order there is the rider of Carter Payne. Carter Payne just eases and just rolls to the front. No effort, he rolls to the front, does Carter Payne. So 3 to go. Looks over the shoulder. Carter Payne, the New Zealander. He's got for company Maximus Moore. Also there is Lucas Smitsky. Young Lachlan Hermit locked away in the Blackburn colours. So go down the back straight. Come around to get 2 laps to go. It's 500 metres of the UCI Velodrome. And Maxi Nuzpan warming up here. In great form as young Max. Carter Payne, the New Zealander, carts him out of the straight for the second last time. Maximus Moore has got the switches off his wheel now. They'll come and get the bell. The opening event for the under 15 boys, and it's Carter Payne, the New Zealander. Chasing him hard there is Maximus Moore, further back to Lachlan Hermit. Coming in also is Jet Pretz. Down the back straight, it's the rider from New Zealand that leads out for Moore, Lachlan Hermit, and Jet Pretz for wide he'll come. But no, they're not going to catch the New Zealander. And coming down the front straight, Carter Payne takes it out for Maximus Moore. Flashing home for third in the red colours would have been the rider of Lachlan Hermit. And then followed back there by Jet Pretz. So you'll find there the results for the under 15 boys over the 8-lap journey. Great riding there by the rider in Carter Payne, number 215. So remember to exit in the back straight. You'll find Maximus Moore, 209 would have been third unofficially, and 204 Lachlan Hermit third. We'll just get those confirmed. Waiting on the results to be posted. Rolling around shortly will be the under 17 girls. Waiting on the results of the 15 boys, and then we'll hand over to Aaron Liang to call the under 17 girls. He's got quite a few riders from Balmoral Isabella Potts, Megan Moore, April Paddy. So some riders from Queensland in Madison Smith. So they're set on their way. So I'll hand over now to Aaron Liang over the 10-lap journey.
Thank you, Ian. Balmoral, never heard of it. Ten laps on the lap board. Bella Potts and Chloe Pratt. On the front now, rolling up is Megan Moore, wearing black today. April Cat rolls up, Alexis Phillips. Maddie Smith rolls up to the fence. Michaela Tobin, and back to Bella Potts. Bella Potts likes to stay at the pointy end. Janice Lee sitting there in second wheel. Megan Moore down on the board. She's got April Paddy with her. Audrey Pritchard from Blackburn sitting in fourth wheel. Addison Tor in the green. Sitting mid-pack. A little bit of yelling going on in there, I think. April Paddy rolls off the front, and Billy Russell now. Bella Potts picking up the pace down the back straight. Rolls up. Megan Moore now moving forward. Pritchard on her wheel. 4 laps to go. Bella rolls up. Gives Megan Moore front of house, and then she rolls down onto her wheel. She's got an idea of what's going to happen here. Alana Lake is in there. Alana Lake has the best game face of the juniors. There is absolutely no tell that she's about to snap your legs off. Bella Potts at the front again. I can tell you, if Bella Potts is not at the front, you're not watching an under-17 girls race, you're watching something different. They're all still together. Michaela Tobin's hanging in there, she's doing a great job at the back of the sling. Now here comes Alana Lake. Bella Potts looks over her shoulder and tries to react. Alana Lake slow winding it up. Absolutely no change in posture. Bella Potts has got a good wheel there. Chloe Pratt is trying to hang on as well. Alana Lake looks over her shoulder. She's going to cruise to the win. Bella Potts second, and I'd say it was Chloe Pratt third, and then looked like Binti from Malaysia, I think, came over in fourth place. But a stone cold performance there from Alana Lake. Absolutely, it's just seated acceleration. Just chose when she wanted to go. No change in position, no change in expression. Just wound it up. Bella Potts very well positioned. She got on the wheel there. A couple of Australian champions in Kyle Willis and Corey Boddington cruising in. Corey's got about 10 kilograms of protein powder with him. He's going to get all juiced up. Up next, event 6A, under 17 boys scratch race.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Rolling it out, Zach Robinson, I see on the front. So nice and slow, Zach. They're on their way. I can see Sam Hilditch right around the outside, got his number upside down, number 184. And that's him high on the track, Sam Hilditch, in the white and blue with his number upside down. He's about to lose out Zach Robinson. But around the outside goes the New Zealander, David Kawong. Has he been impressive? Flick of the elbow. William Brown. Oh gee, he's aggressive, William Brown. So the pace quickens now. In the red colours, there was the Tasmanian in Gus Chalice. Five to go. All looking for position, and Oliver Taylor in the green swings up. You can see Jet Pret, William Brown. Taking up the running now, got all bandaged up there. Is the rider of Zachary Douglas Savage. David Kawong is going to be very hard to beat in this, the rider wearing number 170, although now on the move is Max Nuzpan. Nuzpan leads there from Hilditch. Further back is the Shepparton rider there in Luca Lancaster. Lancaster at second wheel following Samuel Hilditch as I come around to get 3 laps to go. Lancaster didn't want to be on the front with 3 laps to go. Taking up the running now is Rad Drummond, swings up the track as well. That allows William Brown half tracking. They all go up the track, coming around to get 2 to go. 2 to go, opening event for the under 17 boys. 3, 4, 5 across the track. Down on the inside it is the Balmoral rider, Williamius. Brown there, then higher up Lancaster. 3, 4, 5. They'll come around this time and get the bell about to sound. They come down the front straight. Hitting out here is William Brown, Max Nuzpan there. Coming into it also there is William Emmerich. And around the outside goes David Kuyong. Look at this New Zealander coming hard. But I tell you what, he's got a bit of work to do because in the front and doing it nicely, William Brown, Max Nuzpan, David Kuyong, and getting up for third would have been William Emulus. Rode it very, very impressively. William Brown was ever aggressive yesterday, and that was a very well ridden race there by William Brown. He hung on, he let out, and was too strong for them, the boy from South Australia. I think you'll find that number 172, Max Nuzpan, the young Victorian, formerly from the Brunswick Club, now a member of the Bendigo and District Cycling Club. So I'll get those reports for you shortly as we'll turn our attention to the second under 17 boys scratch race. Got a youngster in here, of course, Billy Van Hout, the son of Russell Van Hout, and everyone knows Russell's achievements. And great to see Billy Van Hout here in the next event. 173, 172, David Kuyong did get up for third. Turn our attention now to event 6B on the program. Scratch race for under 17 boys.
All right, our second batch of under 17 boys. Liang is on the front. Sounds like a great guy. Jing Liang Yu. Liang was the biggest dynasty in China at one stage. Norris from Blackburn on the front, down. Below him is Bin Ali Badran. And attacking from a long way out, Norris. And he's got some attention from Woodroff from Launceston. He rolls up, Woodroff's going to go on with it. There's the two Malaysians there looking at each other. Should we go? 7 laps on the lap board. Max. Max is off and running with Alistair Norris. They're out to a bit of a lead. Coming down the start, finishing straight, doing the chasing. Rider 194, Sebastian Freer from Bendigo. Malaysians just settled back now. Josh Franks is there. Bodie Dusha in behind him. Flynn Kessel. Oh, they've slowed down at the front now. And it's been a really good chase from Freer, who's now got himself onto the back. Malaysians are off the front, so Josh Franks has got the work to do to try and bring them back, and he's doing a good job of it. There's 4 laps to go. The pace has come out of the 3 riders at the front, looking over their shoulder. Josh Franks has dragged them all back together again. Not quite on just yet, but very, very close. And young Sebastian Freer is still off the front. Bodie Dusha on the front now. He's got a... Now Freer relinquishes. There's 4 laps to go. They're all back together again. Flynn Kessel's got some height. Don't know if he's just going to head to the back. I think that's what's happening. Thought he might attack there for a second. Woodroff, Max Woodroff, just rolling around on the front. The pace has come out. There's 2 laps on the lap board, so it's all about to heat up. They're a little bit strung out. Malaysian rider Liang is just moving up now. On his wheel, he's got Trenton. Other Malaysian riders coming around the outside now too. There's a lap to go, and it's on like Donkey Kong at the front. 193, 189. Lachlan Trenton goes to the front. Lachlan Trenton, a big attack with a lap to go. He's going to take out the scratch race. Second place to Malaysian rider 189. That is Ali Badran. And third place was too close to tell between Blackburn. We'll wait and see for the official results. A great sprint there from Lachlan Trenton from Brunswick. He was under a lot of pressure. Under a lot of pressure from Bin Ali Badran.
It's great to see the young Malaysians here racing. So, of course, we've seen a lot of the Malaysian under-19s and senior riders, but great to see some of the juniors. And there's the results, and it was Riley Boyd, number 187, that got it over the rider from Tasmania in Max Woodroff, who had a fall yesterday, did Max. So they're the top 4. Now we've got the Hares and the Hounds. A little bit funny yesterday because the Hares get a bit of a start and the Hounds have got a chase. But yesterday it was the other way around. It was the Hound chasing the Hare, the Hare chasing the Hound, which is a little bit strange, Aaron.
Yeah, it was a bit like a dog chasing its tail, wasn't it? They were working hard on the front, not realising that well, maybe they did realise that the Hares were actually attached to the tail at the back.
And then one of the Hares went around the outside and actually led them, you know, so yes.
There's not much. Splitting the group in 2, obviously there's some riders that are very close to the ability of the other group. when you get to the middle. So we saw some of those riders from the Hares having absolutely no problem holding on with the speed of the hounds at the front. And yeah, it's a great event, Hare and Hounds, and it works better on a bigger outdoor track. Yeah. It's a little bit hard to orchestrate it on such a small track because particularly when riders aren't going when they're told.
Yeah, they got to wait for that whistle because yesterday there was a few of the hounds who got a bit anxious to chase the Hares, and they would have got their instructions though from in the marshalling area of what was going to happen. I'll tell you what, there's definitely a hound at the top of the track because she was very impressive in her scratch race, the visitor from the ACT, Nika Astridge. Of course, we've seen Will Astridge, older brother, riding yesterday. He probably will be riding again today. Yes, he is. Yes, he's in the under 15 boys and Hares and Hounds. He'll be wearing number 201, Will Astridge. Just a reminder to all junior riders, as soon as you do it the better properly, you can report the registration to get a coloured wristband, because from 2 o'clock onwards, you won't be allowed into the centre of the arena, but if you wish to stay, you can be on the outside. So all juniors, if you want to stay, come and pick up a wristband, but after 2 o'clock, that wristband won't get you into the centre, but it allows you in the venue. Okay, there goes the Hares. Where's the hound? Here comes the hound, the little girl from Canberra. Got those legs spinning there as she goes down the back straight. But they'll come down this time to get 3 to go, and these are the Hares out the front. Scurrying across the paddock, and it's Ethan Arnett, a flick of the elbow there to allow young Evan Tobin to take up the running. And look at this young girl. She's got them in her sights now, and that usually gives you some encouragement to chase harder. They'll come around, 2 laps to go, the little hound. But on the front here is the rider of Parabi Tank Sali, Ethan Arnett, Evan Tobin. But here she comes with a lap and a half to go. She's got him in her sights, this young girl from Canberra. And down the back straight, a lap and a half to the finish. And it's Ethan Arnett from Brunswick that leads into the straight. Then further back then we've got the rider, that'd be the rider of Diesel Pretz at third wheel. So Arnott leads out there from Tobin, further back to Pretz and Tank Sali. And getting the bell here, the hound, the only hound. I'll tell you what, it's a big job to chase 4 Hares, and I'll tell you what, the 4 Hares, they've got a second wind, and they're going to come around, but a great effort by the hound. But the Hares are going to succeed here in the opening Hares and Hounds. Close go to the line. On the inside, I think you'll find Evan Tobin has taken it out there from the rider of Diesel Pretz, and then further back to Parabi Tank Sali, Evan Arnott. And what a great ride there by the youngster. She was one hound chasing 4 bigger Hares because the 10th was only a little chihuahua there. She's only small in stature, and she was chasing some of the rock wheelers out the fronts. Or big Hares, I should say. It's a great event, isn't it? You know, entertaining event, and a lot of the carnivals, of course, you have these, one would say, novelty events, but it's great to see at the carnivals that you have events like this, and it's great entertainment.
Yeah, it's good fun. I love the Italian Pursuit as well. That's a great event. Particularly, they do it back home, the Balmoral training. It's a little embarrassing when there's 40 kids and I get selected to be the first rider, but it's probably where I belong. Definitely where I belong, but it's a lot of fun. And yeah, this is good fun as well. And it's important to have fun, isn't it, Ian?
It certainly is. I know over in Tasmania, down there at the Silver Dome in Launceston, what they do have an Italian Pursuit, but what they do, they have a challenge an under 13, an under 15 boy, an under 15 girl, an under 17 boy, an under 17 girl, till it goes through to the likes of Cal O'Brien and Graham Frizzley is the last rider. So it's a challenge, an Italian pursuit challenge. But starting off from the youngest, might be an under 11 rider starts off for both teams. One lap changes over to an under 13 rider. And I tell you, it's a great spectacle down there at the Silverdome in Launceston over the Christmas carnivals. We've got two hounds here. They've been racing against each other. Now they've got to work together to try to bring back these hares. So 5 hares out in front, and Ava Robbins and Nicola Morris are the two hounds chasing these 5 hares. Still half a lap the distance, and as Aaron was saying earlier, they're doing a good job, these 5 hares. They're switching off and doing their turns, and I think the hounds might have had a big breakfast and got a huge job to do. So we might be someone different saluting here, because these other 2 girls have dominated. And this is the rider here of Shabi Tank Sali. Swings up to allow the Mount Gambier youngster in Molly Opperman to take up the running. Zoe May there nicely placed as well. Chloe Bain, Mackenzie Smith, as I come around this time to get the bell. So it's going to be the hares that are going to contest the final sprint. And it's Shabi Tang Sali now, Molly Opperman up on the outside. Zoe May had the last crack at them. Down on the inside, she's kicking back as Shabi Tang Sali, although Molly Opperman now gets the upper hand. The challenge is going to be the young Zoe May, the New South Wales rider, but the rider from South Australia in Molly Opperman, she resides over in Mount Gambier, and Molly Opperman takes it out from Zoe May. Further back to Shabi Tang Sali, Chloe Bain, then further back to Mackenzie Smith from the Gold Coast, and coming home here, they've had a bit of a hit out here, the hounds, but the hounds were no match for the hares today, and the hounds have saluted, but a good win there to number 93. Molly Opperman took that one out nicely from number 91, Chloe May, and getting up the third would have been 96 from the Carnegie Caulfield Club in Ashabi Atank Asali. 15 boys, hares and hounds up next. And I tell you what, I think you'll find some of the riders that'll be the hounds will be the likes of Jet Pretz, Maximus Moore, Lachlan Ermit, maybe George Mulhern, Carter Payne, of course. He's got to be a hound, the New Zealander. Of course, he came across the ditch and took out the under-15 National Omnium Championship, Carter Payne.
Well, a new event I've just learned of, Ian, is called a death pursuit. Apparently, it's the brainchild of Mr. Pink from Brunswick. And it's a team pursuit that only ends with the death of the other team. So you keep riding until there's a catch, and the record is 60 laps. I mean, there's not much else better to do down in Victoria than you have to stay together. Yeah. You fall apart, you're out. The death pursuit. That is a good one. We'll have to try that, the death pursuit. All right. 15 boys. Schmidtke leads them out, and he's off to a flyer. Look at him go. Some work for Oliver Urry and Cam Franks to catch up. But look at this fella. He's going for the catch. He wants to tell the handicapper, you put me in the wrong group. So how long can he hold that pace? He's looking pretty good, Lucas Schmidtke. So he's got 4 laps to go. Now the chase is with the Canberra rider, Will Astridge. And now they're back together and they're working well. The hares are working real well. It's exactly half a lap. And that's Tom Maloney in the green on the front, doing the work in the wind at the moment. Now the hounds have really picked it up, so they've gone to Natoli, Joseph Natoli from Blackburn, They've gone to Natoli to pick the pace up. They're George Mulhern on the front of the hounds. A big flick of the elbow, and Cam Franks has the job now. He rolls up, and it's back to Will Astridge. And Will Astridge has got an animated Lucas Schmidtke in. Settles back into second wheel. Tom Maloney there in third wheel. Then Cam Franks. Oliver Ari still just a little bit off the back. They get the bell, and he's off right at 2:1:18. Lucas Schmidtke, and on his wheel is Joseph Natoli. The hounds are coming with earnest, but here comes Joseph Natoli. Can he get around the outside? The Kiwi's not going to get there to catch, but it's on the front straight. Can they hold on? Yes, right at 2:18. Lucas Schmidtke holds on over Joseph Natoli. And they worked together very well to keep the hounds at bay. Carter Payne was coming with a lot of pace down that back straight. Great race there. Lucas Schmidtke and Joseph Natoli in particular. Big effort there and contribution from Tom Maloney, Cam Franks, and Oliver Urry to keep the Hares away. Up next, we're back to the under 17 girls. Relearning everybody's kit this morning. You tend to remember people by their kit. Some riders have changed their kit. Pretty common for people to be washing their kit in the sink at the hotel. You go to use the sink in the hotel and there's a kit lying in there. Tony Tor says never. That's right, kids don't tend to wash their own kit, but mum tends to wash it in the sink. Michaela Tobin is on the front of the race. Enjoyed yesterday. Michaela was at the front, particularly at the beginning, almost every race, giving it a really good shot. Now Maddie Smith, she's the diesel from the Gold Coast, and she picks up the pace straight away. April Cat, second wheel, a Malaysian rider of Sorta Binti Hasbulah in third wheel. Maddie Smith rolls up. They're going to make this very difficult for the hounds. In there as well as Janice Lee Wen Kee. April Paddy and Bella Potts on the front of the hounds. But the Hares are very strong. They're going to have their work cut out. They can keep this up. Pritchard's in there as well. April Cat. In fact, the Hares have made up ground on the hounds. They're doing a great job, but can they keep it up? It's just about neck and neck. Pritchard on the front. Janice now rolls off the front, back to and look out. There's a hungry Alana Lake coming down the back straight. She's got a taste for rabbit. The Hares have really slowed down. Sorta Binti Hasbulah on the front. She's got Pritchard second wheel. Here comes Poker Face. Down the back straight. And a big effort there from April Paddy too. She hasn't given up on the chase. Pritchard on the front. Janice second wheel. Then it's April Cat. And then it's a Binti So they're going to get the bell. Alana Lake is on their tail. Alana briefly out of the saddle. It's very strong seated acceleration. Here comes April Paddy. But down the back straight, it's sort of Binti Hasbulla. She was very good yesterday. Janice is coming over the top as well. They're not going to catch her, Malaysia. 1, 2. Sort up Janice. And then looked like it was April Cat and then Pritchard. Big effort from April Paddy, and particularly April Paddy and Bella Potts, but not enough. Alana Lake went solo, but a little chink. First chink we've seen in the armour of Alana Lake. Put a lot of effort into that one, and after a couple of big days of racing. So, big congratulations to our two Malaysian riders who took that 1, 2. Shout out to our good friend Matt Pointer from Western Australia. He's, well, he sent me a photo that he's on the trainer and that he's watching the live stream. I believe that he's watching the live stream. I'm not so convinced he's on the trainer, Ian.
Well, there again, I have seen photos of out training. They got the camera on the bikes, and I have seen him out with a riding group and getting photos of the big fella.
Well, he does like to go to the coffee shop.
Oh, tell me about it. I've co-commentated with Matt many times, coming across here with the NRS events down at the tour of Tasmania, a tour of Gippsland, Murray River, etc. And of course, we also, that was going on SBS as well. And we'd be interviewing riders after the race, etc. So, yes, I've got a good photo that up in up at Kairin, where Matt and I took a photo with the mascot up there, and I've still got that on my phone. But you're a great guy, Matty Pointer.
That was in about 1965, wasn't it, Ian?
That's when I was still in short pants back in '65. But no, a little bit older than Matt, but we had a great bond, and we worked very well together. And we start now off with the first of the under-17 boys, which is the Hares and the Hounds, sent on their way. And Zach Robinson is the first hound to lead out, with young Max Nuzpan there along with William Brown, I can see. But look at all the Hares have got away quick. And that's the rider there of Alex Guglamucci. They're on fire, the Hares. And that was a great turn there by the boy in orange. That was the rider there of of Zach Douglas Savage. But now the Hounds are starting to wind it up as the Hares go out of the front straight into corner 2. But here comes the Hounds down the front straight, and it's Luca Lancaster, the Shepparton rider, swings up the track to allow William Brown to do a short turn there. So they've got to keep doing big turns here. They've got no hope otherwise of catching the Hares out in front. And that's young Oscar Scott from the Fraser Coast Club up in... so I think the Hounds, they're not working together, these riders. They're chasing riders. Definitely not working together, where the Hares out in front are well organised. And he does a big turn on the front here. Does the rider there of Zachary Douglas Savage from the Balmoral Club in the orange colours. Taking up the running now is Gus Chalice from the Launceston Club in the red colours. But they're still half a lap up here, the riders, the Hares, and the Hounds. I tell you what, they better go back to their kennels and get another feed, because they're not going to be successful in catching the Hares. There's young Max Nuzpan. Sam Hilditch couldn't go with Nuzpan. They get the bell. And around the outside there goes the rider of number 176. That's Ali Gucciamucci, the youngster. He was very impressive. And they're going to The Hares are going to catch the hounds as they come down the front straight, and it's going to be a good win. And taking out the young South Australian, the South Australian took that out there from Oscar Struff, and then further back then to Zachary Douglas Savage. So, yeah, the hounds, I tell you what, they haven't got the same trainer. I think they must have different trainers because they didn't work as a team, and they doing short turns, but if you're, it's just like a team's pursuit. You've got to work together to try to chase the other team, and they were all over the shop there with the hounds. So you can see what happens if the Hares got organised. They actually caught the hounds.
Yeah, well, our handicapper here is playing with the numbers, trying to get it right. And we've got his name and address for anybody that's not happy with the handicapping later today. You can string him up. It's a hard job being a handicapper. It's a thankless job being a handicapper.
Yes, I was the junior happy for many, many years, and I nearly lost my job by buying the junior handicapper. I was working with SPC, the cannery in Shepparton, and I think most of my time through the day was doing handicaps for the Christmas carnivals for all the juniors. Of course, Laurie Norris, the senior handicapper at the time, but this young fellow has taken on the role, and full credit to Oscar for taking on the role as the junior handicapper. He does his homework, he contacts all the different states, and I tell you, that's what you've got to be a handicapper. And well done, young fella, for taking on the role, and we wish you all the best. And one day you'll be a Laurie Norris in the future, like Laurie at 85 years of age is still going, Laurie, but I'm only joking, of course, he's nowhere near that age.
Well, Matt tells me, anyway, Lachlan Trenton on the front, Cam Franks second wheel, and then it's Jing Liang, Yu, third wheel, and the Hares are out and onto it. We've got Riley Boyd out there as well, Badrin. Flynn Kessel's on the front, he's from Blackburn Cycling Club. They've been going great guns down here on their home track. Young Sebastian Freer from Bendigo, he did very well in his last race. Very strong, Josh Franks. Josh Franks got a real turn of pace. There's some tired legs out there today. Jing Liang Yu on the front now, the Malaysian, and the Hares are actually gaining on the hounds. Max Woodruff from Lonnie, my hometown, Launceston, beautiful part of the world. Looking forward to being back down there for the Chrissy Carnivals very soon. And it's Flynn Kessel rolls up the front, right up to the fence, and he hands over to the workhorse, Sebastian Freer. The Hares are catching the hounds. The sting might have come out just a little bit. There's only 2 laps to go. Jing Liang Yu on the front. Now he hands over to Riley Boyd. Riley Boyd, a short turn to Alistair Norris. Alistair Norris off the front of the chase group. They get the bell and out of the saddle. It's Max Woodruff. He's got some pressure coming from Flynn Kessel. Flynn Kessel isn't able to get up over the top of him on turn 3. He's going to give it a crack down the main straight, but the win's going to go to Max Woodruff. Second, 190, Flynn Kessel, and third to the Malaysian rider,
What number?
I don't know. I think it was Badram third. Or was it Jing Liang Yu? Wasn't paying enough attention there. The Derny is out on the boards. Barry Woods on the Barry Woods is out on the Derny, ex-president of Blackburn.
And of course the Melbourne Cup on Wheels winner back in his prime, but I tell you what, as a Masters rider, it's still very handy. I haven't looked at the heats of the Austral. I don't know if Barry's riding, because if he's riding, he's in great form as a Masters rider, and it's great to have Barry. He's not riding. No, he's just riding the motorbike today, not the bike.
Well, having said that, he was on a motorbike when he won the Austral, so that has to be taken into consideration. But we're going to have event 13A coming up, the under-15 girls Kairin.
And just on that, we did see his youngest son, Ben Wood, take out third in that last event. And of course, Ben was also runner-up in the Junior Melbourne Cup on Wheels behind Luca Lancaster. So young Ben Wood, Barry's son. Now,
I was going to say you're an absolute encyclopedia, Ian, but I don't know that most of this crowd would know what an encyclopedia is. I remember it was a proud day that we agreed to the Encyclopedia Britannica set at our house.
We've got a handicap in
exactly the same. I remember in Shepparton, I had a knock on the door one day and the guy wanted to come in and he was selling encyclopedias. And I tell you what, he was a real precious salesman, because in the end I did sign up and paid it up for so much each month until we had the full set of encyclopedias. And then you had the yearly one added on, and of course back at that time, two daughters that I don't think they even opened an encyclopedia when they were going to school, but yes, back in those days it was always, you were privileged to be able to afford to buy the set of encyclopedias.
Well, we grew up very poor. Every morning I had to clean the septic tank with a toothbrush that we lived in. They probably wouldn't know that reference either, but yeah, there was pride of place if you had an Encyclopedia Britannica back in the day. Oscar's shaking his head, he has no idea.
He's got no idea. No. He's got no idea what we're talking about. Now it's all on, that's all they know about these iPhones and iPads and laptops and all this. Nowadays, to add up 7 plus 6, they get their calculator out. You know, they don't do it in their head, so they used to always create a great big list of numbers and you'd manually add up, and but now they're on their they're tapping away, sending messages. They're on Instagram, Snapchat, all these other things that my grandchildren are on. Unbelievable.
Ian, I didn't know that was going to be a trigger, mate, but there's a race going on.
Oh, there's a race going on, and it's great to see Barry Woods here, coming down with 3 to go, and he's got young Parabi Tank Sali. Then further back to the youngster there in Diesel Pretz. In the yellow colours is from the Brunswick Club is Ethan Arnott. Young Evan Tobin, great to see young Evan. Of course the younger sibling of Marty Tobin. And then further back we'll have this little superstar here in Will Astridge. So the bike comes off. Good to see Ray Bowles here today once again. Of course, so around the outside goes this little, we'll call it the little hound, because she did a lot of chasing. She's going to be challenged though, and down the back straight, it is young Annika Astridge up on the top bend. She's going to make it 2 wins, I think. She comes down the front straight, about to be challenged though, and Astridge on the inside. Flashing home there was young Diesel Press. Then further back to Parabi Tank Sali. Ethan Arnott in the yellow colours, and then further back then to Evan Tobin.
I'm fine for now.
So yes, a good win there to the youngster, number 897, Annika Astridge, taking that out there from the fast finishing Diesel Pretz, and getting up for 3rd there will be the rider of Parabi Atankasali.
No, thank you. I'm good. Yeah, just finished one.
So it's been in heats, so now I've just got the start list for 15s because from number 1 Cam Franks down to number 45 Thomas Stevens, I don't think we've actually got a printout of the actual riders in each Kairin, but we'll go off the start list. We'll be able to pick these riders up. They've been broken into different heats. Great to see the young ones behind the bike. Barry Woods brings it down the front straight. Got the wrong number. Here we go. Thank you very much. Okay, we're now down to this event, which is the girls. Okay. Event number 13A, and behind the bike there, yes, we have got Zoe May, on her wheel Chloe Bain, then further back to Molly Opperman, the rider at third wheel from Mount Gambier, then further back we'll have Mackenzie Smith, Shavi Tanksali at the rear of the field at this stage as they come down to get 4 laps to go. 4 laps to go, and Chloe Bain leads out for Molly Opperman. Taking up a closer order now here is Ava Robbins, tracking her along. Zoe May there. Nicola Morris there at the back with nowhere to go at this stage on the yellow bike. They'll come around and get the motorbike comes off with 3 laps to go. And Molly Opperman goes up on the outside of young Chloe Bain. Shavi Tanksali up on the outside there now of Ava Robbins. Locked away with nowhere to go is Nicola Morris on the yellow submarine bike. As they'll come down to get 2 to go. 2 to go, 3 wide. Chloe Bain leads out for Molly Opperman. Higher on the track, Shavi Tanksali. Ava Robbins ready to pounce. Then further back then to Zoe May as they go down the back straight. So they come around this time and get the bell in the under 15 girls Kairin. And hitting out here is Shavi Tanksali. Ava Robbins goes to second wheel. Up on the outside, Zoe May. Molly Opperman locked away with nowhere to go. And Nicola Morris from the back. But down the back straight, this young lady here, of course, from the Balmoral Cycling Club in Queensland, leads into the front straight. Where's the challengers coming from? And it's going to be Zoe May, the challenger, but Ava Robbins takes it out from Zoe May. Further back into Molly Opperman, then further back into Nicola Morris, Mackenzie Smith, Shavi Tanksali and Chloe Bain.
Up next, the first of the under 15 boys Kairins, Will Astridge, Oliver Jordan, Maximus Moore, George Mulhern, Jet Petts and Oliver Urry.
Just having a look here, and very sad news about the Tasmanian Carnivals, that cycling called off over there at Rosebery because of the conditions. Just a minute, we'll just get probably a bit of an update here on, but yes, the Rosebery Carnival has been called off due to the state of the track and also the weather conditions. So, of course, that's the first event on the carnivals over there. Then they'll be heading down to Hobart, then to the Silver Dome in Launceston, up to Devonport, and then finishing up on New Year's Eve at Burnie. So, bad news for anyone here from Tasmania. That the news is that anyone that was going to be racing at Rosebery today, unfortunately, the conditions aren't good for the carnival in Rosebery. Duncan Murfitt, of course, who runs the event there. Duncan would be upset with all the work they put in with fundraising, etc. But unfortunately, with outdoor tracks, weather can actually do that.
Derny is on its way. I'm sure you all know, but there might be some that don't, that in the Kairin you must stay behind the bike for the first 3 laps. You must stay in your position for the first lap. When the Derny comes off the track after 3 laps, unless Dave Moore's driving it, and it could be 2 laps or 4 laps. You get it wrong once and they crucify you forever, but Dave got it wrong many times. Love you, Dave. Lucas Schmidtke on the front. Second wheel, Natoli. Sorry, I don't have all the riders on my list. Flynn Jensen is on the shoulder of Oliver Urry. Jet Pet's out there as well. Oliver on the front, 2 laps to go. Up high is Lachlan Ermit. Now he gets out of the saddle, picking up the pace. Rider Jet Pets. His riders are mixed up between the 2 heats here. Jet Pets is on the front. He gets the bell, 2 laps to go. It's Jet Pets and it's Lachlan Ermit as they come down the back straight. Has Lachlan got enough to get over the top? Look at the cadence on these lads on their restricted gears. They're absolutely pumping out the RPM, but it's going to stay with Jet Pets from Norwood. He takes out first. Lachlan Ermit second, and then third place went to Lucas Schmidtke from the South Coast.
Yeah, do you become a bit tunnel vision? Yeah, true. Yeah. It's just the
So we've got, looks like 4 youngsters lining up on the fence. Just see, as Aaron was saying, we've got 14A and 14B, but maybe they're not the same as what our program says, but we'll pick them up.
Yeah.
Then there'll be another 15 boys after this one.
But when I'm at the track,
So we'll do our best to be able to... I just know that the riders here are not Carter Payne, I know that.
No worries. Thanks, Dave.
Oliver Jordan, an impressive young boy from Balmoral, took out all the gold medals at the Queensland Under-15 Championships recently. That's Oliver Gordon, number 207 in the field. Number 201, Will Astridge. We've seen his younger sister perform very well. That's him at second wheel. Then 208 and 205. That is the riders of Tom Maloney and Cam Frank. So I think we've got them now. One would think here that the rider here of Oliver Jordan would be the unbackable favourite, but things can happen. And it's Oliver Jordan that leads out there from the rider of Will Astridge. Around the outside token closer order now is the rider of Cam Franks. Of course they can't go about. We'll just get that clarified, but the bike comes off. It used to be you couldn't go past the back of the bike, but nowadays you can't pass the front of the bike before it comes off the track. So coming down, 2 to go, and it is now the rider from Balmoral that leads out. Cam Franks is saying, okay, you're not going to have it all your own way here, young Oliver. And it's Oliver Jordan that leads out. Cam Franks is the one in hot pursuit after him, as I'll come and get the belt. And the Queenslander looks over his shoulder. He's got company though in the rider of Cam Franks. Also there is young Tom Maloney, but down the back straight, pedaling strongly here. And it's going to be the young Queenslander from the Balmoral Club. It'll come down and take it out. Oliver Jordan goes for second. On the outside, maybe. Tom Maloney maybe getting over the top of Cam Franks at the conclusion of that heat of the boys under 15 Kairin.
All right, one more. Under 15 boys, Kieran coming up. One thing that Ella noticed this morning, Ian, is that every time we go into a cafe in Melbourne, the owner at the cafe asks us where we're from. And Ella said, how do they know we're not from Melbourne? Is the only thing we can...
It's got to be the colour, you know, like the suntan that you've got. For living up there in those conditions, you live up there in Queensland with the humidity, and you've got to look different, you know. Look at that lovely Pinarello here. For sale.
Okay, don't forget to buy a raffle ticket in the Pinarello. This Pinarello is going this afternoon. You can get yourself a raffle ticket. It'll be drawn this afternoon. So if you want your chance to win this bike, thank you. Be sure. Only kidding. Only kidding. We'll give it back. It's too small for me anyway. Couldn't handle it. Nick Formosa, there's been a little bit of tit for tat going on between the coaching staff. Nick Formosa just wanting to get rid of give away Luke Plapp's Pinarello. Don't know what he's going to be riding next year, but I don't think it's going to be a Pinarello. All right, the third heat of the under 15 boys. And we've got Carter Payne on the front, Maximus Moore second wheel, Mulhern third wheel. Apologise, these numbers are all over the shop here. Challoner is out there as well. I think that's Lucas Schmidtke on the back. We'll just wait and see as the number comes past. But that 219, no, it's not Lucas Schmidtke, it's Ruben Shepherd from Randwick, and he gets the Best Kid of the Day award. He's out of the saddle and he moves up. There's 2 laps on the lap board. There's soon to be 1. They're going to get the bell. Can anybody beat Payne in a 1-lap drag race? And definitely putting in a big effort there is right at 2:09, which is Maximus Moore. Moore comes into turn 3. He's going to get on the shoulder, but he's not going to have enough. Payne continues his fantastic form. Elbows out. And 3rd place, it was George Mulhern. I think Ian's going to have a couple of words with some bloke called Luke.
Just got that bike that is not going to be sold or grappled, and of course riding that bike of course is Lucas Plapp, and of course he's got those magnificent Ineos Grenadier with the stripes on. So going for a training ride, Luke?
Yeah, just a little ride today. Come check out the action at the track and be back tonight for the Madison.
Coming as a spectator?
Yep, as a spectator. No racing for me this year. It was awesome racing last night, and hopefully some more tonight, and watch big Cal O'Brien in action.
Of course, Cal's got a different partner this year. Of course, he teamed up with Grizzly Frizzly last year, but Blake Aguiletto, though, teamed up well with him there this morning in the Prelude.
Yeah, did they win?
They won, yes, and Frizzly and Liam Walsh was second, but Liam Walsh and Graham did a great job, but there was the 2 riders from New Zealand was 3rd. Bailey O'Donnell, who rode well yesterday, so it's great to have you along tonight, and with the big crowd, isn't it great to think that every seat here at DISC has been sold out, and $5 walk-in. We're getting entertainment for $5.
No, it is awesome. Hopefully it can keep growing. We'll get back to high sense one day soon as well, I hope. So, no, to be brilliant in the Austral is always a great event. So really looking forward to just being a spectator on the other side of the fence.
Can Cal make it 2 from 2? He's already won 2 Australs. This would be his 3rd if he can take it out tonight.
You wouldn't bet against him, would you? He's a class talent, and I think he's a level above everyone here, so my money's on him.
Go and have a great training ride, Luke Plapp, and we'll see you tonight.
All right, the under-17 ladies are out for their Kairin. Maddie Smith on the front, Megan Moore, Pratt, Pritchard, Lake, Cat, and Alexis Phillips. Four laps on the lap board. No change in position as yet. Maddie Smith looking over her shoulder. The Derny comes off. Cat moves up onto the shoulder of Alana Lake. Alana Lake's just getting out from the wheel of Pratt. Out from the wheel of Pritchard. Pratt's up high. Cat's moving up now. Maddie Smith won't be thrilled about drawing first position. But she's staying there and she's got some riders up high. Will she get some height herself? Yeah, she does. It's a good move there to get a little bit of height. Cat comes down the back straight on the front. She's got Pritchard in her wheel. Now Maddie makes the move first. And now she's out of the saddle. Maddie Smith, now Alana Lake coming around the outside with that seated acceleration that she has. Down the back straight. Very aerodynamic and great riding position, and she just rides away as she has done all championship. Alana Lake first, and then second is the sprinter, Megan Moore. And I think Maddie held on for third there. But Alana Lake is just so dominant. There's just just turns it on and just rides away. She doesn't get out of the saddle. She doesn't change anything.
When will we see her in VIS colours? She's a talent, all right, and I tell you what, I'm sure that there's some astute coaches here that's had a good look at Alana.
So it was Alana Lake first, Megan Moore second, Maddie Smith third, Pratt fourth place.
So Luke is off for a ride up around King Lake, and a nice little training ride for him this morning. He'll go home, get cleaned up, and come back tonight for the Madison, for the Austral and the Madison.
Addison Tor on the front of this, Kieran. Janice second wheel. It is Janice second wheel. Bella Potts third wheel. Michaela Tobin, then Sorda Binti Hasbulla, then Billy Russell, and then Bella Potts. Addison Tor down on the drops, looking very aero. No change in position. April Paddy looking over her shoulder at Michaela Tobin just to see. Bella Potts will start to move up on the outside. Billy Russell responds as well, pushing Bella up quite high and up over the blue line. The Durney comes off. Billy Russell goes to the front. Addison Tor down on the sprinters lane. Michaela Tobin moving forward as well. April Paddy biding her time at the back. She's now moving forward. Billy Russell, Tobin goes to the sprinters lane. Addison Tor in second wheel down there. Billy Russell on the shoulder, and above her is Bella Potts. On her wheel is April Paddy. Sorda Binti Hasbulla is sitting in the middle. Second wheel. Now it's Bella Potts that goes with a lap and a half to go down the back straight. Bella Potts comes out of turn 4. Potts on the front. Paddy's there with her. Binti's there as well, as is Janice. As they come out of turn 2. Bella Potts is holding on, but she's under a lot of pressure. Here comes Binti Hasbulla around the outside. The Malaysian's going from strength to strength. It's the long way round. She's 3 high. Can she get over the top? Yes, she can. Well, it was close racing there. There was a bit of push and shove in the finish. April Paddy finished very strong, and Janice, the other Malaysian rider, also. We'll just wait to see the final results. Definitely, it was Hasbulla, sort of Hasbulla, Binti, April Paddy, and then it was Janice who finished in third. And starting it off the back straight, Bella Potts, and she hung on for 4th place.
Next group of riders rolling out to the top of the track. Just anyone that's here today. Sam DeRuyter is conducting a talent ID over here, just in the centre of the velodrome, where you can see the AusCycling sign over there near the flag. So anyone, it can be for a competitor now who wants to test themselves for a talent ID. It can be anyone else sitting in the stands. If they want to come down and have a go, you can come down and see Sam DeRuyter. And of course, anyone that's been in another sport like rowing or gymnastics or whatever, and you're interested in cycling, come down and just test yourself here with Sam. And of course, they're looking for anyone between 16 and 22 as a talent ID program for the next couple of years. And it's going to be on Swift shortly as well. So this Talent ID program, Sam DeRuyter, of course, she holds the Australian record for individual pursuit, Sam. But now I've got the role here, Talent ID. So that's for anyone. You can be a current rider, you can be someone of my age, just to come down from the audience, the crowd, but not after 2 o'clock. So anytime between 2 o'clock you can come down, see Sam DeRuyter, and just test your ability there in the Talent ID program. So out of the straight, we'll have to have a look here which event this boy is in. William Brown, here we go. Been very impressed with this young fellow. That's Sam Hilditch there from Balmoral in the blue and white. The rider in the Blackburn colours there will be Alistair Norris. Then further back to the rider of 194. That's the rider of Sebastian Freer. Only small in stature, young Sebastian. They're coming around this time to get 3 laps to go, and Barry Woods takes the bike off the track. He's going to be very, 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 very hard to beat here, although Sam Hilditch will take it right up to him. Angus Withington there from Canberra goes 3 wide, but they'll come around this time and get 2 laps to go. 2 to go. And this the under 17 boys Kairins, and it's Brown on the inside of Hilditch. Posted 3 ride there is the rider of Angus Withington from Canberra. So 3 across the back. Locked away there is Alice. They'll get the bell this time, and he's hit out early as William Brown. William Brown leads out there from Alistair Norris. Then further back then Hilditch will have a run at them, and also Withington, but down the back straight he's finding plenty of the South Australian, and William Brown, he is strong, this young fellow, and William Brown will come down and take it out there from Alistair Norris. Further back to Sam Hilditch, and flashing home there was young Zach Robinson. Of course, Zach picked up a silver medal, or was it a gold medal, sorry, in the Madison, when he teamed up with Ollie Jerovic to take out the under-17 National Madison Championship. But another great event there, and we're seeing the future of cycling here with all these youngsters, probably from the age of around 10 for the under-13s, right up to riders that of course can't turn 17 this year. But of course the track season starts in October, so really we've already had a lot of 2004 state championships in 2003. So that's how it works. So in October, that's the beginning of the age categories, and also the championships for the 204.
Thank you, Ian. Up on the fence we have round 2. Heat number 2 of the under-17 boys Kairin. Will Amaleus on the fence. Josh Franks, Quan. Riley Boyd, Bodie Duchardt, Rab Drummond. Some pace out there. That's one characteristic of the age ATS in 2020, the 24 age ATS, as you're pointing out, is that it's been very quick in the under-17 boys. Very, very quick. In behind the journey, Will Amaleus in the green, Josh Franks, David Quan, Riley Boyd, Bodie Duchardt and Rab Drummond make up the field for this second heat. David Quan, he's third wheel, and he's looking like a coiled spring. There's a lot of pace out there. Will Amaleus comes from BMX. He's got a very quick kick on him and amazing cadence. Josh Franks has a real burst. Rab Drummond has got a lot of pace as well, and he's looked as if he wanted to come up and box in David Kwan. Wouldn't be a bad idea, but David just moved up, pushed him back. He was well aware of what might be happening behind him. Will Emilias on the front. Not too many riders like drawing first position in a Kairin. So Rab's come up onto the shoulder of Boyd.
Go early, Will.
He's got Ollie Taylor, who's quite a rapid rider, on his tail. It's all pretty quiet at the moment as David Kwan makes a move. Drummond responds. Emilias is going to try and get on the wheel. There's a lap to go. Emilias is doing a good job, but David Kwan has just got too much pace. Look at that cadence as he heads into turn 3. Very, very quick. Fantastic riding position. And then Will Emilias holds on for second, Drummond third, Franks fourth, Boyd. Rounding out the field is Dusha and Taylor.
So just a reminder to all those juniors, if you think you'd like to stay around after 2 o'clock and watch the action, you can come and pick up a wristband. You'll get a coloured wristband that will allow you to stay inside of the venue, but not in the infield. So if there's anyone, any of the junior riders who would love to stay and watch the action, come and pick up your wristband, but after 2 o'clock you will not be allowed. It's going to get a blue band for the juniors, and that'll allow you then to stay in the venue. Of course, everyone else, the elite and also the officials. Looking now, another Kairin coming up. Getting their instructions from the UCI commissaire in Karen O'Culligan.
Melissa Torr has just messaged that if Louise Jones could stand in for Tony Torr while he goes and does the talent ID. Melissa Torr just messaged me and asked if Louise Jones could stand in for Tony Torr while he does the talent ID in the centre of the track.
Tony is injured.
Very confused, Mr. Torr.
He's had no sleep. These officials have had no sleep. Anyway, turning our attention to the bike, and that's Barry Wood on the front. Just having a look at the field here. Jing Liang, the Malaysian. Jing Liang Yu, the Malaysians in this race. Luca Lancaster. Got to be a big chance in this. Zach Savage, Just Chalice from Tassie. Chase Haynes, formerly from Western Australia, now based in South Australia. Chase Haynes. The paracyclists getting ready for their sprint. See Caitlin Ward and Jessica Gallagher making their way up to the front straight, along with Shane Kelly. But on the front, going along nicely there, is the rider of Max Woodruff from the Launceston City Cycling Club, and that's where the action will be, down at the Silver Dome on the second day of the Christmas carnivals. But bad news that Roseberry has been washed out. The bike comes off, and it's Woodruff that leads out. Gus Chalice, a Tasmanian there at second wheel in the red colours. Then young Ben Woods there in the Blackburn kit. Looking over his shoulder is Gus Chalice. In the red colours is Chalice. They'll come and get the bell, and it's Woodruff that leads out. So two of the Tasmanians get a chance here. Woodruff in the black car, but then a move around the outside here. It's a good move around the outside. They'll come and get the bell. The bell about the sound when they come into the front straight. And this the under 17 boys Kairin. They get the bell, and going for home there would be the rider there of Jing Liang Chu. Lancaster's trying to come late. He's not probably known as he's up as a sprinter, more of an endurance rider as Lancaster. But the Malaysian here is going to come down. A good win here to Jing Liang Yu. Lancaster got home for second. Third place there would have went to Zachary Douglas Savage. at the conclusion of the under-17 boys Kairin. One more Kairin to come, and then the motorbike will have a bit of a rest. But gee, we've seen some great racing here this morning from the under-13s right through to the under-17s. And of course the under-17 boys and girls will be back for their junior Austral heats. And then after 2 o'clock, we'll have the finals. Megan Moore looking for a bit of advice here from Aaron.
Megan Moore saying that I'm bullying her about wearing a black kit.
Well, she should be in the Cup colours, one would think, Aaron.
Well, you know, you can only bring so many kits. Great chase there from Tutankhamun in the orange to get third in that last heat. Right, Max Nussbaum, Badrin, Guglielmucci, Trenton and Oscar Schoff. Mr. Pink's wearing a blue Commissaire's top today, but he's silent protest with a pink pinboard. Nussbaum on the front. Badrin, second wheel. Oscar Schoff now moving up just a little bit onto the shoulder of Trenton. Durney comes off. Guglielmucci moves up on the outside. They're 3 deep on the front. The pace slows. It's shoulder to shoulder on the front there. They're bringing the pace right down. Who's going to... Get to the front, get to the front, go, go. All the instructions from the stands. And it's Guglielmucci that winds up. Schoff's trying to go with him. Guglielmucci gets himself to the front. He'll get the bell. It's Badrin second wheel. Nussbaum has lost contact. Oscar Schoff, the enduro riders, trying to get onto the back of them. Can Badrin get around the outside? He comes around turn 3. He goes up high, needs to hold a tighter line. He's taken too much speed off himself. Guglielmucci for the win. Badrin second. Looked like it might have been Schoff third. Just needed, a Malaysian rider just needed to hold that line, tighter going round turn 3. Just washed too much speed off. But it was a great attack from Guglielmucci. Of course, he's a very strong rider, and he held it for the win.
Yes, he teamed up, of course, to take out the bronze medal in the under-17 Madison Championship. So next up, we've got the para cyclists coming onto the track now, the para cyclists. And first up, we've got the tandem team sprint over the 3-lap journey. And by my program, first up we have got Jessica Gallagher with her pilot Caitlin Ward, then followed by
and then you've got to
Kane Paris with his pilot Luke Zucchiardi.
control the tension of that a bit, and then that controls the
Zachariah, get that right, Ian.
Most of these just
Too many days on the mic. Saturday, Sunday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So it's 5 days in 5 days out of 7 so far, been on the mic.
That's a big effort, Ian. You're doing a great job, and the big one's still to come.
Yes, I'm saving the voice for a little bit later on. Got a bit excited yesterday with the under-19. Just the under-17 boys in your heats of the Austral. It's the first eight to the final. So under-17 boys in the Austral heats, first eight to the final. Just checking the gate. All good. So coming onto the track, ladies and gentlemen, these two young ladies picked up silver medals at Glasgow in 2023 in both the sprint and the time trial. Just couldn't quite get the gold in either of those two events. And I'm speaking, of course, of Jessica Gallagher and her pilot, Caitlin Ward. Now, Caitlin now can ride C5 events, so she's been classified as a C5 rider, and we've seen her in the time trial unofficially set a new Australian record in the time trial, Caitlin Ward. But I tell you what, she's a great competitor, but Jessica Gallagher, what can we say about her? Fair income, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'd like to tell the crowd tonight a little bit about Jessica. I know we keep saying it, but someone that's done what she's done is unbelievable in 4 different sports. Paralympic alpine skier, track and field athlete, tandem cyclist, and of course, as a legally blind person, has represented Australia internationally in 3 sports: skiing, athletics and cycling. And of course, with her pilot Madison Jansen, the 2016 Rio Paralympics, but then Madison has moved on and Caitlin Ward has stepped in as her pilot. And of course, with the endurance of this, she's got a new pilot in Celestine Franks. We saw Celestine partner her in the pilot her in the individual in the pursuit. But now we're watching. Have a look at the record is for the flying 200 for these. 10.675. Oh, we've got. It's going to be a match race here between Shane Perkins and okay, Luka Zukia, Zachariah. Okay. We've seen this Western Australian combination nearly break the Australian record. Team sprint. Thanks, Josh. A team tandem sprint. By gee, isn't it great to see tandems on the track, and especially tandem racing. But the girls have got away quickly here. Caitlin Ward and also Jessica Gallagher. Then further back then to Luke Zachariah and Kane Perris, but down the back straight, And look at this combination from Victoria. Caitlin Ward and Jessica, they get the belt. Now Zachariah pedaling strongly. Here is the West Australian combination. Shane Perkins shouting instructions, and down to the line, a 49.855, a 49.855. And nearly broke the Australian record in the pursuit, of course. 49.855. So next up, we turn our attention still to the para cyclists. And in the team sprint, in the front straight first up, we've got the combination of Talia Clayton-Goody, Emma Mickle, and Erin Rowell. I think for the first time we've seen Erin here at the track. So if there's anyone that wants to try themselves with this talent ID with the Sam DeRuyter, come across and make yourself known, and we'll do some testing. Lilith Jones putting a bit of petrol in the tank for her event. So coming onto the track now is the rider from the Geelong and Surf Coast Cycling Club. This is Talia Clayton, so she's going to be the starter out of the gate. Now will be the rider there of Emma Mickle and Erin Rowell. A very, very classy rider, Erin. Shane Kelly, of course, with the VIS. Now just haven't got the track cyclists. They now take on the paras, the BMX, everything down there at the VIS now. This is for a time, there's 3 teams competing. So first up, from Victoria, leading out will be Talia Clayton-Goody. On their way, a nice clean start from the gate. She'll lead out from Emma. And then Erin Rowell, or Emma Normal, whatever you hold some Australian records as the final rider. But they'll come around and complete their first lap, and of course in team sprints you must change within a certain area of the track in the front straight. She swings up now, and the rider in Emma Mickle takes them down the back straight, then she'll unleash the final rider in Erin Rowell to bring it home. So coming down the front straight after doing her turn is Emma Mickle. Swings up now, Erin Rowell. As I said, if you look at the records for the paras, Australian records, you'll see this name mentioned quite a bit, Erin Rowell or Erin Normal. And they stopped the clock in a 103.630, 103.630. Now we've got 2 men's teams. In the back straight we have got the team from Queensland, Kyle Willis, David Nicholas and Corey Bordington. I tell you what, this is the top team here from Queensland. All these riders have medalled. And in the back straight, we've got from the ACT, Maxwell Sudholtz, Gordon Allen and Matthew Gray. I tell you, that's a pretty handy combination as well. So some junior riders, if you want to stay for the session after 2 o'clock, you must get a wristband, which will allow you to stay in the venue but not on the infield. So make sure that there'll be someone up at the door there that where the door's open, looking that you must produce a wristband to the riders. Need to have a wristband as well. And for juniors who want to stay behind to watch all the action, you can stay here as a spectator. So just another reminder for the under 17 boys. First 8 only to the final of the Junior Austral. First 8 in each heat to the final. And of course the under 17. For the second heat of the under 17 boys, there will be a break. Looking forward to this team sprint. They're just testing the gate once again. Sorry, I got a bit excited when I heard the countdown. Just checking that the gates do release. All good to go. So it's great to give the gates a check that they will release the bike. So it's a 15-second countdown, a 15-second countdown once the flags are raised. And of course, with the paracyclists, the flag doesn't go up until the riders are locked in and ready to go. But in all other events, it's when the bike is locked in, that's when the flag goes up. But with paracyclists, they wait till the rider is actually locked in and ready to go, and then they then put the flag up. So different the paras to the elite. So Greg Nunn just checking the riders in the front straight, as Doug Armstrong in the back. Countdown's begun. Queensland versus the combined team in the back straight. On their way and getting away nicely is the youngster here. This is the rider here of young Kyle Willis. He leads out there Corey Borthington and David Nicholas. Got away slowly, David. He's more of a shooter. But down the, here comes Max Studholt. Number 8 is the rider there. In Gordon Allen, Gordon Allen leading out that team. Gordon Allen leads out that team. He swings up there now. And at this stage, we have got the combined team. Matthew Gray riding very well, and Max Sudholt, the boy from the ACT, will bring it home. They get the bell, and he now comes. He's winding it up down there late there is the rider of David Nicholas. He'll bring it home hard, but I think you'll find in the back straight the combination of Sudholt, Allen and Gray are going to take out that team sprint. Coming home hard here was David Nicholas. He's a very, very good individual pursuiter, but this team sprint, he just couldn't go with them early and had to wind it up. So team 3, a very smart 51.341. And Team 2, the Queenslanders, are 54.558. 54.558. We now go back to the boys and girls progressive points, but before they start, I hope everyone knows that the best place to stay close to the velodrome here is at the Quest Ivanhoe. The Quest Ivanhoe, which is just down the road here from from DISC. Excellent location to be, because you can actually just ride your bike down if all the equipment's here. It's a hotel surrounded by local amenities with train station with walking distance, which can take you into the Melbourne CBD, which is only 10 k's here from Ivanhoe. Members rates, so for competitors, when you ring up to a book, just say that you're here for the cycling, or why not say you're a cyclist but just come down for a holiday, and you'll get the members rate. Magnificent accommodation with spacious rooms, and we've got to thank the Quest Ivanhoe, because tonight we've got the 126th running of the Austral Wheelrace, and thanks to Quest Ivanhoe, we'll have representatives from Quest here to make the presentations of the women's and men's Austral. So we've got some points races, and then we've got 2 heats of the under-17 Austral. Top 8 only to the final, and then there's a break and a warm-up. After the warm-up at 2 p.m, we recommence with the final of the Junior Austral, and we see the scratch marker is Alana Lake. She'll be riding off scratch. The limit rider will be Michaela Tobin on 190 metres. There has been a few changes. The Malaysian Hazabula will go back to 80 metres, so Hazabula has been re-handicapped back to 80 metres. 45 to April Paddy, so she's been dragged on her form back to 45. And also Janice Lee Wenki has gone out to 100 metres. So they're the changes there to the Junior Austral final, with April Patty going to 45. So it'll be Alana Lake on scratch, Isabel Potts on 10, Megan Moore on 30, April Patty on 45, Chloe Prate off 70. Off 80 will be Lexi Phillips. On 90, Addison Tor. On 95, April Kate. On $80 there, we've got Hazabula on 80, and Janice Wenki off 100. Madison Smith 110, Billy Russell 115, Audrey Pritchard 160, and Michaela Tobin will be the limit marker on 190. But our attention now goes back to the event here, which is the under 13 boys and girls progressive points. In the under-17 boys, there is one change. The New Zealander David Kwong goes back to scratch from his 10-metre mark. He's been re-handicapped to scratch. That's David Kwong. So coming around, this is a progressive points race. Taking out the first point there, looks like Diesel Pretz, number 198, has taken out that first point. So it's the first rider across the line every lap. This time across the line, going to be close up on the outside maybe. Yes, it's Parabi Tanksali, the younger sister of Shabi. Going underneath there is Ethan Arnott, but look at the youngster from Canberra now. And Anika Astridge, and she comes down here with 2 to go, and she shot clear. Is this little pocket rocket from Canberra. In the chasing there is Diesel Pritch, Parvi Changsali, along with Evan Tobin, but she's gone for home. She'll come around and get the bell here. Annika Astridge, all the way down from the ACT, and the bell sounds next time around, I believe. So the leader goes down the back straight. The leader goes down the back straight. So the bell sounds a little late for the leader, but she's going to take it out here. The girl here from the ACT, she'll come down and record another win here on the boards in Melbourne. And coming down nicely. Interested in the minors and flashing home here, Diesel Fritz will pick up second. Then further back to Evan Tove and Parabi Tangsali and Ethan Arnott. So that was the first of the progressive points races. Next up, the under 15 girls over the 12-lap journey.
Have they got it under 15 Austral or? Yeah, I don't think they're doing. It was an under 17, I think.
Learning experience as well.
Under 15 girls points race. Morris on the front. Mackenzie Smith second wheel, and then it's Opperman third wheel. Sharvey in fourth wheel. Ava Robbins. Zoe May. And that leaves Chloe Bain. First points will be at lap 9. Sharvey rolls off the front. Ava goes through. Chloe Bain now. They're about to get the bell. And it's Zoe May down the back straight. She attacks Ava coming around the outside. Sharvey doing a good job there, as is Zoe May. And they come over. Maximum points will go to Ava. In the points also is Zoe, Sharvey, and also Molly Opperman. Opperman on the front, rolls up, and Nicola Morris from Brunswick rolls through. More points on offer. This time the attack comes from Nicola Morris. She looks over her shoulder, she goes to the front. Ava well positioned in second wheel. Mackenzie well positioned as well, and in behind her is Sharvey. Ava hasn't come around just yet, but Nicola Morris gets maximum. Ava, Mackenzie and Sharvey in the points. Heading down the back straight, and Nicola Morris is keeping the pressure on. She just sits up now. It's just waiting for the results to come up on the screen. And Ava Robbins leads with 8 over Nicola Morris 5, Zoe May 3, Sharvey 3, and Mackenzie Smith on 2. 5 laps on the lap board. and it's Nicola Morris who leads. She rolls up, Shavi rolls up with her, so she's back on the front. They get the bell and back onto the front, and way over the handlebars is Nicola Morris, Ava in second wheel, Shavi in third wheel, and Zoe May rounding out the top four that'll be in the points. Ava going around to the outside, but kicking on the inside is Nicola Morris. Nicola Morris might hold on for maximum points. Nicola Morris gets the maximum, then Ava, then Shavi, and then Zoe May. Heading down the back straight, and Morris rolls off in turn 3. Ava goes through. Morris slots into third wheel. Ava rolls up. Morris, Robbins, Tanksvale and May in. Tanksali in the points. So Ava Robbins leads by 1. It's all going to come down to the last sprint. Nicola Morris 10, Tanksvale 5, Zoe May 4, Mackenzie Smith 2. Coming up onto the shoulder, they're going to get the bell, and it's Nicola Morris. She's done a ton of work. So it's all going to come down to this last lap, and it's Nicola Morris who's holding them off at the moment. Ava trying to get up over the top, as is Zoe May. Zoe May on the sprinter's lane. Can Nicola Morris hold on? Nicola Morris has the ascendancy as they come down the back straight. Nicola Morris is going to win it. Zoe May second over the line. Ava third over the line, and then Shavi, great race from her, also in the points. So we'll just wait for the official results. So we'll have the para presentations shortly, just before the break. So Nicola Morris takes it out with 15, Ava Robbins 13, Zoe May 7, and Shavi in 4th place. Just restating that the para presentations will be happening shortly at the end of this session.
Big field now rolling out for the under 15 boys point race, and then we are looking for handlers for heat 1 of the boys junior Austral. Scratch marker Samuel Hilditch, limit marker Benjamin Woods on 180. So determined to get to the front here is the rider of Lucas Mitski. See Lachlan Ermit in the Blackburn colours going up behind his wheel. So come down the front straight to get 10 to go. 10 to go, the bell for the first sprint. And it's the South Australian that leads out. Around the outside now goes the Blackburn rider. He goes down the back straight. That's the rider there of Lachlan Ermit. He's going to be challenged here for the points, so as they come into the front straight, 5, 3, 2 and 1. Ermit on the inside, but up on the outside, getting up and taking that out would of course been the rider there of Carter Payne. Carter Payne, the New Zealander, took that one out there from Lachlan Ermit. Maximus Moore was there as well, and I think you'll find that was the youngster from Queensland there in Oliver Jordan will pick up the 1 point. So out of the straight, and it is Maximus Moore leads out from Lachlan Ermit in the bluish turquoise colours there. At third wheel is the rider of Oliver Jordan. Then further back to the New Zealand Carter Payne. They're the riders that took out the points in the first sprint. The bell again for the next sprint. Making a move once again is Carter Payne. We can see Ruben Smith in a different kit today. And Ruben Smith goes up behind, but no, it's going to be Maximus Moore, the boy from the Brunswick Club here in Melbourne, that'll come down and take out the 5 points. Moore picks up the 5, Ermit the 3, Locke the rider there of Oliver Jordan the 2, and it would have been Carter Payne So looking up at the board, you'll be able to see the results of that sprint and then also what the progressive points are after 2 sprints of the 4. And it is the rider of Ruben Shepherd in those orangey colours. Very smart kit he's wearing today, Ruben Shepherd. So the bell sounds again. And Carter Payne, he leads out there from Maximus Moore, making a move outside there, the boy from South Australia. That is the rider of Jet Pretz from the Norwood Club, and Pretz is the rider that goes up on the outside of Carter Payne, and the South Australian in Jet Pretz will take out the 5 there. Carter Payne will pick up the 3, Lachlan Newman on the outside the 2, and Maximus Moore will pick up the 1. So he's gone on with it, the young South Australian. He's got a very, very good turn of speed, this young fellow. Jet Pretz, and no chasers at this stage. So with 2 to go, no double points, of course, in this points race. Got to be over 80 laps or more for the double points at the end. So the leader coming down the front straight now for the bell. This is the leader. This is Jet Pretz. Then further back to the next 2 riders of Ruben Shepherd and also Carter Payne. Maximus Moore. Then further back then is the rider of Harry Challenor. But into the front straight he comes now. This is Jet Pretz there just behind the other riders, and across the line goes to picking up those points. Picking up the 3 points there will be Carter Payne. 2 points to Ruben Smith, and flashing home for 1 point there would have been the rider from New South Wales and Harry Challenor. That's the boys under 15 points race.
A few people have been asking about the etiquette for pushing in the wheel race, what the rules are. I've just checked with the Chief Com and I've been told it's a free-for-all. Pushes, that's a Victorian rule apparently, push as hard as you can. And they're telling me that...
Yes, in Tasmania it's just a hold. You can't push in Tasmania, it's just a hold them, and sometimes they start off the fence in Tasmania from their mark, so they just roll off from the fence. But here in Victoria, it's been for as long as I can remember, they do get a running push start.
Yes, well, not many people know that a bear can run as fast as a horse over a short distance. My going rate for pushing your child is 1 flat white, large. Find yourself someone with some fast twitch muscles and a bit of strength to give a good heave-ho to the junior at the start of the Austral.
I can tell you something that back, I suppose, years ago, riders used to know who they would ask to be their pusher, because there was specialised pushers that they all wanted to grab to be their pusher, because they just used to get the riders away magnificent. And of course with pushing, the riders have got to remember they can't get out of the saddle, because if they get out of the saddle when they're pushed, I tell you what, it can be chaotic. So it's a matter of staying in the saddle until you feel the hand go off the back of the your back, because I've seen many times the rider thinks that he'll start pedaling and he hops out of the saddle before he gets the push. But you must stay in the saddle, youngsters, before you get out. So riders...
Well, we had a situation up in Bundaberg where a particular child had someone organised to do their pushing. He was one of these skinny road riding types.
The red?
And there was another big guy that was available, and the parent kindly asked the little hill climber if he could step aside and let the big unit give the son a decent push. Yeah. So what have we got here, Ian?
We've got the first heat of the junior Austral boys.
This is the final?
No, heats, 2 heats.
This is the heat, under 17s.
Yeah, 2 heats, 8 riders only through to the final. And there has been 1 adjustment to the handicap mark in heat 2. The New Zealander David Kawong goes back to scratch. Otherwise, heat 1, is that per the program with Samuel Hilditch on scratch. So I've just better check out here. It's going to be riders' attention. So it's going to be riders' attention and then the whistle. That's how we... Thanks, Shane. Riders, attention! On their way in heat one of the Junior Austral for 2024, and the limit marker getting away here would be young Benjamin Woods. He finished second in the Junior Melbourne Cup on wheels. Then further back we see young Duché and young Tretton, Lachlan Tretton, who rode very well earlier. Getting away nicely there was the rider from Malaysia in Badram. Looking back, there's the scratch rider going out of the straight there now. That is Sam Hilditch. Only 8 to go through over the 6-lap journey. The leader out in front there, Benjamin Woods. Then further back, the Malaysian doing a good turn. Further back to Lachlan Tretton, getting onto the back of there. Oh, look at the big turn being done there by the rider from New Norwood. He swings up the track. There's Gulamucci, but down the back straight. But here comes the leader using his handicap mark very, very nicely. That's Benjamin Woods. Where's the challenger? Sam Hilditch about to make contact at the back. So they all form up now except the leader out in front. One big group except for the leader in Benjamin Woods. He looks over his shoulder. He'll get 2 laps to go in heat 1. 8 to go through to the final. And Ben Woods down the front straight. 2 laps to go. Here comes the charge of the Life Brigade. The Malaysian doing nicely. That's the rider there of Xing Ling. He goes up the track. He didn't go on with it though. The back marker, Sam Hilditch there. He's got a bit of work to do as I come down the front straight to get the bell. Ben Wood gets the bell. 1 lap to go for the Blackburn rider. He comes around the outside. This is going to be Lancaster. Brett Lancaster goes up the second wheel there behind the rider of William Brown. Lancaster won the Junior Melbourne Cup on wheel. But it's Benjamin Wood. They're starting to come at him. Can he last for the top 8? Benjamin Wood. Lancaster flashing out. Wood, Lancaster, Wood, Lancaster. And getting through there, Guchamushi. So the judges will get the 8 riders to go through to the final. He used his handicap mark very, very well, Ben Wood, to... So the front bunch plus 179, our junior handicapper tells us. So, but what a great first heat, ladies and gentlemen. And it was actually the 2 riders that finished first and second in the Melbourne Cup on wheels in Ben Wood and Lucas Lancaster. So could they be a chance once again in the Austral final?
Well, I think Oscar's done a pretty good job with the handicapping there, Ian.
I tell you what, it's great to have Oscar on board, a young junior. That he was a rider, a young junior rider, but this young guy, he's got a database now. He goes and goes to the carnivals. He watches the performances. He talks to clubs about each rider. And I tell you what, I just hope that Oscar stays around for many years to become the handicapper, because he's got what it takes, because he does his research, and that just proved then how good a handicapper this young fella's becoming.
Woods, Lancaster, Drummond, Brown, Robinson. First 5, Guglamucci, Hilditch, and Emilius. They're your top 8. Heat number 2, Quan, Nussband, Taylor, Douglas Savage, Tutankhamun, Schoff, Whittington, Haynes, Van Hoot, Norris, Woodruff, Kessel, Franks, Freer. David Quan is off scratch, and Sebastian Freer is on 145 metres. So then the handicapper's got to work out the final. Or is it automatic? Explain it to us, Oscar.
The marks in the final will be the same as the marks in the heat. So top 8 or whoever qualify will line up with the same mark as they've just raced on in the final.
Perfect. Well, that reduces the workload.
Riders, attention.
All right, we're underway in the second heat of the under-17, and there's some good pushing going on there. At the front, it's Sebastian Freer. Sebastian Freer is of 145 metres, and he's not a bad rider. Then we've got Josh Franks. Then next it's Kessel, Woodruff, and Norris. So it's Sebastian Freer off the front. Quan has got a lot of work to do, but he's very, very fast. The pace has settled down now at the front, and it's Sebastian Freer, and he's being chased by Josh Franks, and he's being chased by Woodruff. On the back is also Kessel. Quan's made contact with Nussbaum. 2, 3 and 4 are trying to make contact with the 145 mark rider. Now we're getting close together. Freer, they're bearing down on him, and it's Flynn Kessel. Kessel, Franks, and Woodruff. Now it's Tutankhamun. Douglas Savage, he comes around turn 3. He moves and he's got, oh, there wasn't a gap there, but he made one. Now it's Douglas Savage on the front of the race. Angus Withington him as well. The Scrat rider's already there. David Quan's there already. He goes through. Harry Schoff's going with him. You can't give him a big enough gap. David Quan's too strong. Whittington's there, they get the bell. Can Quan hold on? Whittington, Schoff, Franks, Douglas Savage. Coming around the outside is Nussbaum. Nussbaum in the green. Has he got enough? Withington goes. Angus Withington goes to the front. Surely Angus Schoff can't come over the top. Well, it's Withington, Schoff. It's Angus Norris, Douglas Savage, Franks, Quan, Nussbaum. They're all up the front there. Max Woodruff. David Quan did a ton of work. He did very, very well to get contact. He got to the front of the race. He settled in with Withington. Withington took off. Oscar Schoff, the sprinter, then put the pedal down. What about Zach Douglas Savage? It's going to be a killer of a final. Withington, Schoff, Norris, Nussbaum, Haynes, top 5. Franks, Savage, and Quan. Quan just made it.
Great handicapping once again there by the young handicapper in Oscar Moore. Well done, dude. That was a great handicap. And I tell you what, Kwong has got company in the final with Sam Hilditch. They're 20 metres out to Luca Lancaster. So it's not going to be hard there in the final for the back markers. But I tell you what, these limit markers have used their mark very, very well. We've seen that from Ben Wood. So looking forward to the final after the break. Aaron?
Well, Quan and Hilditch working together will make it, as you say, will make it a lot easier, because Hilditch had to expend a lot of energy in that first heat to get onto the back markers. David Quan, very, very strong. He got on very quickly. Very clever, and he counted them off, and he was right there at the right number at the end. But I think, yeah, Oscar gets a pat on the back. He's done very well with those junior under-17 men handicaps. So we're going to do the presentations for the para sprints now. They don't need to hang around waiting. They can have the presentations and they can enjoy themselves for the rest of the afternoon.
So if we can get some assistance to put up the banner, please, if someone could assist here. We can't get Caroline Jones doing, Louise Jones doing all of the work. So just to assist with putting up. So we're looking for the para cyclists in the team sprint to make themselves available for presentation. Thanks. The 3 teams in the para cycling team sprint to be making presentations for them now. Looking for those 3 teams: Maxwell Studholz, Gordon Allen, Matthew Gray, Kyle Willis, David Nicholas, Corey Borthington, Talia Clayton-Goody, Emma Michael and Erin Rowell. I see Max is here. Oh, sorry, Alistair.
Okay, so warm-up will be at 1:15 to 1:45. And after the presentations for the paras, we'll just confirm the finalists for the under-17 men's Austral.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have your attention for the presentation of the para team sprint? Making the presentation, Louise Jones. In 3rd place, and winner of the bronze medal, we have got Talia Clayton-Goody, Emma Mickle and Erin Rowell. In 2nd place, and winner of the silver medals from Queensland, Kyle Willis, David Nicholas and Corey Borthington. In 1st place, and winner of the gold medal, the 2024 Team Sprint Para Champion, a mixed team, Maxwell Studholz from the ACT, Gordon Allen from New South Wales, and also Matthew Gray from Western Australia. We've got our medal girl here, been thrust into the job. Now their medals, they've got their jerseys on. Up on the steps there, riders up on the steps. Ladies and gentlemen, our podium, the 2024 Para Team Sprint, the gold medal, Maxwell Studholz, Gordon Allen, Matthew Gray, the silver, Kyle Willis, David Nicholas and Corey Borthington, and the silver to Talia Clayton Goody, Emma Michael and Erin Rowell. So juniors that have finished racing, handing back their numbers. Juniors that have finished racing are handing back their numbers. And if the juniors wish to stay, they can get an armband, and that will allow them to stay in the venue, but not in the infield. So any junior that wants... So all riders that haven't made the final of the junior Australs, return your numbers, and if you wish to stay, ask for an armband, which allows you to stay standing room only, no seats available, all been sold out. Swaggy's Ice Cream. Come and see Melly. Soft serve, sundaes, slushies, gluten and dairy free, just out there in the foyer. So if you're looking for something a little bit colder than a coffee, pop out and see Swaggy's Ice Cream there in the foyer. Soft serve, sundaes, slushies, some French thing. Gluten and dairy free. I believe there's also soft drinks out there as well. Swaggy's Ice Cream in the foyer, and over in the back straight we have got the coffee. And of course any of you youngsters or anyone else who'd like to pop across there and see Neil van der Kerk, a young entrepreneur who has set up a business called Velo Pro. Velo Pro, and he's got some goodies over there, much cheaper than you would get in any retail outlet. So just pop across, no commitment, to see Neil van der Kerk, the boy from Mount Gambier, and what's he going to be in the future, starting up a business 12 months ago and doing very, very well, a young entrepreneur, and it's called a Velo Pro. Socks, armbands, everything else I believe, so a lot of goodies over there, just in the back straight. So no commitment, just go around and have a look at the prices and what he's got to say, because next you might want to order off Neil instead of going into some of the retail outlets. And
Definitely. Maybe. Might come back. Let's put it down. I might not be fast. I think I'm done with the test. US done there. I'll see it too. Because of that.
So we see the junior riders handing back their numbers, and some of these juniors are picking up their armband, so they want to stay here, but they won't be allowed into the infield after 2 o'clock. So just a reminder to the Austral, junior Austral riders, the session starts at 2 o'clock with the women and the boys after that. So if you want to work out when you eat, when you start warming up, it's 2 o'clock start. 2 o'clock start. That gives you plenty of time now to work out if you need to eat and when you start warming up. And if you want to stay, come and get an armband, because after that you won't be allowed in the centre.
We're just kind of doing it piecemeal, just as the kids are finishing. I'm just going to start. That way we're kind of staging them as an exit as opposed to one big movement. No, so I'm just telling you, sort yourself out. Sort yourself out.
Yes, mate. Where's Tom? We need to get Tom up. I don't know. Wait.
What is the Austral under on the event?
individual pursuiter?
Yeah, definitely something like that, along the lines of the endurance riding. So, yeah, we'll see where I end up with my track riding, whether it be individual pursuit or whether I make it over to the road.
How old are you now, Lawson?
Only just 17.
17, and I tell you what, he's got a big output there, so you might see this boy name and with the AIS in years to come. Well, what's it called now? ARA, is it?
Oh, you know, ARA AusCycling, so that's our team. You know, we're looking for people for the LA Olympics and the Brisbane Olympics. We'd love to have an awesome team for a home Olympics, and I think Lawson did a really, really good job, and he could be an awesome team pursuiter. He's got the height, he's got the physique, and he's got the power, so we'll see what happens.
He's got the full package, so he's only 17. Well done, Lawson, well done. So anyone wants to come across, and if they're tall, strong, and got a big engine, I tell you what. To go to their positions. There'll be 2 riders off scratch, who have just got first aid here, checking some of the riders. There was a fall, and great to see that April Paddy has got up here in the front straight. April from the Balmoral Club. So just having a few repairs to the track, So the field will be number 170, David Kawong from New Zealand off scratch. Number 184, Sam Hilditch from Queensland off scratch. Number 171, Luca Lancaster from Shepparton, the winner of the Junior Melbourne Cup on Wheels on 20. Max Nuspan from the Bendigo Club off 30. William Brown from Port Adelaide off 35. From the Balmoral Club, Zachary Douglas Savage off 40. From Norwood, Alex Gucciamucci off 45. Off 50 metres, the little fella, 177, Zach Robinson off 50. The New South Wales rider, Rab Drummond off 55. From the Fraser Coast Club in Queensland, Oscar Scott off 60. From the ACT, from the Canberra Cycling Club, Angus Withington off 65. From the Balmoral Club, William Emeris off 70. The ex-West Australian, now with the Midlands in South Australia, Chase Haynes off 75. Then out to 90 metres to Alistair Norris from Blackburn. 130 metres to Josh Franks from the Balmoral Club. And the limit rider from Blackburn is Benjamin Woods. So riders rolling to their marks. Limit rider Benjamin Woods, that's him there, number 196. In that magnificent green kit there with the pink socks. Maxi Nuspan off the mark of 30 metres. Luca Lancaster in the blue colours there. He won the Melbourne Cup on Wheels, did Luca Lancaster. The 2 scratch riders on the inside, we've got the very talented New Zealand rider in David Kawong, and on his outside from Queensland we've got Sam Hilditch. Once again, first 4 riders for a rollout, and the call will be riders' attention and then the whistle, so wait for the whistle. Limit marker Benjamin Woods rode well in his heat, used his mark very nicely. Josh Franks has got a bit of work to do to get out to Benjamin Woods. Then there should be a couple of groups then on the track chasing. Riders starting to settle. The calm before the storm. Wait for the whistle. Riders, attention. They're on their way in the under-17 Austral for 2024. The back markers got away nicely, David Kawong and Sam Hilditch. But there's the limit rider going across the light. That is the rider of Benjamin Wood. Further back to Josh Franks here from Balmoral. Then there should be a group including Alistair Donna, or a big group forming up here. And then further back to Luca Lancaster and also Max Nuspan. And the back markers Hilditch and also Kawong. They come down, and I tell you what, a big group out in is going to suit the back markers, because he comes the rider out in front was a Benjamin Wood. Then further back then to Josh Franks. The next group being led along there by Oscar Scott. Going to the saddle now is the rider of Rab Drummond. He's got that group going along nicely, but the back markers have made contact. The back markers have made contact, but the leader, he's going nicely out in front. Benjamin Wood off his mark of 180, and he comes the charge of the Light Brigade. This is Rab Drummond, the flick of the elbow there by the rider of... going up the rider there from Balmoral, swings there up that to the Zachary Douglas Savage. But down the front straight with 2 laps to go, it's Benjamin Wood. Can he last? They come down to get 2 to go, the Tracy group. On the front there is the rider of Luca Lancaster. He looks over his shoulder. He says, where's the rest of them? And Lancaster, he won the Melbourne Cup on Wheels. the juniors, and the fellow out in front was second. Here comes Benjamin Wood at the well. The bell's sound. Ben Wood. Here comes Luca Lancaster looking over his shoulder. Further back's the Rat Drummond. Where comes Kawong? Kawong coming into it now with Hilditch. Lancaster, he sees them coming, but Ben Wood up on the top, Ben, the limit marker. Wood, Lancaster, Wood, Lancaster, Wood, Lancaster, Wood. Oh, Ben Wood from the limit mark of 190 has just lasted to the charging Luca Lancaster. Oh, put your hands together. What a great final for the under-17 boys. He's reversed the results from the Junior Melbourne Cup on Wheels. It was Lancaster that won the Melbourne Cup on Wheels, and Ben Woods was second. We'll have a rest and we'll be back for the first of the senior riders in the D grade scratch race. But it looks like we're going to be doing presentations first of the Junior Australs by what I've got here. We'll just see if that is correct, but the Junior Austral presentation I've got on my program. Great talent in the field there, Aaron. I tell you what, with the women and the under-17 men, all goes well for cycling in Australia.
Yeah, well, it's a fantastic field. And our rider on the limit was able to hold on. They only needed another 10 metres and they would have swamped him. But that's the nature of this type of racing. And our two scratch riders, David Quine and Sam Hilditch, they worked together. They sat in on the bunch maybe a bit long. We're going to do presentations now.
If we get someone to help put the frame up there, to be great for the presentations. If someone could assist to put this frame up here in the centre. There's a couple of helpers there to put the frame up. Oh, I'm too old to lift that. We want a strong man here. Oh. So we want the place getters in both the women and the men's Junior Austral. Thanks for the assistance, guys.
Good on you, Luke. You've broken it, mate.
We will be presenting the top three, but a nice sash, and thanks to Neil van der Kerk over there in the back straight. He's from Velo Pro. He's denoted a nice chainring there to the winner of both the men and the women. A young entrepreneur from Mount Gambier set up his business 12 months ago.
All right, we're ready to do the presentations for the women's under-17 junior Austral. And in third place, from Malaysia, Sauda Binti Hasbullah. In second place, also from Malaysia, Janice Lee Weng Kee. And the winner of the 2023 Austral Wheelrace, 2024 Austral Wheelrace from Blackburn Cycling Club, Alana Lake. Laurie Norris is doing the presentations. And Velo Pro have donated a chain ring. Under 17 boys have not attended rollout. If you're not very quick, you're going to miss out on your presentation altogether, and 5 and 6 will be promoted. If you're in the under 17, you need to get to rollout. There's a very unhappy commissaire over here.
Yes, they were told before the start, first four to roll out. If you're not there instantaneously for a rollout, you'll be relegated, and 5th and 6th will be promoted. So if you haven't been rolled out, you top four, you'll be disqualified, and 5th and 6th will be promoted.
So congratulations, Alana Lake, Janice Lee Weng Kee, and Sauda Hasbullah.
Alana, you have been in absolute scintillating form. Now, that's got to be the biggest event, biggest win of your life.
Yeah, probably.
You can say more than yeah.
I don't have anything to say.
You have, because I remember down at Warrigal, you were down there for a little, as a novice rider, and in the last race of the day, they said, have a go against the other girls, and from there, look where you've gone. What's in the water? What's mum and dad feed you?
H2O.
I tell you what, so really, what's your ambition in cycling?
I don't know, it's fun.
Having fun is what you should do. That's a good answer. Having fun at that age is what it's all about, Alana Lake. Just checking if the rollout is okay before we go on to presentations for the under 17 boys. We'll get the all clear. Now moving on to the presentations for the under 17 men's Junior Austral for 2024. In third place, riding from scratch from New Zealand, David Kawong. In second place, riding from 20 metres from Shepparton, Luca Lancaster. In first place, the winner of the 2024 Austral used his handy mark to perfection from Blackburn off 180 metres, Benjamin Wood. Laurie Norris presenting a nice touch there to young Benjamin, and a nice go thanks to Velo Pro. There's our place getters, ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 Junior Austral, Benjamin Wood, Luca Lancaster and David Kawong. Well done, boys. Oh, there we go. Well done. Thanks to all the riders, thanks to all the parents for bringing the youngsters here to Melbourne this week. It's been an absolute pleasure to have riders from all parts of Australia here. Also the visitors from Malaysia and New Zealand. But every state in Australia has been represented, and that's magnificent. Here's a photo here of the two winners of the Junior Australs, Benjamin Wood and Alana Lake. Stay there. Now, Benjamin. Alana didn't say a word. That has got to be your biggest win ever.
Yep.
That's exactly what Alana said. Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, we know you love your fishing, you love going out with Dad fishing, so cyclists are sort of just a second interest for you, isn't it, really?
Nah, cycling's more important.
Cycling more important than fishing, so have you got ambitions to go on and win a Melbourne Cup on wheels like your father did?
Yes.
Yes, that's the idea. How would it be, a father and son winning a Melbourne Cup on wheels? So well done, Ben. Second in the Melbourne Cup on wheels, first in the Junior Austral. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, we need to keep the program rolling. Instructions. So D-grade riders to roll out. D-grade riders to roll out for their scratch race, which is over the 8-lap journey, a bit of a heart starter for the D-grade riders. And last year's winner of the Junior Austral is in D-grade. Here I see Bryce Nichols. He took out the Junior Austral last year, but now up into the under 19 age category, wearing number 69, last year's Junior Austral winner.
It's a different vibe, and you end up getting very dizzy watching track cycling in the middle, because I reckon if you stand up here, it's much better. But he's started picking up, well, I think there is in black and gold and double A. Yeah.
Can't read WA, but I can see his...
Yeah. So that's our colours.
I thought it might have been, I was like,
let's go for a wander.
Good. Oh no, I've just started. I think it's definitely back. If you want to... Oh yeah. Well yeah, then you can swap with... If you want to swap with...
So we do want the riders in the event after this to be ready to go. That's the C-grade men should be making their way to the area, and then we'll have the women's C-grade. So make sure you know your program and when you should be down there to come onto the track, as we see the juniors are all finished, and now we turn our attention to the senior program. And first up is the D-grade scratch race over the 8-lap journey. Quite a few riders here we haven't called so far. Aaron Liang. Thanks for Aaron, a chop out all week from the Queensland man of many talents. Aaron Lang on the microphone now.
Sam Murphy from Castlemaine leads them out. It's just a short 8-lap scratch race. Big field though. Dungy from Brunswick on the front. He rolls up and I don't have that rider on my... It is Keeley. Keeley out there in D grade, that's cool. Archie Davis from Albury, he rolls off the front. Pretty good pace here for the men. Siriani from Preston leads them down the back straight. He rolls up and onto the front goes Langsmith from Mount Gambier. Can we please have C-grade up to marshalling? In the Velo bike kit, Simon Lee from Shepparton. There's hardly a bike here that doesn't have something from Velo bike on it. Glenn has done an amazing job getting that brand up and running. There's hardly an enduro in the world that doesn't have a set of his bars. Keely Kipkovics, one of the superstars of the Parafield. He's out there. He rides a lot in the Gold Coast. David Mann from Albury now picks the pace up. They're coming around for the bell, and there's a flyer from the outside from 74. Jamison Key from Norwood. They're not going to catch him. The battle is for second and third. Norwood takes out the scratch race. 84 and 76. 84, David Mann second. And then Isaac Silva from Bankstown. He takes out third place. Want to keep the program moving, so if you're a C grader, men or women, you should be in marshalling. These are very short races, they go very quickly.
And just a reminder also, Aaron, all riders to exit in the back straight. All riders to exit in the back straight. And you should be lining up down there at least one event before yours, so make sure you're down there ready to go. You'll get checked off. If you're not there, they'll send you out without you, so make sure they'll be checked off. If you're not there, the race will be starting without you. They get the whistle, they're on their way. This is the C grade. I'll tell you what, it's a pretty handy field for C grade riders. Let me assure you of that. A very short hard starter here, and getting away nicely is the rider of Lawson Fransman. Of course, you want to come across and see Sam de Rider, and on the power, see how much power you can put out there. Very short turns here, 6 laps to go. And there's the rider there at number 67. You see the flick of the elbow there by the rider of Binuk Kulathonka. Just trying to pick these riders up here in a very short event. It's hard to pick them all up because some of these riders haven't ridden, but Daniel Bucknell I see is on the front. Following along there in the red colours is the rider there of Kai Arbery, a very good under-19 sprinter from Mount Gambier. But down the back straight we can see Reuben Smith there in the Brunswick colours at second wheel. He won the Melbourne Cup on wheels recently here on this track. But out of the front straight and going along nicely is the rider there, of course, of Tobias Marzella in the black colours. That would be the rider in yellow there of Bryce Nichols. He won the Junior Austral last year, the rider up the top in the yellow colours. But down with 3 to go, and it's Lawson Fransman that leads out there from the rider of Daniel Power. Power rode very well here in the under-19 on the first day, on the Wednesday, did Daniel Power, having his first ride since then today. But coming with 2 to go, position is what you want. Bucknell, a very, very crafty rider, wearing 46, hails from Ballarat. Round the outside with a big move there, though. They come down the back straight, but Bucknell kicks on the inside. Daniel Bucknell, the boy from Ballarat, he'll come down to the bell, makes every wheel race final going, this fella. And it's Daniel Bucknell that leads out. Now after the hot pursuit of him there is the rider there of Lockie Oliver. Lockie Oliver, the boy youngster. No, and Lockie Oliver couldn't go on it. Bucknell starting to tire. They're starting to charge home. Daniel Bucknell on the inside. He's about to be swapped on the line, I think. Yes! In the middle getting up would be Edward Marks, the tall rider from the ACT in the blue colours. You'll find that Edward Marks from the Canberra Cycling Club has got up in the middle of those other 2 riders to take out the C-grade scratch race. We'll wait for the place sheet to go on the wall, but that was C-grade, ladies and gentlemen. Wait till you see A-grade. Last year there was only 3 grades, but this year we've got D-grade, C-grade, B-grade and A-grade. Last year there was only A, B and C, so great entries here for the event this year. So we'll have the results up on the board shortly, but the bar is open down here. the 126th Annual Wheelrace Bar. We have got Tropical Pale, Thornbury Pilsner, Lil Juicy Hazy Mild, Acid Test Berry Sour, Willie Smith Organic Cider. We've got Prosecco, we've got Pinot Grigio, we've got Rosé, we've got Pinot Noir, and you can pop down here to the bar, and they're located just 1k down the road there in Thornbury, and they're oldest independent distillery in Australia. They're the oldest independent distillery in Australia. So if you like to quench the thirst, pop down here and get a craft drink.
You sure that was C grade? It looked like A grade. Out on the deck now is women's D grade, women's C grade, sorry. The women's C grade scratch race. Eight-lap scratch race, 7 laps on the lap board, women's C grade. Alison Lee, Shepparton Cycling Club, rolls off the front. We've got riders with both numbers facing backwards. That's good if you're in a convoy behind you, but not so good if you're trying to commentate, officiate, or spectate. Rider 28 is not on my list here, but she's from Victoria. So there's a couple of riders off the front here having a good old crack. That's Megan Reid and Ning Chin. A couple of power lifters. Megan is the national champion. So, Chen moves up, the pace slows a little. Megan Reid happy to sit up as well. There's 3 laps on the lap board. A group of 6 riders on the front. Alison Lee from Shepparton takes them down the back straight. That's Emma Mickle, I think, in the Victorian kit, not on the start list here. Spider-Man here in front of the podium, just limbering up. Erin Rao, sorry. Suzanne Straight's out there as well as Quinn Rothenbuehler. They're going to come around and get the bell. They're looking at each other. And the attack comes from Alison Lee, but she's got company, and Suzanne Straits. In behind them is rider 145, that's Megan Reid, as they head down the back straight, and Rothenbuehler will try and get over the top as they come around turn 4 and into the home straight. It's rider 150, Alison Lee, that takes the line honours. She led the whole final lap. A strong performance there from Alison Lee.
Yeah, formerly Alison Bush from Queensland, married Simon Lee. They now live in Williamstown. Of course, being the ex-president of the Shepparton Club, I do know the Bush family. I seen her father here earlier, and but now she is Alison Lee. But a very good performance to take that out from Susan Stratus, of course, from Tasmania. I tell you what, she's won that many events in Tasmania, and I'm sure she'll be back there for the Christmas Carnival, Susan Stratus. Of course, the mother of quite a few children, but she's still got time to ride a bike. So pop into the bar, hop in there for a Pilsner or a tropical pale.
Coming up next, men's B grade scratch. And number 1 listing here in B grade is Tate Ryan, world champion junior. And yeah, good luck. Tyler Tompkins in B grade.
Bottom age under 19 rider, world champion.
Toby Jones in B grade.
This is an A grade field at any carnival, but we're here at the Austral. The likes of Tyler Tompkinson will be riding the Madison tonight. We've seen how good Matthew Davison's been, the boy from New Zealand. Barley McDonald also from the ACT. 8 laps to warm the legs up for later on. So they go out of the straight. That is the rider there from China. Niu Peng. So the pace is solid from the start. This is the top B grade field. Going through underneath now and setting the tempo is the New Zealander, a former New Zealander BMX champion, that is Luke Heine. The Kiwis roll off the front, so short turns here, they're looking for position. And Lucas Sanders, the little fella also from New Zealand, goes high on the track. They're all looking for a wheel to be on with 2 laps to go. They don't want to be back at the end of the field. So they're looking, that's why they're swinging up. They're looking to place themselves in a position at the bell. They don't want to be back there at last wheel with 2 laps to go. That is for sure. So you see some of the more experienced riders, they know where they want to be with 2 laps to go. So that's why they're all up the track. They know the ability of all the riders. So, but Tate Ryan, number 24, if it comes to a sprint home, he will be unbeatable. That's him in the red colours, back towards the end of the field in the red colours. World champion at under 19s in the red colours. He's up against some experienced race riders here though, but he is a very fast man on wheels. 2 to go, and he's well back there. He's on the 1-1 line though. He switches off wheels now to Tate Ryan. But this is a classy B grade field. Lap and a half from home, a lap and a half to go. They'll come and get the bell, and they're settled up to the run to the line. They get the bell up on the outside, going to the front with a very, very good ride, wearing number 271. I haven't got him on my program, but Tate Ryan, the youngster, can't go on with it at this stage, because this is the classy B grade field. Up on the top in the Malaysian, challenging into the front straight. It's going to be tight. They'll go to the camera in the middle. It's going to be the rider. They're getting up in the middle of Barley McDonald from the ACT. He got up in the middle to take that out. He's been riding in good form here over the week, and Barley McDonald, the boy from Canberra, will take out the B grade men's scratch race. We'll wait on those final results, but you can say the rider in the middle, number 37 in Barley McDonald.
McDonald, Rickard and Andre Dubier, first, second and third. What are they riding at? 60 k's an hour? 65 k's an hour? Please exit on the back straight. There's beer down in the centre. There's ice cream out the front door, and there's coffee on the back straight. You've got everything covered. Women's B grade now coming out onto the track. Oh yeah, yep. All right, they get the whistle for the start of the women's B grade scratch race. Ava Schmidtke rolls straight up. Morella, Willis Hell. Lilith Jones now. Hayley Jack. Nicole Duncan, Amelie Sanders. First we've seen of Amelia Mulhern.
finish that. This is hard to film. It's really floppy in comparison to the others, isn't it?
Back to Marilla.
I'll swap that after this.
Emily Walker out there as well, an additional rider to the list. Rider 143, she goes. Walker goes to the front now. Anna Dubier down on the sprinters lane, keeping an eye on everyone. She's got Hayley Dell with her. In behind her is Nicole Duncan, then Ella Liang, then Hayley Jack. The youngsters have got something in mind. Hayley Dell goes to the front. The under-19 riders in a line. Walker just off the front. It's Nicole Duncan chasing. She'll roll up. Ella Liang rolls up. Hayley Jack rolls up. Now it's Lilith Jones and then Scarlett Sybil. Walker still on the front, keeping the pace relatively high. 2 laps on the lap board. Not far to go in this B grade race. Scarlett Sybil chasing. Liani Vanderberg there as well. Pace is starting to pick up. They come down the straight. It's Walker on the front. Sybil second. Sanders is there as well, as is Duncan. Duncan comes around the outside. Duncan trying to get over the top. Scarlett Sybil right up there. And it's rider 128 that holds on. That's of course Liani Vanderberg. A great ride from her. She takes out the women's B-grade scratch races. All eyes up to the scoreboard to see. And great to see April Paddy. She's up and walking. Not particularly happy, but she's okay, which is good.
Well, I just did that little one because that's a rotation and that's fine. And this one I just did gently. If you undo it too loose, it just goes whoop. And that's what I did the first few ones. I'm like, whoop. And it was like really hard because everything would move this.
And maybe we can get away from
this one here fractionally. And then you'll feel it.
interstate personality, Peter Macri, who's at the top of the 200-metre mark. He's down here as
it's also really set up.
Of the junior hospital, half of the podium spots were international riders, so that's where they can come back and do something.
The women's league riders, the A-grade boxing, but I'll tell you what, we're going to be in retreat. And people who have arrived early to watch the afternoon session before the big events tonight, they're going to see some magnificent racing before we get into the UCI Kairin and also feature the wheel races. And I'll tell you what, they're going to put on a show for you, ladies and gentlemen, all throughout the afternoon and night as we turn our attention now to some of Australia's best riders. Number 1, Callan O'Brien, last year's Austral winner and also winner of the National Madison last year with Graham Frisley. He's got a new partner this year in the Bendigonian in Blake Aguiletto. Number 2, hails from West Australia, John Carter. Graham Frisley. He was crowned the National Omnium Champion last night by 1 point over Liam Walsh. Connor Lay, Australia's top individual pursuiter. Sam Gallagher, he's won 2 Austral wheel races as Sam. And look, the list just goes on and on and on. And this additional starter here, he's gone from B grade to A grade, is Alex Hughes. Alex Hughes has gone up to A grade. On his performances yesterday, he's been lifted to A grade by the handicapper Laurie Norris. So on the front, going along nicely, is the additional rider in the, it's a very small field, so a lot of these riders in A grade have opted not to ride here. They're waiting for the heat of the Austral. So, okay, there's quite a few scratchings here. Getting excited. Here again. Molly Foster is the rider. Bring up the track now. Would be Oscar Gallagher. I was getting excited yesterday at the under-19 Omnium, and I think I raised the roof with commentary with Oscar Gallagher. They will have an half-lap sprint to snatch the gold medal. This way, they've got a field here for 7 riders. Australian record on the under-19 individual pursuit for Sam Washington. He goes on the back of the field. We're coming in two to go. And it's not on the marks on him as they go out of the straight. That's the rider there. I don't know. On my program, number 29. Heads down the back straight. Come around the side to get the bell. Bell about the south. Where's the challenge coming from? They're coming thick and fast. Around the outside goes Jack Dollar, the little fella. Dollar, he heads fast. Look at Alex Hughes on his downside. Dollar, Hughes, Gallagher getting off wheel. It's going to be Alex Hughes, and then down the outside, Oscar Gallagher. Oh, Hughes is taken out from Gallagher. Getting up the third, there would have been Jack Dollar. Next week's up, he went to Australia. And a great tussle yesterday in the Omni of those two, Alex Hughes and Oscar Gallagher. But it was Alex Hughes on that occasion that has taken out the A-grade scratch race of Oscar Gallagher. And then first take that Jack Dollar, Sam Washington, tied off around there at the top of five.
Well, Alex Hughes is a superstar. Couldn't get himself a ride on the road here in Australia during Belgium. I don't know if that was oversight or what it was, but our loss in the game, but he's got a great experience there. He's just gone from strength to strength. See this weekend, just the depth of talent is in these young under-19 girls.
Of course, he is an Australian national champion under 17 level, Alex, and I tell you, the boy that will get one in the future, a lot of talent there in the Melbourne up there in Gold Coast. His Belmont dominates Queensland, but from the Gold Coast.
How many text messages I get when you mention Alex Hughes from the Gold Coast?
They don't like to go on. Maybe he might not want to convince him to go to the Belmont Club.
All right, now we have Wiggins A-grade. Kira Will at the back there with Sally Carter. You don't think Sally Carter will feature in this race. She's very quick. You were the big hitters in this particular race. There's bigger fish to fry later on in the program. But still, very good field. Nordmeyer off the front and yep, another Kira Wheel that goes to the front. Keely Bennett. Sophie Marr. Claudia Marks. Now Sally Carter. 8 laps, very short. Kira Wheel. Linda Bailey. Linda Bailey rolls up to Ella Sibley. So there's a good pace happening there, short turns. These short straight races are pretty much a sprint from start to finish. Couple of riders out there, but start with Sophie Marks on the front now. She rolls up to Keely Bennett. 5 laps on the lap forward. Claudia Marks. Sally Carter. Isla Carter. Belinda Bailey. We're in a different kit today. Keely Bennett now rolls up. Claudia Marks, Canberra. Then Sally Carter. Sally Carter will never be accused of taking too long a turn. She turns she rolls straight off the front. Terry Jonko from South Africa out there also. She's in green kit. 2 laps on the lap board. 2 teammates. Not on the front there. Sophie Barr and Belinda Bailey. Now, they come in out of turn 4 and it was Sally Carter probably started a little far back. She had the goods, and she started a little far back.
Sophie Marr, what an exceptional young rider back in 2022 at the National Senior Track Championships. She took out a gold medal in the Madison with Cindy Stewart, a gold in the scratch race, a gold in the individual pursuit, a gold in the Omnium, a gold in the elite pursuit. That was on the track. Then given up to Ballarat for the National Road Championship, a gold in the road race, a silver in the criterium, and a silver in the time trial. So that was back in 2022. That was Sophie Marr, young girl in the DIS. That was a very courageous win. They challenged her in the front straight, but she kicked back in the sprint lane. Motorbike coach Barry Woods, ex-president of the Brunswick Cycling Club. Of course, he's seen his son Ben take out the junior Austral, so he's got to be one happy dad. First heat of the UCI men's Kairin. Of course, it's hard to get a UCI event in Australia, and of course Tasmanians had it over there for a couple of years. It's great to have an event here. And Tony Tour, one of the stock UCI clubs there, so just explain to the people, Tony, the idea. It's hard to get a UCI event in Australia.
Yes, it's just an opportunity here for a lot of the sprinters in the region to come to Melbourne as part of the tour. So we need a number of countries on the start list. So run with Kairin and classify with the UCI. The first we've done quite a while in advance, but also registered to the event listers. And then with the opportunity for riders on the start list, so they'll accumulate UCI points and go to accumulation, particularly from some of the other nations. It'll be quite important to applications for the next games, etc.
So you must accumulate enough points to get into that.
I think that's what we're doing. Probably better off
No worries, but it's good just to explain to people who aren't aware of UCI events. Of course, only recently have they been held in Australia. And we're on our way, and leading them out, ladies and gentlemen, riding number 237 is the Pocket Man from Malaysia, Zil Arman, the first Malaysian ever to wear the rainbow jerseys at a World Championship. He did that in Hong Kong in 2017. He leads out. On his wheel there, we've got the boy from New Zealand, Jackson Russell. Further back in the blue colour, Daniel Farmer, ideas been in sensational form here in the sprint events earlier on in the week. Lee Hoffman, what an absolute superstar. Lee Hoffman. So there we go. As a pool with the Malaysians, wearing number 243, looks like there's no Theo Lust. I didn't see number of the rider on the program, number 12. And after 3 left, the motorbike comes on.
I feel like if you're in the front, you're more likely to lose.
Jackson Russell,
you want to be second or third.
Just laying off there. We've got the rider there, Daniel Farmer. Coming at the bell about to the sound after 2 laps. That is Theo Last there at third wheel. Then further back to Daniel Farmer and has a wheel on the top plate. But look at him go now. This is Daniel Farmer around the outside. He goes for home. Now R1 kicks on the inside with this very strong rider from New South Wales. He goes for home, Daniel Farmer. R1 down after him and further back to Jackson Russell. They're going to two strong. Over to you, Aaron.
All right, heat number 2. Liebernecht, Pollard, Amirali, Akmal and Saar. Safwain's not here, unfortunately, so we've got 5 riders in this heat. Detailed instructions from the commissaires. Unfortunately, only one of them speaks English, so but they've nodded. That's the thing to do when you don't understand it. The commissaire just nod. First wheel is going to be Ned Pollard. He's on a massive gear. Winds it up. That's second wheel.
There's 6 laps.
Akmal, third wheel, and then it's Liebernecht. Great to see Max up on the balls, and then Saar. So when you're on the dirty, you're not allowed to leave a gap between riders when you're on the first 3 laps. No definition of gap. No prescriptive definition of gap. A very strong Amirali. The dirty comes on. Pollard's on the top. Amirali second wheel. Keeping it very close side. Max Liebernecht now there's a move from the back from Saar. He's moving up on Max Liebernecht and Pollard. And just looking around to see what happens. But it's on at 250. Saar goes around the outside. He's absolutely flying. There's a long way to go yet. We haven't got the bell yet. They get the bell. Pollard gives it a well. Look at him go. Then they hunt him down. Max Liebernecht is caught. He's trying to get a wheel. It's going to be too late by the time it's the second Malaysian second. Max isn't going to have enough time. Saar wins it. And a fantastic ride from him. Malaysia second. Max Liebernecht third. That was, of course, right around 245 seconds. Akmal. What about the pace? 10.39 the final 100 metres. That is smoking. Came from the back like an absolute water. On to round 3.
Lead 3, and of course you'll be wanting something to cool you down. Not bad in the boy there, the Swaggy's ice cream. They've got soft serve, Sunday slush, gluten and dairy free, and over the back straight. Nice coffee, latte, cappuccino, whatever you like over in the back straight. And of course, in between the break lines, you have up there is a display of the Austral history, thanks to the History and Heritage Committee. Displayed there just beside the plane that comes through the main door there. Riders coming out now for heat number 3. Down the bottom, we have got the very fast man in top Cornish. Going up the third wheel, strongly built Queenslander in Byron Davies. Ben Carpenter, West Australia. Liam Kavanagh, New Zealand. And the 2 Malaysians, Zonas and Sharu. In their instructions from the world's top UCI officials. inches. Passing area there. And that's the order they come onto the track. They must stay in that position for the first lap. Of course, in the Kairin, nowadays you can't come past one of the motorbikes until they come off the track. It used to be you couldn't go past the rear wheel of the motorbike, but now happy to sit at the back. Byron Davies, very fast man up from Queensland at fourth wheel. Just in front of him. Down the back straight. The bike's come off, he's just controlling it from the front. You can see they're laying off him a little bit, that means they're not right on his wheels so they can switch off wheels. Cornish looking over the right shoulder. Kavanagh having a look. Bit of a move now from the Queenslander, Byron Davies. Cornish seen him coming though, because he's his main threat, one would think. They'll come this time and get the bell, and Cornish leads out here. Byron Davies, and around the outside, the Malaysian. He's on the burst of Malaysian in Zonas. Cornish leads, Zonas up on the outside. Only 2 to go through to the next round. Cornish kicks on the inside. Not getting a run up the bank, Davies. It's going to be a 3-way go. Oh! I think you'll find Cornish and Davies will go through to the next round, but flashing through there, just missing out, I think you'll find that it's going to be Zonas, number 247. They have just missed out there. They go and have a look at the camera, but what great racing. Tommy Cornish. Of course, you can pop down here if you like a refreshment. If you want a refreshment, might be a bit early in the day for some don't start drinking until 5 o'clock, others start any time, but you can pop down here. Well done. I'd like to be over there with you, but yes, pop down and have a crafted cider or something else down here. Great racing, of course, here on the boards. It won't go anywhere in Australia. Entertainment like this for the cost. Next heat coming up, and Aaron Liang from Queensland will be calling the action. This is a great here with Sam Gallagher, twice winner of the Austral. Of course, Ryan Elliott, we've seen him, what he's done, as well as a sprinter. So over to you, Aaron.
Thank you, Ian. Gallagher, Rowley, Papadakis, Mann, Elliott, Long and Trovis. Seven riders in this field.
I'll do the calling as Aaron's got to go and try to fix up the live streaming. So Aaron Liang just trying to get the live stream working again. So I'll do the calling of this one as well. As leading out from the pole position will be the rider there of Ryan Elliott, the Queenslander. And Ryan Elliott up behind the bike. As you can see, is delayed on the YouTube. So just having a few issues apparently with the live streaming. So Aaron Liang will be attending to that. Second wheel there is Nicholas Papadakis from the Blackburn Club at second wheel. John Trovis. Blake Long has acquitted himself well throughout the watch out for the New Zealand rider there, and Jared Mann from the Hamilton Club over there in New Zealand. And Sam Gallagher in the BIS colours back there at fifth wheel. Twice winner here at the Austral Wheelrace. The bike comes off. So out of the straight goes the very quick youngster in Ryan Elliott. Papadakis on his wheel. See the New Zealander at fourth wheel having a watchful eye. Gallagher hasn't made a move yet, a very, very talented young sprinter from Victoria. So 2 laps to go, and it's still Ryan Elliott controlling. So down, they go for it now. He caught him by surprise. That was a good move there, and he'll come down and get the bell. This has been a good move. First two to go to the final, and going out there is John Trovers. Trovers leads out. Now Gallagher switches off wheel. 2 to go through to the second round. He's got a bit of work to do though, Gallagher, but they're going to swamp the ride around in front. Trovers is about to be swamped and coming down. That's going to be a good ride there by Ryan Elliott, and Sam Gallagher will go through to round 2. Trovers led out. I thought he might get there, but the other 2 charged home to take out that heat.
Ryan Elliott, ladies and gentlemen. Get shares in that while they're still cheap. All right, we move to the first of the ladies. Kairins, heat 1. It'll be Kerry Jonker. Christina Clonan on the fence, the queen of Australian sprinting, and she is in the Australian kit. National champion 5 years in a row. Kerry Jonker from South Australia is in second wheel. Second from the fence. Jonker, Aliana, Clark, Clonan, Ho and Amira. Journey's on its way. They get the whistle to get onto the back of the Derny. You can see the size of the gear that these girls are pushing. Selena Ho, Thomason Clark and Christina Clonan in particular. So if you're new to the Kairin, it's 6 laps. It started in Japan. It's the first lap you have to stay in your position. The next 2 laps you have to stay behind the Derny, which is the cycling word for a motorbike. Used to be a motorised push bike. After 3 laps the Derny comes off and then it's a scratch race for the final 3 laps. Whilst you're behind the Derny you're required to not leave a gap. Christina Clonan at the back. Wait till you see the acceleration that she has at the end of this race. The Derny's coming off. Malaysian rider Amira. On the front, Selena Ho, then Clark. Then Eliana. Eliana and Anise go to the front. Selena Ho, second wheel. Clonan just starting to bring the pace down the back straight. She's got it on tap, and coming from an enduro background, she can go long as well. So Christina Clonan, not one to leave things to chance. Selena Ho now is coming down the back straight. She wants to put some pressure on. She's not going to get close enough. It looks like she's going to secure. But Christina Clonan takes the first heat. Selena Ho second. And then Anise takes out third place in the first of the women's UCI Kairins.
Yes, a dominant display there by Christina Clonan, the 25-year-old from the Sunshine Coast Club. Of course, born up in Maryborough, so she's been a Queenslander all her life, but we go back to 2018 when she was an endurance rider. She won the 2018 Austral Wheelrace here in Melbourne, defeating Alexander Martin Wallace and Amy Cure. In 2018, she took out the National Madison Championship with Macy Stewart. She came back in 2019 and won the Madison with Maeve Plouffe. And also in 2019, she won the Bendigo International Madison with Alex Martin Wallace. But after missing selection for the Tokyo Olympics in 2018, she turned to sprinting, and the rest is history. From 2020 on, she has become the national sprint champion. I tell you what, after Anna Mears, of course, retired, along with Carly McCulloch and Sophie Morton, the South Australian, that Christina Clonan has become the sprint queen of Australia. And of course, she holds a Bachelor of Business at Griffith University, majoring in property development and real estate management. So when she hangs up the bike, she has got a career in property development, real estate management. So she set herself up well for the future, has Christina Clonan. Second heat. At this stage, the second best sprinter in Australia would be the youngster from Bendigo, the 20-year-old Alessia McKay. That is her drawn up the second top there, Shane Kelly looking after Alessia. Good field here. Christina Perkins, of course, is the wife of Shane Perkins. She was Christina Bailey before she married Shane in 2019. She took out the Western Australian Sprint Championship last weekend, did Christina, down the bottom of the track. Good field here. Once again, first two through to the second round. Molly McGill been riding very well. Emma Stevens, the youngster, a very good young sprinter from Queensland. And that's Molly McGill getting up the third wheel. Christine Perkins leads out. That's the way they drew. That's the way they must go for the first lap. Behind the, as Aaron said, the Derny, but it's more of a motorbike here on the track here. And Christina Perkins leads out. The youngster from South Australia at second wheel, Morella Willis-Hell. Then further back, Molly McGill, they're looking over her shoulder at third wheel. Right back to the rear at this stage is the young Bendigo rider, Alessia McKay. Fourth wheel there is the rider of 255, that's Sophie de Beers from New Zealand. In the yellow, we've got Indiana Lysart, the West Australian. Then we've got Antang Yong, the Malaysian. Alessia McKay and Emma Stevens. So the bike comes off and the Ever Alert all around the outside. She wants to take lead from the front as the New Zealander in the green colours. But Indiana Lysart in the yellow colours of West Australia. You can see now Alessia McKay going out wide to get a clear run at them with two to go. And it is the rider there leading out is Indiana Lysart. But now it's going to be the youngster, the 20-year-old from the Bendigo club up there in the Goulburn Valley. And she's going to come around and get the bell. It's Alessia McKay. Gets the bell, first two to go through, and look at Christine Perkins that's up on her wheel. Then flashing home is going to be the rider from Queensland. Only two to go through. Oh, she's flashing home, Molly McGill up on the top bend into the straight, and she'll come around the outside here for Alessia McKay and going down and taking it out. A good ride there by Molly McGill, taking it out there from Alessia McKay. What a great ride there by the rider there of Christine Perkins. Of course, they've got Perkins training over there in Western Australia, Shane and Christine, with two lovely children. Been having a talk to Shane throughout the last 4 days. And Shane's back on the block as well. And Shane rode a handy 10.08 over in Western Australia, around the 36 of years age. But I think you'll find it's McGill that took that out from the rider of Alessia McCaig. We'll look on the scoreboard. And of course, by that
the results are McCaig first.
McCaig, yes.
McGill second and Perkins third.
A great ride by Christine. She won't mind me saying she's 40 years of age. And that's a great effort from a Masters competitor. But she still rides the elite and really just got back into cycling. So there's still big improvement left here in Christine. And don't be surprised if you see Shane Perkins. Of course, he defected to Russia and over there, and he was picked in the Russian team for the Olympics in 2021. But because of travel arrangements, how much it was going to cost to get back for flights, etc., they didn't go on with it, the Russian team. So, yeah, great racing, but we'll turn our attention to the next heat. Aaron?
Thank you, Ian. Kalinda Robinson, Lauren Perry, Yasmin Jackson, Jackie Menglamore, Iza, and Anne Yong from Malaysia. There's a big carnival happening in Malaysia on the first week of May. And the Australian Under-17 development team will probably be heading over there again. There'll be a few countries involved in that this time. Some of the under-19s thinking of heading over there independently as well to be part of that. And hopefully there might be some Kiwis over there also.
Riders that are qualified the Kairin to report for a bicycle check, please. So all riders that have qualified for the Kairin, please report for a bicycle check down here at the scoreboard end of the velodrome. That's the northern end.
All right, Kalinda Robinson's going to be on the wheel. And Anne Yong, second wheel. And then Lauren Perry, Yasmin Jackson, and then the second of the Malaysian riders. No Jackie Menglamore out there, unfortunately. I think that's Iza that's on the back. Kalinda Robinson, a picture of concentration as she stares down at the front of the moto. That is Iza on the back. And the first Malaysian in second wheel. Lauren Perry, third wheel. Yasmin Jackson. Yasmin Jackson from Canada. Out of turn 3. The Derny's going to come off this lap. Kalinda Robinson on the front, controlling the race, 2 laps on the lap board, no change at the moment, although just as I say that, Iza from Malaysia goes for a scream around the outside. It's a long way to go, but she's already out to a handy lead as she comes out of turn 4 down the main straight. Kalinda Robinson looks over her shoulder. It's all to do. She's wondering if she's going to get some help. Lauren Perry now trying to come out on third wheel, but it's the Malaysian rider has gone out to a massive gap, a really great attack, and she's got to take it. What a ride from Iza. Kalinda Robinson and Anne Yong. Well, what an attack. That was all over. That was all over very quickly. Quick change of batteries, thank you, Ian. And that is the end of round one of the men's and women's UCI Kairin heats. And we move now back to our graded races, starting with our D-grade men's points race.
Yeah, just a reminder, all the riders that qualified for the Kairin, could go and have a bike check, thank you. Bike check down here at the, just after the finishing line, the northern end. It's probably not quite north, but up at the screen that's showing all the results, report down there with your bike for a bike check, thank you, if you ever qualified in the top two. This is a straight out points race for the D grade, because later on we'll have a points elimination event. And we'll have to explain that one to you, because it's a little bit different than a straight out points race. As riders roll out for the D grade event. Bunch it up, thanks riders. Bunch it up before you get the whistle. Over the 12 laps journey, and the whistle sounds. So there'll be 4 sprints, and on the front leading them out there is the rider of Sam Murphy from Castlemaine. He goes high on the track. Gee, it's going to be hard to pick some of these riders up in this big field that we haven't seen all week. I get the bell. This is the first sprint coming up. 5, 3, 2 and 1. And leading out is the rider of Yang Kelly Flanders from Blackburn in the white colours. Who wants the points first up? 5, 3, 2 and 1 for the first lot of points. As they come into the front straight now, they've had the bell. 5, 3, 2 and 1. It's 14, 76, 13 and whatever that number was. As you'll see the results go up onto the board. The results of the first sprint. Jamison Keys picked up the 5. Isaac Silver the 3. Tard Sindel the 2. And Bryce Nichols the 1. That's Bryce Nichols swinging up the track there now in the yellow colours of Castlemaine. We're wanting the C-grade ladies to be ready for their points race. The C-grade ladies to be warming up, thank you. Bell, next sprint coming up. Next sprint coming up, and first rider away there was Shay Dunsey. Shay Dunsey heads into the back straight. Who wants the next lot of points? 3, 4 across the track up on the top bend. They'll come into the front straight to pick up this lot of points. 5, 3, 2, 1. And picking up the 5 would be a good ride there. I think you'll find taking that out was Jamison Keys again. I think you'll find he'll go to 10 points unofficially as they go down the back straight. And the results of sprint 2 will be up on the board shortly. Jamison Keys from Isaac Silver and Simon Lee, and the Langsmith, the rider Patrick Langsmith there, picked up the 1 point from the Mount Gambier club. So there's been a bit of a charge on here. One rider's gone off the front, and once again will come around and get the bell. More points up for grabs, more points up for grabs. And going along nicely there is the rider of David Siski from Canberra in the black colours. Ain't just only in the 3, 2 and 1 points. I can see Bryce Nichols up there in the yellow colours. But this rider here in David Siski from Canberra will come down and pick up the 5 points, Siski. Picking up the 3 points will be the rider there of number 70. That is the rider there of Jamie Buckley, the youngster from Mount Gambier in Ballarat. In the yellow colours there is the young boy from Castlemaine there in Bryce Nichols. As they come down this time to get 2 laps to go. 2 to go, and right around the outside goes Jamie Buckley. Hails from Mount Gambier, one of the nicest places in Australia, over in South Australia, of course. The Blue Lake and all the other assets at Mount Gambier. Just down the road, Port Macdonald, South Australia's largest crayfish capital. I get the bell. That's the rider there, the bell sound, and around the outside goes the rider there from Mount Gambier. Number 70, the rider down the back straight in the black colours is the leader. Then further back into the rider of Siski, who's going to get, but here comes the 5-point leader down the front straight. Taking that out there is the rider of Jamie Buckley. Further back then to David Siski, getting up for 3rd on the outside. I think you'll find that'll be the rider of Jamison Keys. But when they add all the points together, I think you'll find the overall winner of the D-grade points race will be Jamison Keys from the Norwood Club in South Australia. we'll just wait on those results. Got very efficient judges and timekeepers here. So riders know they must exit the track in the back straight, not rolling around warming down on the duck board. They must exit in the back straight. Straight to the back straight to exit, thanks riders. We want to keep the program tipping along. C-grade points race now for the women. C-grade points race for the women. That'll be followed by the C-grade. So the C-grade ladies getting checked off down there in the marshalling area by Laurie Norris. Crowd starting to build up because, as we said, it's a total sellout with seating. And if you get checked, you must be able to show your ticket that you're sitting in a seat that you have purchased for this big event here in Melbourne. C-grade points.
All right, 12 laps for the women's C-grade points. Points every 3 laps. All right, the women's C-grade now coming out. Alison Lee leading them out. Harnetti second wheel. They get the whistle, which means that the race has started. Reed in third wheel. And then it's straights. Rothenbuehler in the orange. Harnetti rolls off the front. Megan Reed in the pink. And then Suzanne Straits from Hobart Wheelers also in the pink. Rothenbuehler in the orange. They get the bell for the first of the points, and on the gas is rider 148, Ning Chen from Blackburn. And Chen's gone out to a convincing lead as she comes out of turn 4, slings out of turn 4. She's going to get maximum points for the first. Very powerful rider. Suzanne Straits over the line second, and then it was Alison Lee, followed by Rothenbuehler. So Chen rolls up, and then they start to bunch back up again. 8 laps on the lap board. Joe Somerville from Wangaratta, second from the back. They get the bell again. They're coming out, it's Chen, but it's Alison Lee on the front that's holding them off at the moment. Alison looks like she'll get maximum points as they come down. Emma Mickle out there as well. Hope Harnetti got herself into the points, as did Suzanne Straits and Rothenbuehler. 2 sprints to come. Lee, Rothenbuehler, Harnetti and Straits. Lee still on the front. She leads with 7 over Chen on 5, Straits on 4, Rothenbuehler on 4 and Hanetti on 2. They're going to get the bell again. Rothenbuehler goes over the top of Lee and she's got Suzanne Straits with her. Coming around the outside is Hope Hanetti. She's not able to get over the top just yet. Rothenbuehler looks like she's going to hold on to it. She comes out of turn 3, slings out of turn 4. She's putting everything into this. The elbows are out and she's going to take maximum points. And a smile from Suzanne Straits, who comes over and they're straight onto the brakes. Hanetti rolls through to the front. There's going to be one more sprint. Two laps on the lap board. One more to go. There's some tired legs out there. Lee leading on 8. All right, Rothenbuehler leads out. Rothenbuehler leads out. Then she's got Straits with her. And coming from behind now is Megan Reid. Can she get all the way over the top? Megan Reid, she wants to get the line on her. She comes over the top. Rothenbuehler looks like she's going to hang on for second. Lee gets first. Very close between Alison Lee and Suzanne Straits. So we'll have to see what the places end up, second and third. It was Lee that was leading with 9 after 3 sprints of 4. So we'll just wait for Neil Hamey to put the results up. Well, looks like they're going to be very quick. Megan Reid getting that last one over Rothenbuehler. Bush then Straits. Rothenbuehler takes it with 12. Lee second on 11 and Straits third. Then Reid and Chen. All came down to that last sprint. Ian.
Sometimes it does, Aaron, but just a bit of interest here. The rider riding down the front straight in a moment. Here she comes now in the pink colours. She hails from Tasmania. She's the mother of 5 children, about to become a grandmother. And I tell you what, about to become a grandma.
Men's C grade up on the boards, Ian.
Yes, what a great field here in the C grade. This once again is just a straight out points race. And the men's B and A grade and the women are going to be a points elimination. And we'll explain that to the people what a points elimination is when we get to that. But the magnificent setup there, the lounge. Look at the lounge. What a place to come down and watch the racing here in the lounge. The nice green carpet, the greenery trees, the table set out magnificently. And of course, you have got the oldest independent brewing company in, I believe, Victoria. They get the bell, first sprint. And the rider leading out there is Liam Galtman in the blue colours. About to be challenged though. Where's the challenge that's going to come from Galtman? He's been riding very well in the blue. He kicks back in the sprinter's lane, but he's going to be, he maybe kicks back in the sprinter's lane. He'll pick up at least the 3 points, because picking up the 5 points from the Preston Club here in Melbourne is Tobias Marzella in the black colours, who goes high on the track. Oh, and losing position there was Galtman. He going right back towards the rear there is Galtman. Transman leads out. Taking up the running now is the rider there of Lachlan Oliver, the youngster from Tasmania. So the bell once again about to sound. Leading it out from the front is the rider there of William Mathwin from Norwood. He's about to be challenged. Look at Daniel Bucknell 3 wide from Ballarat. And Daniel Bucknell, he just comes down and eases off the pedals and picks up the 5 points, or 3 points on the outside there. I think you'll find a Neil van der Kerk, the youngster from Mount Gambier in the green colours. And just watch out for Daniel Bucknell in the wheel race. A Masters rider, that's him dropping back there in the yellowy colours, number 46.
I think you'll find your left
Too close. So coming down the bell once again, who wants the points this time? And it's going to be young Lockie Oliver that leads out. There's Davy Siriani. Down the back straight. Bucknell looking for more points. Can he get a run off the bank? That's him at third wheel now. He comes off the bank, he cruises down, but no, in the middle. Picking it up would be the Edward Marks from the ACT. Bucknell to the top of the track would have picked up 3 points. Down the bottom would have been Lachlan Oliver. And Marks has gone on with it. He rode very, very well here yesterday in the Omnium. He didn't make the national Omnium field, but he took out the Constellation Omnium. And he's joined there by a very good pursuiter from Carnegie Caulfield there at second wheel. That's Lawson Fransman. Talented young rider, Fransman. The bell about to sound. Final sprint coming up. And it's Marks that leads out from Fransman. Lachlan Oliver. Xavier Serrani. Serrani's been collared, but down the back straight. Fransman's gone to the front. Fransman goes to the front. He'll pick up the 5 points this time in the final sprint. And Fransman comes down to take out the 5. Interest in the 3. In the middle, it'll be the rider there of Jeremy Cannon from New South Wales, riding for the Neo Club up there. And you'll find that Jeremy Cannon will go across and take out second in that sprint. So that's the C grade men. And we'll get the results for you shortly when we add all those points together. But the youngster from Carnegie Caulfield, Lawson Fransman from Jeremy Cameron, Edward Marks, and the Mount Gambier rider in Neil van der Kerk picked up the 1. They'll add all those points together. And Fransman on 8, because he went across the line first there, from Edward Marks on 8, Daniel Bucknell on 8, and then further back to Tobias Marcella. But even though there's 3 riders on 8 points, it then goes to the final sprint. The order they come across the line, you call it a count back.
Right, just to let everybody know, in the stands, this area with the tables, it's not a VIP area, it's a general admittance area. If you're in the velodrome, you're more than welcome to head into that area and get yourself a beer. You can see there's 2 Balmoral people. They are as far from VIPs as you're ever going to get, and they are allowed in there. If those 2 guys are allowed in there, anyone's allowed in there. So if you would like a beer, head down the tunnel, up the right-hand side, go into that area and help yourself. The lounge. Help yourself to a beer in the lounge. So just confirming, that's not for special people.
Yes, you can leave your seats. There'll always be a seat for you when you go back because you've got a ticket. If you want to come down to a cold Prosecco or maybe a Pinot Noir, come down to the lounge.
Scarlett Sybil rolls off the front. Quite a few of our under-19 ladies not out there in this points race, conserving a bit of energy. Some of them have had quite a big championship already. Walker rolls off the front. Amelie Sanders. Liani Vandenberg. And now rolling off the front is Lucy Hall. They're all up high. No one wants to go to the front. It's a 16-lap points race. They're 2 laps in. Now sneaking off the front again is Hayley Dell. She's got a wonderful way of just sneaking off the front. She doesn't flag what she's doing. She doesn't get out of the saddle. She just puts a bit of pressure on the pedals and just slowly sneaks away. We've seen her do it on 3 or 4 occasions. She said to me yesterday, "Oh, I'm not a track rider, I'm a road rider." She most certainly is a track rider. She's a fantastic cyclist, and she snuck off again. Scarlett Sybil is trying to do the chasing, and Amelie Sanders coming over the shoulder now. Amelie Sanders might even get all the way. No, Hayley Dell's going to hold on. Hayley Dell, Scarlett Sybil, Amelie Sanders, and then possibly it was Lilith Jones there. or it might have been Liani Vandenberg. It was Lilith Jones that picked up the point. A very short points race. Amelia Mulhern from Brunswick. She's got herself a couple of mates and they're off. Anna Dubier being one of them. Hayley Jack also one of them. Hayley Jack's been off the bike for about 6 months. She only recently just got back, but she's quickly getting into form. Hayley looks over her shoulder. Amelia Mulhern's there. The three girls working together, but putting a lot of effort in. Rider 137, Lucy Hall from Bendigo. She's in charge of the chase, and she's got Amelie Sanders with her and Vandenberg as well. They're holding out. They're going to get the bell. Dubier looks over her shoulder. Amelia Mulhern. Now they've caught up. There's 6 riders all together. It's Lucy Hall that's on the back of Mulhern, but Anna Dubier's not easy to get around. She's a talent. Here comes Amelie Sanders, one of the best riders in the country, but she's not going to have enough to get maximum points. She is going to pick up third. It's going to be Anna Dubier, Hayley Jack, Amelia Mulhern and Amelie Sanders. I think Amelie Sanders got into third place. She did. Amelia Mulhern then gets a point. There's 7 laps on the lap board, and it's Lilith Jones doing Lilith Jones things. She's off the front again. She's out to a very quick lead. What a break. So just trying to see there what the points are, but Lilith has gone out very quickly and she's already out to a massive lead. Amelie Sanders doing the chasing. It's almost half a lap. Lilith Jones looking comfortable as she goes around the top turn. Maybe the gap increased just a little. Hayley Dell leads, Anna Dubier leads, Amelie Sanders, 1, 2, 3, then Sybil, then Hayley Jack. Lilith Jones gets the bell. She's going to get the maximum points. She's looking quite comfortable. Not much sting in the chase, but just as I say that, out of the saddle is Anna Dubier. She wants the points. They're coming over for maximum points now, down the front straight. Lilith Jones, she picks up maximum, and she's just going to keep going for the next 4 laps. Meanwhile, second and third, second's going to be Mulhern, Dubier, then Hayley Jack. Hayley Dell now is jumped on the back of Lilith Jones. Just Hayley Dell just getting instructions. She's not allowed to assist. Anna Dubier on the front of the chase. Scarlett Sybil, Hayley Jack. Vandenberg's there as well. Sarah Berger, Lilith Jones. They're not going to catch her. She's not going to catch them. Dubier leads 7, leads Jones. Lilith Jones looks like she's going to win this one if she can get around. She's got 2 laps to go. It's a big ask, but Amelie Sanders is having a crack. Lilith Jones, she's going to take this out. She's going to cruise, and it's Amelie Sanders who's off the front. She wants the points for second. Then it's Dubier, Vandenberg. Then rider 153. That's Hania Jackson. But here comes the winner, Lilith Jones. She gets line honours. That should be enough to secure the victory. Now second place, Amelie Sanders. And now coming down over the line, Vandenberg and Dubier. A great attack there from Jones. That should be enough. I don't know if there's double points or not on this, there are no double points, so we'll just wait and see. Dubier was 7, Jones was 6. Yeah, that will be enough. Hey, mate. Scott McGorry is in the building. Quite a few under-19s not there. Ella Liang wasn't there. Schmidt, Kribar, Caitlin Rose. Final sprint, Jones, Sanders, Vandenberg, Dubier. Lilith Jones takes the win with 11. Anna Dubier 8 and Sanders third on 7. Hayley Dell and Haley Jack 4th and 5th.
Yes, a dominant performance there by the 17-year-old from Bendigo. That's Lilith Jones. She's an endurance rider with a lot of ability. At the Victorian Championships this year, 2014, she won the gold in individual pursuit, the points race in the Omnium. And of course, over those longer distance, she's very hard to beat, the 17-year-old Lilith Jones from Bendigo. A great competitor, and she's taken out that women's event. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have got the B grade points elimination. Now, with the B grade points elimination, after they sprint for the points of 5, 3, 2 and 1, next lap around, the last rider is eliminated. So if you happen to pick up 5 points for the sprint and you drop to the back of the field and your last rider, you're out and all your points go. So they're on their way.
If you're looking for anyone from Queensland, you'll find them in the bar.
So a very interesting event this, especially over a longer distance where you've got sprints and then elimination. So the leader leading out nicely there is the rider of Lucas Hermie from New Zealand. So coming around, the bell sound. So the first lot of points now up for grabs. The first points. Oh, and right around the outside, a big move here in the sassy colours, looking for the 5 points. And coming to the front straight, picking up the 5, 3, 2 and 1. But it's going to be taking up the 5. Is the rider there of Tate Ryan, the very world champion. Next time around, the last rider across the line is eliminated. Next time around, the last rider is eliminated. So who's in trouble at the back? If it's the rider that got the points, he's out. But no, it's not going to be the rider. It's going to be the rider. Number 27 has been eliminated. Matthew Davison, you're out of the race, Matthew. Matthew Davison, number 27, you have been eliminated. Still riding, Matthew Davison, you have been eliminated. Tate Ryan, you're still in it, Tate. You are still in, but he doesn't want to go on with it. But number 27, Matthew Davison, you have been eliminated. This is a points elimination race, and he's still at the back of the field. The bell coming up for the next lot of points. On the move there is the rider of Toby Jones from Queensland. And Toby Jones is going to come down. Oh, flashing home, no. And it's Toby Jones that took it out, but coming home quickly was the Gold Coast rider there in Luke Ricketts. Luke Ricketts. Next time around, the last rider is out. He had self-eliminated that young fellow. That would have been the rider there of Jonas Shelvington, who had a foal. All those riders are still in there in that group. All those riders in the group are still in. 5, 3, 2 and 1, and then the last rider. There's your leader though. That is Luke Ricketts. Goes down the back straight, looks over the shoulder. They're starting to come at him now. But Luke Ricketts up on turn number 3 into the main straight now. Ricketts gets the bell once again. Who wants the next lot of points? Oh, big move around the outside there now by James Gardner, the New Zealander. No, but they kick up there in the back straight. Gardner didn't go on with it though. He might get into the points. They come into the front straight, and taking out the 5 points that time will be the rider there of Dubier. Andre Dubier from the Lidcombe Auburn Club. Gardner would have picked up the 3 points, and we'll see those results go up onto the scoreboard shortly. That's Dubier from Gardner. The New Zealander in Jaime was 3rd, and Alex Eves from Tasmania would have picked up the 1 point. And the rider coming down now has been eliminated. The rider eliminated is number 38, Luke Ricketts. He picked up points, but now he's eliminated. He's the breakaway leader. He's gone for home, and that'll be young Sam McKee. He's not on the program, but that's Sam McKee, number 273 from Tasmania. And he'll come into the front straight now, will be the rider of Samuel McKee. McKee leads at the bell. A youngster from Tasmania, and he's on the burst. Where's the minor points coming from? Around the outside, but kicking strongly there with number 37 is Bailey McDonald. He rode well earlier. He's from the ACT, but he's your winner down the front straight of that final sprint. It's going to be Sam McKee that takes out the 5. Bailey McDonald will pick up the 3. Picking up the 2 there will be the rider of Toby Jones. And I think finishing there would be Luca Sanders from New Zealand. May have picked up the 1 point. That was the final points for that sprint, but that doesn't mean they're the winner of the event until the points are all added together, and then the winner is declared. The next group to roll onto the track will be the women A grade. Quite a few people now coming down to the lounge here. A magnificent setting there at the lounge. Don't forget outside you've got Swaggy's ice cream for soft serve, sundaes, slushies, everything else. Gluten and dairy free out there at Swaggy's ice cream. A coffee in the back straight if you'd like a coffee. Of course, we've got to give the Quest Ivanhoe a mention. The Quest Ivanhoe, later on tonight, we'll see the running of the 126th running of the Austral Wheelrace. Thanks to Quest Ivanhoe, the closest accommodation to DISC just up the road there in Ivanhoe. Hotel surrounded by local amenities and train station within walking distance, and it's only 10 k's into the CBD by train. Members rates, so if you're a cyclist and ring up to make a booking, say that you're a member, a cyclist, etc., or down here for competition, but then why only stay when there's competition? Why not stay if you come down for a holiday? Affordable accommodation and very, very spacious rooms. So that's the Quest Ivanhoe, and I tell you, if you talk to anyone that's been to the Quest, they'll highly recommend the Quest Ivanhoe for your accommodation. So out of the straight goes the South African there in the rider of Kerry Onka. This also is a points elimination. So after the first sprint, the next rider who was last around is eliminated. So the field is a little bit smaller because the Madison riders haven't come along at this stage. So they're saving themselves for the heats of the Austral because they've got some big racing with the Madison later on. So coming down the front straight, and it's going to be on the, it would be the rider of 121. That is Hannah Bayard. Of course, Hannah now lives in Australia. She lives here and she's a member of the Brunswick Club. But for this event, she's riding as a New Zealander. Hannah Bayard, leading him out. 122's been eliminated. Kerry Onka. 122, Kerry Onka eliminated. So after every sprint, the last rider across the line, the next lap, is eliminated. So if you pick up points and go to the back, you're in trouble of losing your points. So leading him out. So we're down now to a group of 7 riders. Once again, the bell sounds. Next set of points up for grabs. Sophie Marr, Keely Bennett at second wheel. A move around the outside. 5, 3, 2 and 1 coming up. And we can see Belinda Barley at the rear, but she's safe until the next time around. Who picks up the points? Hannah Bayard picks up the points on the outside. There would have been the rider of Curly Bennett. And Bennett goes up on the outside there of the New Zealander Hannah Bayard now. Some of these girls have just come off a very big road season in the National Road Series events. The last rider across the line is eliminated. 106 has been eliminated, Sophie Marr. One of the probably the favourites for the event, Sophie Marr, has been eliminated, number 106. Pace goes off. Big move around the outside now though, and that's the rider there of Summer Nomia from Norwood Club there, and she's gone for home here as Summer. And up on the top bend, no interest at this stage to chase. And once again the bell sounds, so Summer's out after some points with number 127. There's the chase coming there from the rider of Curly Bennett. Belinda Barley from Bendigo there in the VIS colours goes up to her wheel. 5 points. Will she last here for the 5 points? Yes, she will. And Summer Nomia comes down and takes out the 5. The 3 will there go to the rider of Curly Bennett. 2 to the rider of Belinda Barley. And the last rider across the line this time will be eliminated. Will it be the rider there in Hannah Bayard? We'll have to wait and see, because the last rider is eliminated and lose their points. They come down the front straight. So 3 riders have formed out in front. Oh yes, I think it is. 1-2-1, the New Zealander Hannah Bayard has been eliminated. Loses some points. So this is the interesting race. It's called a points elimination. So these riders are still in. Someone with no points might win this yet. Bell sounds, 3 riders will be contesting the points, and then one of the riders there coming to the straight now will be eliminated next lap. One of these riders now will be eliminated next lap. 3 riders, they've had the bell. Kicking is Curly Bennett. Curly Bennett kicks out into the front straight, and Bennett will come down and pick up the 5 points. Belinda Barley the 2. Summer Nomia will pick up the 2 points. And picking up the 1 point here will be the rider crossing the line now, be Ella Sybil, I think. Number 110, Ella Sibley. Here comes the leaders. Belinda Barley from Bendigo on the blue bike. Swings up to allow the South Australian in Summer Nomia. And they're sprinting here to see who's going to be eliminated. (134) is the rider. 134 has been eliminated. 134 eliminated. So Ella Sibley is still in the event in the red, but there's the leaders going down the back straight. Taking up the running now. Summer Nordmeyer there at third wheel. They get the bell, and leading out is Curly Bennett. Nordmeyer sitting there at third wheel. Belinda Barley having a good look at her. Now Bailey goes for the final point. Bailey leads out Nordmeyer. She's the only danger one would think of. They're kicking back Curly Bennett into the front straight, and the Bendigo youngster, and Belinda Barley will come down and take it out from Nordmeyer. Getting up for third there would have been the rider of Curly Bennett, and coming around shortly to pick up the 1 point will be number 110 in the red colours. That'll be Ella Sibley from the South Coast Cycling Club over there in South Australia. And Ella comes down now to pick up the 1 point. So we'll wait till all those points are added together, and then we'll be able to
men's A grade, points elimination. Up next, and then we've got the repechage. Is that right, Ian?
looking at the provisional results, it looks like Curly Bennett is taking out the points race elimination. Points elimination, looks like Curly Bennett. They're the provisional results up on the board. Keely Bennett on 12 points. Summer Normia on 6. Belinda Bailey on 5. Round out the top 3.
All right, there's not going to be any A-grade points elimination race. Pretty much everyone has pulled out and saving themselves for later. So, just reiterating, there's no event 39. The men's A-grade points elimination race won't be happening. So in 5 minutes, we'll be starting the UCI Men's Repechage 1.
Yes, and in this, the first rider across the line only will go through to round 2. The rest will pack up. So it's only in the repechage events for both men and women. The first rider in the Kairin repechage will go through to join the other riders. So in most of them, you've got 4 riders in the first constellation. You have got Jared Mann, Blake Long, Zonas, and from New Zealand, Jackson Russell. So those 4, one of those will go through to the second round in the second heat. K.O. Lart, Connor Rowley, Ned Pollard, Finn Carpenter. In the third repechage, Nicholas Papadakis, the Iran cyclist in Gannad, Leanne Kavanagh, and also for Malaysia, Hazabula. Then in the fourth repechage, Max Libanek, John Trovers, and Zheng Cheng Chang.
Well, now's an opportunity to go and get yourself an ice cream. Go down to the back straight, get yourself coffee, or you're more than welcome to come down into the centre and grab yourself a brew.
Yes, there's a good range of craft beers. There's also cider. You've got Prosecco, Pinot Grigio, Rosé and Pinot Noir. There's Chappie Crisp, there's smoked almonds. And of course you can pop out there to the foyer and pick up a soft serve, sundaes, slushies, etc. out there at Swaggy's Ice Cream. Gluten and dairy free. And of course, up there as you come through the doors, there's a magnificent display from the History and Heritage Committee. There's a double display board on the concourse there. Photos of the finish of the second ever Austral held in 1888, racing penny farthings at the MCG. There's also a photo and story of 1901 Austral in which the notorious plugger Bill Martin rigged the race and the bookmakers lost £30,000. Another photo is of an 1898 Austral in which the winner, Tom Finnegan, used the prize money to open a bike shop in Melbourne and started selling the brand he created, and later would become a national icon, Melbourne Star. See a copy of the program of the 1908 Austral and learn how the now famous race actually began. And there are other scenes of Austral racing at the turn of the century around the MCG and more interesting information of the period. So I highly recommend that you, in the break, have a look there at that double display board with all the history of the Austral wheel race. Thanks very much to the Committee of the History and Heritage.
Ian, I'm just in the lounge and I'm at the Brisbane table at the lounge. I've got, we've got some Gold Coasters here as well. Yeah, I'm at the Queensland table in the lounge, Ian. And I'm here with Ian Jones. Ian, you're having an organic apple cider from the Huon Valley in Tasmania.
If you search really hard, Alan, you can find 4 of the 5 food groups in this delightful drink. So I'm preparing for my bike ride in 2 days' time when I get back to Brisbane.
Your annual bike ride. And we've got a craft beer here. De Franks, what are we having?
Some kind of delicious session ale.
Oh, you get all sultry when you're on the microphone, doesn't he? He's usually got such a high-pitched voice, and then he get the microphone, and all of a sudden he's Barry White. What about you, Dusha? What are you drinking?
It's a light.
It's a light. Well, Dusha's drinking a light. All right, we come over to the ladies. Holly, what are you having? You're having a Riesling or something?
Pinot Grigio.
Oh, Pinot Grigio. All these rich cycling families having Pinot Grigios. And anyway, there's some great drinks over here at the lounge. You might get an opportunity to meet Peter Macri as well. the Fat Banana from Brisbane, so come on down. There's wonderful coffee on the back straight. We've had about 35 of them yesterday, and the soft serves are fantastic. So support the local businesses that are supporting the cycling today, and you're more than welcome at the Queensland table over in the lounge.
You didn't sneak in for a cider, did you, Aaron?
My body's a temple, and I don't drink, Ian.
Well, I hope they're still open at 11 o'clock tonight, because I know what? I'm sick of drinking water.
We don't want you drinking, Ian. That's the last thing we want. Anyway, if you only just arrived, let you know that you're, everybody that has an entry ticket is welcome into the lounge to grab a beer. That's if you're over 18, of course. Right, the first repechage, event 40A, is going to be Man, Long, Fadhil and Russell. The first rider only will go through to round 2. Journey on its way. 4 riders here, Man, Long, Fadhil and Russell. First rider through to round 2.
On their way, this is the first repechage. As we said, only the winner to go through to the final. And they'll come around to get 5 to go. Leading them out will be the Western Australian. I can see the colours of Blake Long on his wheel. We have got Fadil Zonis. Then it'll be Jackson Russell, and also there is Jared Mann. First only through to the second round. The rest have got to just concentrate on the other mass events. 4 to go. And as you can see in the Kairin, the pace so it's still the rider there from Western Australia in Blake Long. The bike comes off now, you can see. Looking over the shoulder is Blake. He's got the rider in Fadil Zonis, the Malaysian. All the winners of this repechage through a bike check. All the winners of this repechage to a bike check. So leading out, looking over the shoulder, is the rider there of Jared Mann. Jared Mann from the Hamilton Club. And coming quickly, the Western Australian. He was being very impressive the other day. And this is Jared Blake Long. He's on the move. Where's the challengers coming from? Will it be the rider of Fadil Zonis? And also winding it up now is Jackson Russell. Down the back straight. They're coming quick. The Malaysian goes up on the outs. It's a 3-way go in the straight. And the Malaysian in the middle. And he'll come down and he took it out by half a wheel. And that's the rider of there, Fadil Zonas, and he'll be required, John, for a rollout. John Beasley, he's required for a rollout. The winner only for a rollout of the repecharges.
All right, up next, K.O. Lart, Connor Rowley, Ned Pollard and Finn Carpenter. And as we've said, only the first rider will go through to round 2. Fadil, fantastic ride there. He was under a lot of pressure from Jackson Russell, but he held him out. Now, repecharge 2. K.O. Lart from New Zealand, Connor Rowley from Ireland, Ned Pollard and Finn Carpenter from Australia. That's Finn Carpenter in the red, K.O. Lart in the blue. Connor in the black. Ned Pollard in the belted Galloway kit. Only the winner goes through. Connor Rowley has some support in the stands. Journey's on its way. They get the whistle. Connor will be on the bike. Carpenter, second wheel, and then Lart from New Zealand, and then Ned Pollard on the back. The first rider will go through to round 2. Connor just making some adjustments there on the way around. No change in positions. Connor Rowley, he'll want to get through. Ned Pollard is very quick. Lard is keeping a good eye on him. The Derny comes off. There's 3 laps to go. Pollard gets a little bit of height. Pollard now goes around the outside. There's a little touch there. Connor looking over his shoulder. Whoa. There's a little sketchy out there. It looks like the New Zealander has the ascendancy at the moment. He comes, slings out of turn 4. He's going to have enough. They get the bell. There's still a long way to go. Pollard went very early. Is he going to be able to hold on? The Irishman comes around the outside. Has he got enough? Has Connor got enough? They come down to the line. No, the New Zealander holds on. Very close in the end there. Standing in the wrong place. I hope it wasn't Pollard over the top.
Yeah, great racing there. I tell you what, it's great to see Connor Rowley back racing. He hung up the bike. Of course, he went across and with dual citizenship over there in Ireland. He was trying to qualify for Paris, Connor Rowley, but didn't make the cut with the Irish team. So came back to Melbourne and decided, look, I'll just get into some coaching and hang the bike up. But it's great to see the Connor Rowley, a former junior world champion. Connor Rowley as an under-19 rider, and it's great to see Connor back. He mightn't have got through there, but he gave it a great effort. But great to see, he's had no training whatsoever, he was telling me. That's him, number 42, Connor Rowley. Just missed out on some, he got cut from the Irish
So congratulations to KO Light from New Zealand. He will progress to round 2. Next repechage up now, Ian.
Yes, and the winners need to come for a bike check. The winners for a bike check of each repechage. They're on the track now for the next one. The 4 riders. Winner only through to the second round. Winner only through to the second round. Nicholas Papadakis, the rider from Iran. Gadad. Liam Kavanagh. And from Malaysia, Umar Hazabullah. Bike's on its way. Whistle sounds, and that's the order they must stay in for the first lap. And leading them out here is the rider from Iran, Amarul Ganahad. Great to have a rider from Iran competing. And there's a UCI Kairin event. The winner to go through to the next round. That's Gadadad leading out. The Malaysian there in Hasbullah in the black colours. Nicholas Papadakis and Liam Kavanagh, the New Zealander. So one more lap before the bike comes off, and it is the Iran sprinter. Leads them down the back straight. You can see riders just leaving a bit of a gap. They just so they can switch off wheels. The bike comes off. Now they can change positions if they wish to. You see a bit of a move around the outside there by the rider of Nicholas Papadakis in the Blackburn colours. He switches off the wheel of the Malaysian, just backing off a little to have a run at them. So 2 laps to go. Yes, a move from the back now from Liam Kavanagh. Kavanagh's gone a long way from home. He went with 2 laps to go. Has he got enough petrol in the tank to bring it home for the final lap? Papadakis is the one challenging. They get the bell. Papadakis up on the outside of Kavanagh. Then further back to Malaysian Hasbullah. Down the back straight. He's finding plenty as the New Zealander. The New Zealander kicks again in the sprinter's lane, and it's going to be the rider from New Zealand, Liam Kavanagh. And Kavanagh takes it out there from Papadakis. Then further back to Hasbullah and Kahad. The final repechage will be coming up. The 3 riders, Max Libanek from South Australia, John Trovis from New South Wales, and Jai Chang Chang from Malaysia. Winner for a bike check, thank you. That'll be Liam Kavanagh. KO Larch, you haven't reported for a bike check, the winner of the last repechage. And also we need Liam Kavanagh to report for a bike charge. It looks like that the first repechage winner has been bike checked. Heat 4 coming up. Max Libanek from South Australia. That's him coming onto the track now with Josh Harrison. Coming up now, John Trovis in the blue colours, and high on the track, the Malaysian, Jai Ching Chang. Nice warm day inside, so plenty of ice creams and Slurpees, etc. outside. So if you're looking for a cold refreshment in the ice cream nature, that is just outside in the foyer.
Dooney's on his way, last of the men. Leading out Max Lieberneck, then the Greek Falcon, John Trovis, and then Jai Chang in the floral number at the back. Three riders would desperately want to get through to round 2. 1 from 3, not bad odds. John Trovis looking very aero as he heads down the back straight. Max Lieberneck is quick, but probably prefer not to be rider number 1. Doesn't make a big difference with only 3 riders. It's 3 laps to sort that out. Durney has the indicator on. The Durney's coming off. Lieberneck keeping a good eye on Trovis. Chang on the back. Pace has dropped just a little. Two laps on the lap board. Trovis out of the saddle. Now Trovis gets out of the saddle. It's a drag race for the last lap. Chang comes up. Whoa, there's a touch. Wow, how did Chang stay up? That was amazing skill to stay on his bike. Max Lieberneck has the ascendancy. Trovis is going to try and come over the top. Lost a lot of time with that big touch of wheels. And what about Jai Chang? A big touch of how he kept the bike up.
Yeah, great bike handling skills there by the Malaysian to keep the bike upright after that little touch of wheels up there on turn number between 1 and 2. But the South Australian in Max Lieberneck goes through to round 2 and he needs to come for a bike check. Next up, we've got the first repercharge of the women. We've got a field of 7. We've got Australians, South Africans, Canadians, Malaysians in this field. So we've got a mixture of riders from different countries here. Lauren Perry, Australia. Indiana Lysart, of course Lauren from Tasmania. Indiana Lysart from Western Australia. Barella Willis-Hells from South Australia. They're the Australians. From Canada, Yasmin Jackson. From Malaysia, Anis Rozizi, and also An Ye Yong. In this, the first 3 to round 2. The first 3 to round 2, ladies. So the first 3 to round 2. Crowd building up. If you've been here earlier, you've seen some magnificent racing already. Wait till you see the finals of the Kairins. Also the heats of the Austral for men and women. The final of the Austral. And of course then the 2 National Madison Championships. So I hope you're in for a big afternoon and night. They're set on their way. And that's the order they must stay in. And it's the Western Australian leading out there in Indiana Lysart. The South Australian there in the darker colours is Barella Will Hallis. Then further back to Lauren Perry, hails from Launceston down there in Tasmania. Then further back then we've got the 2 the Canadian. Where's the Canadian rider? Looks like she may not be there. So we've only got 5 riders, not 6, so it looks like, and no Kerry Onka as well. So the South African's not riding it. And I don't think you'll find the Canadian is riding it. So we've got the 2 Malaysians, the 3 Australians. So down the front straight, It is the Australians, 1, 2, 3. Lysart, Willis Hell, just laying off them there is Lauren Perry, laying off them even further, giving himself some room to run at them. So this time the bike comes off in the front straight, and is the West Australian, Lysart. But now a move around the outside by Anis Rosizi, a very talented young girl from the Malaysia squad. Lauren Perry's the one trying to go around to make contact here, though the first 3 go around through to round 2. The first 3 go through. Oh, look at the move from the Malaysian here. This is An Yi Yong. An Yi Yong goes whoosh right around the outside as she'll come and get the belt. The belt about to sound, only 3 to go through, and it's An Yi Yong that leads out. Then further back, then Lauren Perry and Lysart. It's going to be a good duel between them for the 3rd place. Up on the top bend, and it's An Yi Yong. An Yi Yong leads out here from also Rosie, and then coming home for 3rd is it going to be Lauren Perry? Yes, Perry gets up for 3rd, just ahead of Indiana Lysart, and then further back to the youngster Morella Willis Hell. So it was the first of the repercharges for the women. Top 3 through to the 2nd round.
Thank you, Ian. Up next, Emma Stevens, Eliana Thomason-Clark, Sophie De Vries, Christine Perkins and Anne Yong. Anne being looked after by her husband, the one and only Shane Perkins. And great to have Shane back out on the boards again. And Shane Perkins has won the Austral. Himself of 15 metres. Emma Stevens will be up on the fence. Sophie De Vries next. The Derny gets the thumbs up and heads around. The first 3 riders will go through to round 2. Eliana will be in behind the Derny. Anne Yong, 2nd wheel. Thomason-Clark, Perkins, De Vries and Stevens rounds out the field. 3 riders will go through. There's some firepower, and look at the position of Eliana in behind the Derny. And I predict Eliana is going to go long. Two laps down. Derny coming off. Eliana on the front. De Vries goes around the outside. De Vries picks the pace up. Thomason-Clark trying to hold position 4. Emma Stevens coming up round the outside. Emma Stevens is going early. Is she going to go all the way? Yes, she is. She's picking up the pace. Emma Stevens off the front. Where's the response coming from? The response is coming from Eliana from Malaysia. Eliana is in 2nd wheel. Emma Stevens on the front. Can she hold on to it? Eliana coming over the top. De Vries is in 2nd wheel. Perkins out of the saddle. Eliana from Malaysia. Can she hold on? She comes out of turn 3 into turn 4. Eliana's going to go through. De Vries is going to go through. Perkins is going to go through. Well, how about that? Fantastic ride there from Eliana Azizan from Malaysia. And what about Christine Perkins? Going through to round 2. Fantastic effort.
Yes, well done, Christine, and of course her husband who was holding her there, that's Shane, of course. He did run the Austral here in 2009, Shane Perkins, off the 15-metre mark. So Shane, he's back riding again after having some fun as a bodybuilder, but now he's back on the bike, and it was great to see Christine, formerly Bailey, but now, of course, Christine Perkins go through to round number 2. Now, a lot of people are asking, at least especially the elite riders, what the heck is a hare and hound race? So I have tried to explain it to a few groups. So what it is, it's broken up into 2 different groups. One would say that the better riders in the field are lined up on the fence in the front straight. They're called the hounds. The hares come out and roll around together, not on. Okay, there may be a change to that with not sure how many riders are going to front. They are straight out scratch races. That stops the confusion. Straight out scratch races because not sure how many riders will front up. So at this stage, a lot of riders have been saving themselves for the Austral heats. So it's been now decided as a straight out scratch race, starting off with the D grade men. And then after the scratch races, we'll be having the first of the UCI Kairins round 2, heat 1. So we've got some scratch races. Big field of D-grade riders coming onto the track. And the rider leading him out there from Castlemaine is Bryce Nichols. David Mann there from Albury Wodonga, who had a good race first up when he was second in the 8-lapper. This is also another 8-lapper. By G, they've been sent on their way, and the youngster from Castlemaine, so it pays to be lined up early there on the fence because you'll be the first out of the chute. Because over 8 laps, if you're out the front, it's a good position to be. And David Mann was up there nice and early. Number 77, that's Patrick Landsmith in the black colours at second wheel. Had a tumble yesterday, did the Mount Gambier rider. He goes to the front now, does Landsmith. Does a short turn, swings up the track. Another short turn, they're peeling off there as they come down the front straight. And it would be the rider from Castlemaine swinging up. That is the rider of Sam Murphy. The pace quickens momentarily now. There'll be Shay Dungy. Starts to quicken up now a little as they come down to get 5 laps to go. 3 down. There's Angelo Siriani. Angelo Siriani in the red colours, looking for a place here, and he finds a spot there at third wheel. There's Angelo Siriani from the Preston Club here in Melbourne. And Siriani just happy to lead on the front. Bit of a move on the outside there now. And that's the rider of Archie Davis. Archie Davis, a strongly built rider, will come around to get 3 laps to go. Straight out scratch races they are from now on. And leading him out is the rider there of Archie Davis. Swings up the track. And once again it allows the rider there of Angelo Siriani. We've seen his young boy ride here very impressively over the last few days. But he leads it out here, does Angelo Siriani. Up on the outside, taking closer order there is the rider of Simon Lee in the black colours. Simon Lee leads out, happy to lead out. Oh, big move now. There's moves coming from behind. They come and get the belt. Simon Lee, oh, the bit of chopping there. And out of the straight goes the rider there. And this is, he's been dominating this category. And that's Jamison Key. Jamison Key took out the points race and he's going to come down and make it a double here on the boards in Melbourne. Jamison Key taking it out, flying home for second there was the rider of Isaac Silver from New South Wales Club of Bankstown Sports at the conclusion of the D grade scratch race, and we'll just wait for those results to go up, but he's been dominating the D grade here, has been Jamison Key. So because of not sure how many riders will front, has been now turned into just being a straight out spats race where the Hares and Hounds was like a pursuit, a team's pursuit, where you'd have the faster riders starting on the fence, the slower riders would then probably have half a lap start, and then they would have to chase. But because of that, it's been now turned into a scratch race, Aaron. So results coming up shortly as we turn our attention to the women's C grade.
Women's C grade up next, and as explained by Ian, it's not going to be a hare and hounds, it's just going to be a scratch race, 8 laps. Jamison Key, Isaac Silva, David Siski. 1, 2, 3. Just waiting for the C grade ladies to come out. They come out of the pen. There's some action coming up this afternoon, this evening. The National Madison Championships, the Austral as well. 2 very special events held down here in Victoria. The ladies are out.
No, I can't. I can't. I'd love one. Stay here till it's finished and I'll have one.
Hope Harnetti on the front. Rothenbuehler second wheel. Alison Lee from Shepparton now on the front. Emma Mickle out there as well. Megan Reid from Blackburn in the pink. She rolls up. 6 laps on the lap board. Jo Somerville from Wangaratta on the front. She rolls up, and now it's Suzanne Straits from Hobart Wheelers. Nin Chen on the front. She's very powerful. She's got one big attack in her. If she times it right, she's unbeatable. Hope Harnetti rolls up. Rothenbuehler now rolls to the front and up over the blue line. Ning Cheng. Emma Mickle moves to the front now. Chen on the sprinters line. Then it's Megan Reid. Third wheel, Alison Lee. And then Suzanne Straits, Harnetti, Rothenbuehler. And Megan Reid. All right, 3 laps on the lap board. They're winding them down. Will there be an attack? Or will it be another sprint finished? Chen is not taking any chances. She's staying right up the front. She likes to attack from the front. She's just got raw power. Harnetti coming up on the sprinters lane, round turn 4 in the yellow. Jo Somerville sitting in second wheel. Coming down the back straight. When they come around, they're going to get the bell. I think you find it's going to be Ning Cheng to attack. No, it's Harnetti who attacks. Harnetti attacks. And Mum's second wheel, Suzanne Straits. Hanetti and Suzanne as they go down the back straight. Can Mum get over the top? Hanetti comes out of turn 4. She's got enough. Here comes, she looks over her shoulder. She's on the other shoulder. Hanetti holds on. A great ride there from Suzanne Straits. And we'll wait to see who picked up third place.
Yeah, a small field in the C grade women, but very competitive racing there by the ladies. So well done to all the C grade women. All of them are fronting up for their events. So it's great to see that the C grade women. But she's a talented young rider, the young girl from Castlemaine, Hope Hanetti. And she took that out from a lady who's about to become a grandma. Unbelievable. 5 children. And I tell you what, she has won many a wheel race in Tasmania. I've been over there calling the Tasmania carnivals for many, many years now, and she's always been a great competitor at the Tasmanian carnivals. I think she's won the Rosebery St Helens wheel race. I think she won one at Burnie one year I was over there. And a lovely lady. She did have 2 daughters, little daughters that we used to started riding. I remember one of them had a bad fall up at the Bendigo International Carnival one year, one of her younger daughters, and I think now they've gone, one of them I remember last year over in Tasmania in the running with the like the little athletics. She was competing as a runner, one of Susan's daughters. That would have been the younger of them, but she's got an older daughter who's going to present her with a baby. But on their way, we're looking now at the C grade men. C grade men. They're sent on their way by Karen O'Culligan. Over the 8-lap journey once again. And leading them out, they're a flick of the elbow. That is the courteous thing to do. They let them know that you're swinging up the track. Scott McGrory, of course, teamed up with Brett Aiken to take out the Madison in 2000, and great to see Scott and Brett here today. So 2 great riders, Scott McGrory and Brett Aiken, who won the Madison in Sydney in 2000.
Formerly great.
Former great rider. Well done, Scott McGrory. On the front is the tall rider from the ACT, that is Edward Marks. Edward Marks swings up the track. He's no longer with the Ballarat Club, I've been told. This is Daniel Bucknell leading out, swings up now to allow the rider there of Kai Arbery, a young sprinter from Mount Gambier there in the red colours. You can see the rider going through underneath there. Lawson Fransman was very impressive earlier on. And that's him at second wheel, or leading in the sprinters lane here is Fransman. Up on his outside there is Tobias Marzella, number 17, switching off wheels there. Haven't got him on my program, but as they go down the back straight, and they'll come around to get 3 laps to go. The pace quickens, looking for position here now. Around the outsider move now. This is by the youngster from Tasmania, from the Launceston City Cycling Club. This is young Lachlan Oliver. Oliver's on the charge. Fransman out after him as they come down to get 2 to go. He's gone a long way from home here as the youngster from Tasmania. But as Lachlan Fransman about to make contact, also there Tobias Marzella, and look at Edward Mark around the outside, the rider from the ACT. Mark, he'll come and get the bell. You can see Bucknell coming home in the yellow colours. They get the bell. Getting up, it's Edward Mark. Edward Marks takes up the running. Harry Ludman, the New South Wales rider. But here comes Daniel Bucknell, the Masters rider. He goes up on the outside of Edward Mark. An absolute champion here is a Masters rider. Daniel Bucknell from Edward Marks. Then further back to Harry Ludman at the conclusion there of the C grade event. I remember many years ago down there in East Gippsland at the Masters Road Championships. I was down there commentating quite a few years ago, and Daniel picked up a silver medal there in the criterium. But a great Masters competitor, and I tell you what, I don't know what mark he's got in the Austral, but if he's drawn a handy mark, I don't think I've ever seen Daniel miss the final of a wheel race anywhere. A very, very crafty rider, Daniel Bucknell. As Ning Ching is winding down, and of course she's having great time here. She's never ridden bunch races before much, but great to see her and Megan here competing in a field. Well done, Ning. Just a reminder that Madison riders, either them or their managers, can come and pick up their numbers. So Madison riders, whether you or your manager like to come down, don't wait till the last minute. So managers or riders, come down and pick up your Madison numbers. Just talking to Megan Baker, of course, from New Zealand, who had that fall yesterday, and she went to hospital and just been told she's got the all clear after all the scans. So the young lady from New Zealand here on crutches, but it's great to see her on crutches and not in a hospital bed. So all the best to Megan for a speedy recovery. Women B grade, up next. Women's B grade. So B grade women on, and then there's going to be a combined B and A grade men. The B and A grade men are going to come together, and so the women B grade are going to be the next group onto the track. Here they come out now over the 8-lap journey. Over the 8-lap journey. Been sent on their way. So we're down to 7 to go, and it's the rider Lilith Jones. We've seen what she's done, a flick of the elbow by Lilith, which is a way to acknowledge that we're going to go up the track. And of course we've seen the great sportsmanship and also track courtesy here today, where riders give a signal to what they're going to do. If they're going up the track, they have a good look to their right first. And swinging up the track there is the rider of Lucy Hall, a junior rider coming up through the ranks, and of course she has been successful at national championships. That's her high on the track there in those turquoise sort of colours towards the back of the field. But Lilith Jones controlling it on the front. On her wheel is the very, very talented rider there in Anna Joubert. And Joubert takes up the running now. That'll be Scarlett Sybil all the way across from Western Australia. Scarlett Sybil. James Moriarty just wandering in. He'll be riding later on in the Austral heats, and also Graham Frisley, Connor Lay, he's just making their way in. On the front is Emily Walker. Emily Walker. Is an additional starter in B grade. Emily Walker on the front, has had success over at the Tasmanian Carnival. She won a wheel race there. I think it was last year I was over in Tasmania. I believe she won a wheel race last year. All riders in the A and B grade men to assemble at the marsing area. It's going to be a combined A and B grade race. They get the bell. Emily Walker leads out around the outside. Here comes Lilith Jones. But the rider leading out is going to be the rider there of course, it's Lucy Hall. Lucy Hall, the Bendigo rider, joined by another Bendigo rider there in Lilith Jones. The challenger down the outside, but Lilith Jones is strong, and Jones takes that one out. Lilith Jones takes it out there from Ella Liang. Ella Liang from Queensland, and of course her dad's been helping out with some commentary over the last few days, so thanks to Aaron for helping out with some commentating over the last few days, and that was his daughter, Ella Liang, in the orange that would have got up for second. But no doubt about the winner, the talented Lilith Jones, 17-year-old from Bendigo, took that out. Second place to Ella Liang, then Miriella Hallis-Wills, and the Canadian, great to see the Canadian there in fourth place. And Lucy Hall rounded out the top five. A and B grade men combined will be up next. Then we've got the A grade women. And then we turn our attention to the UCI men Kairin round 2. 6 laps. The first 3 to the 1/6 final. That's for the 1/6 final. The other 3 riders will go to a 7 to 12 final. So that'll be after, not this event, but the one after. So the riders roll out and bunch up. So out quickly and form up before you get to the whistle. So don't be tardy at the back, otherwise you'll be caught back there when the whistle goes. And you've got a fair bit of ground to make up over 8 laps. It's like a handicap event here with a 80-metre start if you roll out first. 7 laps to go here for the combined A and B grade. And there's the rider there of Nicholas Broxton in a different colours today. Nicholas Broxton from the city of Burnie. When they start changing their jerseys each day, it does make it not easy, but on the front there is a sensational young rider in Oscar Gallagher. So coming around to get 5 to go, and the pace has been hot here in the combined A and B grade men. Taking up the running now is the rider there from New Zealand. A short turn there from Jamie Cantel-Roberts. And the pace has been solid. Riders getting another ride before the heats of the Kairin. Move on now, and the rider on the attack there is the rider of Lucas Hermie from New Zealand. He's a former national BMX champion. He's also won an elimination race at the Oceania Omnium. So this young fellow's got a good turn of speed. An ex-BMX, thick of the elbow, swings up to allow the rider there of Matthew Davison. Geez, I've been impressed with him, but now a counter-attack on the inside. 2 riders have rolled off the front. Not much interest there. This could be a good move here by these 2 riders. No interest in the chasers, and they've moved this nicely. And it's number 271. I think you'll find that's Chiang that leads down the 271. Not on my program, but I believe he was an additional starter. They get the bell. And it is the rider of 271, about to be challenged by Andre Debert. Debert, the rider from New South Wales, where the Chinaman, can he get up on the inside, up on the top plate, and it's going to be in the black colours. This is Andre Debert. Debert takes it out. Good go here for second, and taking it out would be that rider. Flashing home for third would be the rider there of number 16, who was Kai Bonza from Western Australia. Just checking on that rider, I think it might be, yes, Jiang, number 271, Jiang Sihu. Next up, women's 8-lap warm-up before the Austral heats coming up after the Kairin second rounds. So once again, if you're looking for a refreshment, you can pop down here to the lounge, pick up a nice tropical pale, a Thornbury Pilsner, a little juicy haze mild, an acid test berry sour, or a Willie Smith organic cider. You can have a Prosecco, a Love and Vella Pinot Grigio, a Love and Vella Rosé, and a Mount Fishtail Pinot Noir. We've got Chappy Chips Crisp, we've got smoked almonds, we've got ice creams outside, we've got coffee in the back straight, and of course we'll soon have people from the Ivanhoe, the Quest Ivanhoe in attendance for the 126th running of the Austral Wheelrace. But we're watching this 8-lap A-grade scratch race, small field. A lot of these riders have got their sights set on the Austral and also the Madison. And it is the South African that swings up the track, that is Kerry Onka. She's based over in Girona, over there in Spain, where she rides with a road team. But comes back to Australia, and she rode in the Victorian Championships the last couple of weeks ago. Look at the elbow there. That is Alana Rebar. Very good individual pursuiter at the back of the field is Alana Rebar. 5 to go, and it is the South African in Kerry Onka. Looks over the shoulder, swings up to allow Sophie Ma to take up the running. Keely Bennett, a very good rider on the Women's National Road Series events. Keely Bennett had much success there with her team Bridge Lane. So down the front straight, 4 to go. Looking over the shoulder is the rider there of Sophie Edwards. Sophie is having a ride here. She finished second in the Omnium yesterday behind Georgie Baker, and Alex Manley was third in the National Omnium. But good to see Sophie out there. So these 6 riders, Sophie Ma swings up the track. Alana Rebar now takes up the running. Then further back there is the rider of Keely Bennett. Second wheel to Bennett. Third wheel there is Sophie Edwards. Sophie Ma makes a move. Sophie Edwards will be having a good look at Sophie Ma because she seems to be, and Belinda Bailey there as well, but she's a class act, this young lady from South Australia. And Sophie Edwards, she's about to be challenged now by Sophie Ma. Sophie Ma up on the outside here of Sophie Edwards, and the 2 Sophies head down the back straight. But she finished second in the Omnium yesterday behind Georgia Baker, and she's a very classy rider in the A-grade category. She'll come down and take it out from a very good ride from Sophie Ma, and flashing home there, Keely Bennett. Then further back to the rider of Belinda Bailey, Alana Rebar, and the rider there of Kerry Onka. So it was the rider of Sophie Edwards that's taken that one out. A very, very talented rider from South Australia. Sophie, of course, in 2018 at the UCI World Championship, she won a bronze medal in the individual pursuit, setting a new Australia record, breaking Amy Kewer's record of 8 years. Amy Kewer, of course, one of Tasmanian's top women cyclists, and it was in 2018 that Sophie Edwards broke that long-standing record of Amy Kewer. Of course, at the Commonwealth Games in 2022 in Birmingham, she won a gold medal in the team's pursuit, and in 2023 she switched her attention to the road and won a gold medal at the Oceania Road Championships. And this year she rode for the team AR Skip Capital, and she'll be riding with that team next year. She studied Bachelor of Medical Science at the University of Adelaide. She's a very, very smart lady as well as a bike rider, and she likes doing medical research, and she set herself up for a career after cycling. So congratulations, Sophie, for all your hard work through education, and not only a very good bike rider as well. Turning our attention now, this is Heat 1 of the second round. The first three to go through the final. The first three only to go to the final. The next three will go to the race for 7th to 12th. Bike on the track. This should be now getting exciting now, ladies and gentlemen. Some of the best sprinters, not just in Australia, but also, and I'll hand over to Aaron Liang to call the action.
Thank you, Ian. As the lads come down the straight for the first time, Fadhil Modzonis is on the back of the Derny. Cornish in the Australian kit, Sam Gallagher behind him. Max Liebernecht is on the back. The other red rider is rider 245. That's Akmal. Akmal is rider 4. And then the informed Daniel Barber. Daniel Barber has been riding very well. He'll be enjoying this good form. Fadhil on the front, Cornish second wheel, Gallagher. No change in position. They're keeping a close eye on one another. 2 laps on the lap board. Fadhil is moving forward. Cornish has explosive pace. And it's Barber that comes up around the back straight. Barber goes over the top. Cornish responds. Barber up into 3rd place. Cornish goes round the outside. Sam Gallagher's muscling his way through a gap that wasn't there. Cornish is too strong. Can Gallagher get on the wheel? Gallagher comes down to the bottom. There looked like there was a touch there. Cornish, Gallagher, Fadhil, Barber, Akmal, and then Max Liebknecht. Well, it was a big move from Barber. And he accelerated down that back straight. Cornish just turned it on. Cornish is looking at the big screen. You don't know how much joy that fills us with. That Cornish is looking at the replay of the live stream. So what we've got on the back screen is actually the YouTube broadcast on AusCycling's YouTube page. But because YouTube is 30 seconds, minute behind, whatever, it's kind of like a replay.
Yes, it's great for the riders after they cross the line. They can glance across and have a look at the replay. So as you say, a 30-second delay. Now we're coming up to the second heat. I think we'd want roll. No, we don't. Keo Lard, Azul Arwang, Liam Cavendish, the New Zealander, Byron Davies, the powerfully built sprinter from Queensland, Ryan Elliott also from Queensland, and Sharoom, the Malaysian. So 2 Malaysians, a New Zealander, 2 New Zealanders and 2 Australians. In this, the second round, the top 3 through to the 1 to 6 final, the bottom 3 to the 7 to 12 final. The signal comes for the bike to be sent on its way, and Barry Woods leaves the back straight. That's the order they must stay in for the first lap. And it's the pocket rocket man down up the top. That is Azul Awang. On their way. Top 3 through to the final. So Sharoom is the rider that leads out there from Byron Davies. Keo Lart. Ryan Elliott there back towards the wheel with Azul Awang. With 5 to go. As you see, the pace slightly quickens on the Derny or the motorbike until it comes off the track in the front straight, and of course no one can find past the front of the motorbike until it comes off the front straight. So this is the second lap. The bike will come off next time around, and it is Sharoom that leads out there from Byron Davies, the New Zealander in Lart. Then further back to the rider there of Leanne Kavanagh, a big solid dog, and look, and now making closer order is the rider there around the outside of Ryan Elliott. The bike comes off, but they can't pass it until he pulls off the track, otherwise they're in trouble, and it's round the outside goes the rider there of Ryan Elliott. He's gone a long way from home, and it's Elliott that leads out. Keo Lart. Then further back, where's Byron Davies? Byron Davies about to come into it with 2 laps to go. 2 to go. And leading out there is Ryan Elliott, Keo Lart. Oh, switching off wheels there was Sharoom. Now a big move down the outside. This is Byron Davies. He's the Australian national time trial champion, and it's Byron Davies at the bell. Davies leads out from Azul. Also there further back to the rider of Sharoom. It looks like these 3 are going to go through. Can the New Zealander flash home late? I don't think so. I think these 3 will go to the final, and coming down, it's going to be Byron Davies, Azul Awang, and also Sharoom. Then further back to Leanne Kavanagh at the conclusion of the second round of the UCI Men's Kairin.
Byron Davies, a monster of a man, Awang and Sarom. Beasley will be very happy with that. Byron Davies into the finishing straight. Up next, event 50A, the UCI Women Kairin, round 2, heat 1. The start list is Perry, Clonan, McGill, Izza, Perkins and Ann Yi Yong. Perkins is up on the fence. That's Ann down on the bottom. One up from her, Molly McGill in the Queensland QAS. The Queen of Australian cycling in the Australian kit. That's Christina Clonan. Lauren Perry, 3rd from the top. And the next rider there is Izza Asri.
Just a reminder quickly, Aaron, that the riders in the first heat of the Austral Wheelrace, the men, to making their way to the assembly point, and there has been a change to the handicap mark of Andre Jabert back to 100 and Chiang, an additional starter, off 100.
Commissaire gives the instruction and the Derny is on its way. First 3 riders will go through to the final. The Derny rolls around and Ann Young will take up position number 1. Molly McGill, who has been in very good form, takes up position number 2. Ann Young from Malaysia has been very quick so far down here at this championships. She's number 3. Lauren Perry, former junior world champion Christina Clonan, 5 times Australian sprint champion, and Perkins, Christine Perkins, at 40 years old, still very quick. Lauren Perry needs to close up this gap, getting a little big. Riders behind the Derny are not permitted to leave a gap between riders. There's no actual distance that's prescribed. The Derny comes off. There's no change in positions. It's Ann Yong on the front. Molly McGill. First 3 go through. Ann Yong, Lauren Perry, Christina Clonan, and Christine Perkins. They're all looking for Clonan. On the last round, Christina Clonan just turned the pace off and just disappeared. She's got a little bit more calibre in here, but Christina Clonan is very, very fast. Molly McGill is on the front. Clonan comes up around round 2. She doesn't leave anything for chance. Christina Clonan goes down the outside, and the Malaysian goes through to second place. Can Molly McGill hold on? Christina Clonan's going to get it. Isa goes through as well, and Molly McGill. Christine Perkins was very, very close to qualifying for the 1 to 6. But what about the pace on Christina Clonan? She's in a class of her own, Ian.
Yes, she's the queen of sprinting in Australia now. After the retirement, of course, of Anna Mears, Carly McCulloch and Steffi Morton. Those 3 were Australia's top sprinters, and of course missing out on selection at the 2018. As an endurance rider, she turned her attention to sprinting, and the rest is history. She is now for 5 years in a row been the Australian National Sprint Champion. Hails from Queensland, and she's only a youngster yet, only 25 years of age, born in Maryborough up there in Queensland. That's her, ladies and gentlemen, Christina Clonan, our queen of sprinting in Australia. Next up, once again, a field of 6, and the first 3 to go through to that 1 to 6 final. Going down the bottom. So once again, we've got 2 Malaysians, a New Zealander, and 3 Australian riders. You can see Alessia McCaig, the 20-year-old from Bendigo, drawn position 4. She's in the VIS colours there. Kalinda Robinson from New South Wales. Sophie de Vries from New Zealand. They're on their way. They must stay in that order for the first lap. And getting away nicely from the start there is Kalinda Robinson. Sophie de Vries. You can see Alessia McCaig at 4th wheel. And we've got the 2 Malaysians here in Azan and also Rezai. But it is the rider of Kalinda Robinson leading out. Selena Ho there, the South Australian. Rode very well in Tasmania last year at the Carnival. Remember interviewing Selena Ho last year in Tassie. I'm sure she'll be going there again this year. But it's Robinson. She hails from Bathurst in New South Wales, but she's now here in the sassy colours, the South Australian, into the board, of course, with Brett Aiken looking after it over there. Also Ashley Akudinoff, who once also holds the Australian record in the team's pursuit. The bike comes off now, and it's going to be the rider of Kalinda Robinson leading out there. Selena Ho taking closer order. Sophie de Vries in the green colours. Just backing off there is Alessia McCaig, and the 2 Malaysians will have the last run at them. They'll come and get 2 to go. First 3 through to the final, and the pacer quickens a little. Robinson looking over his shoulder at Selena Ho. Now the move comes there from Alessia McCaig, who improves her position up on the outside. She's been followed by the Malaysian there in the Rosier, up on the top bench. She's gone a long way from home, the Bendigo girl, but she'll get the bell now. It's McCaig that leads out. Up on her outside there is, that's Zan, and around the outside comes Selena Ho down the back straight. It's the right of her, McCaig. Ho gets the run off the bank. McCaig on the inside. Ho on the outside in the blue. McCaig on the inside. Oh, I think in the middle, you'll find Selena Ho got up in the middle to take it out there from Alessia McCaig. Not sure about third. I think it might have been one of the Malaysian riders there for third, but that's a great second round of the Kairin with the top three going through. And we'll just check the photo. It's Alessia McCaig will definitely go through, but just checking the board here to make sure that we've got that right. But in the middle, I believe Selena Ho come through the middle. No, it's been given to Alessia McCaig from Selena Ho and also Razide. John Beasley, the Malaysian coach, could you please come over and see the commissaire in Karen O'Callaghan? John Beasley, if you'd just like to come across here to the start line to see Karen O'Callaghan. Thanks, John.
I do one more.
Well, our finals are set for the UCI Kairins, and that's going to be very exciting. But the next event up is the first heat of the men's wheel race.
I thought I'd tighten the pivot. I tighten this one, not this one. I let it go.
8 laps and the first 4 will go through to the final. The men do 8 laps. The women do 6 laps.
Kairins are good to watch, aren't they?
Is he in the first heat?
Yes. Chiang. Sorry, he's got him on 100. You'd be out to 180.
That is easier with that one.
Now as well?
No, they're going on to 6.
They're not interested in it.
No, that's not
Okay, so just the back line.
So,
and then as they catch people, just expand on the wheels.
I thought it was let me check. We said front rider, but I reckon back rider is really hard for you guys to do.
Okay, I can just follow the back rider and then
I'll find it.
catch it.
I tell you what, the tables in the lounge are starting to fill up. The lounge starting to fill up.
Right, we want to get these wheel races happening. So let's get them out. Let's get these riders out on the track. Let's get cracking. We all know how commissaires like to run
a tight program.
Tight program.
Yes, and we want the handlers. You know what mark you're going to be pushing your riders, so make sure you walk to the mark. Don't wait till the riders get there and we're putting our hand up for holders. We want you to have organised who's going to hold you and push you, and make sure that for the second heat all the riders are up there in the marshalling area, have organised their handler, and the handler will walk to the mark that you have been allocated. And just for the sake, there's an additional starter. I think he's 271. That's the Chiang off 100 metres. So Chiang, you're off 100 metres in heat number 1.
So they all got holders out there ready to go?
Event 51A, the Austral Wheelrace Heat 1. 4 heats for the men. 5 heats for the men.
Don't forget, it won't be long before we see representatives coming here from the Quest Ivanhoe. Of course, the 126th running of the Austral Wheelrace, and this is Heat 1. Located close to DISC is the Quest Ivanhoe. O-Town is surrounded by local amenities and train stations within walking distance. Plenty of eateries up there in Ivanhoe, only 10 k's from the Melbourne CBD. Of course, comfortable accommodation and spacious rooms, and we've got to thank the Quest Ivanhoe for their support over many years now here in Victoria cycling.
So is there anyone on scratch? These are the back markers, right? Because they're behind the line. So the highest performer is over there. That must be scratch. Yeah, so that's what. Chris has got that one. Red hat. He's got red hat. Sort of.
For those that aren't familiar with an Austral, scratch starts from here at the start-finish line. These guys are at the front. They're called the limit markers. They have the biggest, 245 metres. The back of the race is over with Leo Zimmerman at 80 metres and Andre Dubier. When they're ready, the Chief Commissaire will give the instruction for riders ready, then she'll blow the whistle for the start.
It will be a whistle start, so wait for the whistle, riders. It'll be riders' attention and then the whistle, so wait for the whistle.
You've got a split screen display now. Yeah. Wow.
Just checking that all riders are ready to go. You can see
Angelo Siriani, Sam Murphy and Nick Davis. They're being chased by Keely Kitkovics. And then it's Patrick Langsmith. Then coming around rider 64 is Xavier Siriani. These are the limit markers here. This is the front of the race. Going over the start-finish line now, the three riders of Siriani, Murphy and Davis. Kalathunga is doing a good job. He's coming down the finishing straight. Down the back straight, sorry. Keely Kitkovics is the next rider. The front of the race is here. The two yellow guys and the red guy. Siriani, Murphy and Davis. Here they come. 4 laps on the lap board. Limit markers haven't been caught yet. Back markers have caught up. They're working together. Being led out down here by rider 51, and that is Kai Goldman. And on the front now is Luke Rickard. Luke Rickard rolls up. Now our limit markers, our first of our limit markers have been caught. Now rider 55 is about to go over the top. That's Lachlan Oliver. Lachlan Oliver and 46, that's Bucknell. The front of the race is with the red guy. Give them some encouragement as they come around. The first 4 riders are going to go through. Luke Rickard is right at the back. That number is very hard to read. I think it's Leo Zimmerman. It is Leo Zimmerman on the front of the race at the moment. They get the bell. Zimmerman's on the front. Next rider is 46. Bucknell. Zimmerman's looking good at the moment. Here comes 51. It's Kai Goldman over the top. Kai Goldman comes over the top. First 4 riders. Luke Rickard get through. Well, it's too close to call. We'll wait for the result, but Zimmerman was right up there. Bucknell was right up there. First 4. Andre Dubier, Bucknell, Goltman, Dubier and Leo Zimmerman are the 4 riders that go through.
Great first heat there, and as I said earlier on, I haven't seen him ever miss a wheel race final. Daniel Bucknell, one of the headiest bike riders as a Masters rider, but I tell you what, he sums up it very well. What his handicap mark is, should he go across, and I tell you what, there was a great win there. He lives in Ballarat, got a lovely young daughter, and Daniel Bucknell goes through to the final, along there with the rider, as we said, of Kai Coltman, Andre Debier, and also Leo Zimmerman.
Now Liam Walsh is the first rider out in heat number 2.
He's on 50 metres. They've been brought back to 50 metres. So
and he had some bad luck last night.
He did. Up on the scoreboard for the Omni, it said that Graham Frisley had won from Liam Walsh. Next thing we look up, and it's Liam Walsh has won it from Graham Frisley. We're about to do presentations, and they say, wait. They go and look at the cameras, they go and look at the results. Next minute, this is the official results. Graham Frisley by 1 point took out the gold over Liam Walsh.
Well, in the stands, they'd done the calculations. They knew that Liam needed to get points. It looked as if the front markers were going to take the points. Liam was going to get the win. His supporters were on the fence yelling at him, you've got to get points, you've got to get points. He almost got there.
He did. Riders rolling to their marks here for heat 2 of the 126 running of the Austral Wheelrace.
Point being, he's got a fire in his belly.
Thanks, riders. To your marks, thank you. Stanley Thomas will be the limit marker on 235 metres. David Mann, who rode earlier, very well earlier in D grade, is on 230. Simon Lee from Shepparton in the black colours on 210. But going back to the back group, I tell you what, there's some classy riders here from 50 metres out. Liam Walsh, he's been dragged back 20 metres by the handicapper, but I tell you what, he will never see 50 metres again in a handicap event, I'm sure of that. The sensational young rider from Western Australia, he'll be in the yellow colours of Western Australia, that is Sam Washington. Also on 70 metres from New Zealand, Lucas Sanders. From New Zealand, the former New Zealand BMX champion, that's Lucas Jaime. Jonas Shelvington had a couple of falls yesterday. He's a bit battered and bruised, to Jonas Shelvington. I'm not sure if he's starting. He's number 30. Toby Jones has been very impressive throughout the carnival, not the carnival, the 4 days. Ned Pollard made the final last year. He's off 120 metres. The boy from Mount Gambier, the youngster, is wearing 232. That's Neil van der Kerk. The winner of the Melbourne Cup on Wheels recently here on this track, he hails from Wangaratta, that is Reuben Smith. Harry Ludderman's been riding well. Alistair Nichols, Bryce Nichols, who won the Junior Austral last year, is off 160. Just got to look across here for Karen. She's the one who gives the signal. She's the starter. Karen O'Culligan, the UCI over there in the blue shirt. Over there with the back marker, Liam Walsh. So we'll just wait on the all clear. Then we'll get this second heat on its way. Once again, it'll be riders' attention and wait for the whistle. The limit markers, they've got to use their mark to advantage, because there's no good mucking around out the front, because the back markers will be coming quickly. Riders, attention! On their way, heat 2, the back marker from Queensland, beginning away here is the rider there of Stanley Thomas, joined there by David Mann. Then further back then to Simon Lee. They've been followed there by David Siski, Isaac Silva. A big move around the outside there by Reuben Smith, looking back towards the back of the field, and the 2 back markers. Look at him go there, Liam Walsh. He's gone around 1 already. He's got the green helmet on there, but the leader's out of the front straight, David Mann. Then around the outside goes the rider there of David Siski. Then further back, the next group being led along there by the rider from New Zealand in Lucas Jaime. He swings up the track to Jaime. Now there's 2 groups on the track at this stage. They're coming around to get 5 to go. And it's David Mann swings up the track, and Simon Lee takes up the running. They're coming quickly though around the outsiders. Liam Walsh, he's come from the marker 50 metres and they're coming around at the halfway mark with 4 to go. He can afford to have a spell, one would think. Out the front though, the pace is still high. A flick of the elbow there and swinging up the track there is the rider of David Siski. The pace now quickens out the front. Whereas, yes, he's just biding his time, Liam Walsh there. He just goes around the outside. He doesn't want to go in the inside and get caught up because only 4 to go through to the final. And it's the youngster in Bryce Nichols, last year's winner of the Junior Austral. Alistair Taylor, he stings up as well. There's Alistair Taylor in the Brunswick colours. Now you can see Liam Walsh making a move high on the track around the outside. He's been tracked there by Sam Washington. They'll come and get 2 laps to go. 2 to go. And out in front, still going along nicely, is the rider there of Neil van der Kerk. Now they start to come. Liam Walsh, he's got for company here in the rider of Sam Washington, the West Australian. They come and get the bell this time. First 4 through to the final. Into the straights they come. First 4 to go through. And hitting out hard is Ned Pollard. Then Liam Walsh. Further back then to van der Kerk. And also the rider of the rider from West Australia in Sam Washington up on the top bend. Only 4 to go through. Ned Pollard, he made the final last year. He made it again. Getting up also Neil van der Kerk and rounding out the top 4 will be the youngster from West Australia there in the yellow and black colours. That is Samuel Washington. Great second heat. Great second heat.
Well, Liam Walsh, he did that race in what looked like second gear. He was on the hoods, sitting up, looking around, and then he just cruised in. Caught them very quickly, hung out at the mid-pack for a little while. And that looked too easy. But we just wait for confirmation of the 4 riders that will go through.
Very fast, I think that one. We looked at the time for the first one, but that one was very, very fast. And of course, Liam Walsh went from his 50-metre mark and went whoosh. He went up very quickly to join the riders out in front of him. And he had a bit of a breather there for a couple of laps. And then with 2 to go, he decided to make a forward move. But it is the kicking nicely was the boy from Bendigo, Ned Pollard. He made the final last year of the Austral and a very, very handy sprinter, Ned Pollard. So there's the results. Ned Pollard first, Liam Walsh the second, the young boy from Mount Gambier, Neil van der Kerk was third, then Sam Washington and Lucas Hermie has just missed out. The ex-New Zealand BMX champion has just missed out as young Lucas.
All right, let's get this next one underway. Heat number 3. Max Liebenecht, Dylan Ether, Oscar Gallagher, Will Holmes, Tate Ryan, Tyler Tompkinson. Tate Ryan is there at 5th. He's at 70 metres. Max Liebenecht is at 50 metres. That's not too bad. Junior World Sprint Champion. We've seen him. On the front straight, we've got Che Dungy. And he's got the presidential push from Ag Giramondo. That's how I say it anyway, Ag. You know, Melbourne, you have all of these little cute things you have down here, and one of the cute little things is these two. They do this every year together, have a bit of a cuddle, bit of Brunswick love. Helps with the terrible weather. Careful there, Karen. It's very steep.
Wait for the whistle, riders. Wait for the whistle. Riders, attention.
And they're off. Well, that is a good push out, Garamondo. That is a good push. In the white, it's Kelly Flanders. Coming around in the blue, it's Benjamin Metcalf. And we go back, it's Ether. Ether on the back there, he's got a lot of work to do. On the front though, unchanged, it's rider 83. That's Dungy on the front. Now here comes rider 68, that's Daniel Power. Now Kurt's just about caught up. Dylan, sorry's just about caught up. One of the Dubbo brothers in the green. As we come down to the main straight, three riders working together, 82, 80 and 83. 82, that is Kelly Flanders. Now Ether is caught up, they go down the back straight. I think they're going to have way too much time here. First four riders go through. On the front of the race now is the blue jersey, rider 80. That is Benjamin Metcalf. He's got with him our limit marker, Dungy. He's still doing well. Now they're sitting up in the mid-pack, the big riders. Dylan Ether, the favourite. He sits up. Now they've got plenty of time. They've got 3 laps to think about it. On the front is still rider 80. That's still Benjamin Metcalf. He represents Park Orchards BMX Club. So now they're biding their time. Ether moves up. Who's in front of Ether there? That's rider 273. That's Sam McKee from Tasmania. Sam takes off. Ether's there with him. Oscar Gallagher around the back. They get the bell. First 4 riders go through. The first 4 riders have self-selected. Rider 74 is coming to try and break up the party. That's Jamison Key. Can he get himself in there? Ether. He's gone back a little bit. Who are the first 4? It's going to be Gallagher. Ether. It's going to be McKee. And there's another rider in there as well.
Yeah, I think Ali Geeves was 5th. I think Ali Geeves from Tasmania may have just missed out. I think you'll find that Ali Geeves may have just missed out there. Great racing, ladies and gentlemen. We're in for a treat in the final, that's for sure.
So looking up at the scoreboard, just waiting to see who that 4th rider was. They caught them very early, and then it was just a matter of biding their time. Jamison Key came from the out. There were 4 riders off the front. Jamison Key came around and jumped in there. That was a really good ride from him. We want to get race 4 underway, but we want to see who the first 4 riders were in race 3.
Just waiting on the results as riders come onto the track for heat number 4. Two scratch riders in the next heat. Results aren't up there quite yet for heat number 3. But there are 2 back markers, 2 of the best there is in Australia, Connor Lay and Graham Frisley. Then further out, to Sam Gallagher, twice winner of the Austral. James Moriarty from there's the result.
Gallagher, Key, Ether and McKee. As you said, Alex Eves just missing out.
Checking off the riders, we can see Karen coming around here. She'll come around to the scratch riders. This is a big field here. Blake Agaletto on 30. He teamed up with Cal O'Brien earlier this morning to take out that Prelude to tonight's Madison. First 4 only. They've got a big job to do here, the scratch markers, but 2 of the best in Australia, Connor Lay and Graham Frisley. Further out to Sam Gallagher, who's won it twice. James Moriarty from Queensland, Blake Aguilera from Bendigo. Talented riders. They all can't get through to the final because the limited and out markers. They'll be doing their best to keep the back markers out of the final. Riders, attention. On their way. This is heat 4, and they get a nice push there from Glenn Oh, he's had a bit of trouble there for Connor Lay. But that's all in cycling. And out the front going along nicely will be the rider there of Zane, no it's not, it's Finn Carpenter. Quickly into his work there is a rider of James Cantwell Roberts. Then further back doing in no man's land there is a Blake Aguiletto. Then further back then we've got the back markers. Aguiletto's in no man land. They'll come around this time, they get 6 to go and they're keeping the pace on out in front. That's the way you ride it, out in front at top pace. And it's Matthew Davison, the New Zealander. He swings up in the blue and yellow colours. Then back there's 3 groups on the track. 3 groups are formed up. They'll come and get the riders coming down to get, looks like 5 to go. 5 to go. Out in front there is the rider still of Matthew Davison, but the Chargers coming here. And that's the rider of Magnus Jamison. That's the boy in the yellow and red and white colours. He's about to go up to the leader. And it's Jamison, the New Zealander. He takes up the running, swings up the track. Another New Zealander now takes up the running in Bailey O'Donnell. He won the Omnium bronze medal yesterday. The back markers are starting to make contact. The back markers should be right now with 3 laps to go. We should see the back markers in the final, but anything can happen. Going to the front now is Cleo Lart. Swings up the track to allow Magnus Jamison to take up the running. Jamison a short turn. He's trying to back himself for the final sprint, I think. A very good finisher in his races. He's looking to get onto the train there of Frizzley and also Connor Lay. Out of the saddle, riding along there is Bailey O'Donnell, the New Zealander. He comes from Chargers now. Have the back markers got anything left in the tank? They had to do the hard work early. They'll come around and get the bell. 4 to go through to the final. 4 to go through to the final. And hitting out there nicely is James Moriarty. Then further back then the Graham Frizzley. Connor Lay there as well. Up on the top bend, they come to the front straight, and they're doing it nicely there in the green colours. And they'll come, who's going to miss out? Maybe down the bottom, Blake Aguiletto may have missed out, but we've got to wait for the camera. But a very, very good ride there by Graham Frizzley, James Moriarty at the conclusion of Heat 4. And we'll wait there on the verdict. They'll be looking at the camera. But once again, you'll find that the 2 scratch markers in Connor Lay from West Australia and Graham Frizzley here on his home track. Not that he's here very often riding it, he's all over the world. But a great ride, and the 2 back markers are in as we wait for the next heat, and 2 more back markers. None other than Cal O'Brien, last year's winner, will be off scratch, along with the West Australian in John Carter.
What about this Alex Hughes? He's 16 years old. He's riding with some of the best riders in the world. He's coming around the outside. He didn't get through. But what a ride from a 16-year-old, Ian.
It's amazing, some of these riders. I remember going back years ago, Brett Lancaster won a big race. I think he had just turned 17. So if you get a mark and you've got ability, you can still win these big races.
All right, on to heat number 5. And we were here last year when Kel O'Brien took it out. And it was very exciting. Straight up into the stands to get a big hug from Dad. It's been an iconic photo for the past 12 months.
We have got the results of that. There was number, the rider there taking that one out, was number 6, 8, James Moriarty. Graham Frizzley was second. Jack Dola has got up, Magnus Jamison has got up for third. Scoreboard keeps flashing over very quickly there. But we'll have a look again now. Moriarty, Frizzley, Dola and Connor Lay. Yes, it was Blake Aguiletto that just missed out down the bottom. This one works. So they're coming to their marks for Heat 5. This is the final heat, so we'll have 20 riders in the final. Limit marker will be the rider from Iran on 150. The local rider, Tobias Marzella, on 140. As riders roll around now.
That was a cracking heat, wasn't it?
Ladies and gentlemen, what a big welcome back to Melbourne. Here to Cal O'Brien, last year's winner, ladies and gentlemen, riding off scratch, Cal O'Brien, and the co-marker with him is the course from Western Australia, John Carter. He's won 2 Australs already, has Cal O'Brien, not in consecutive years, but he won it last year from scratch. Can he win it again? Last year, of course, it's all another year. Yes, last year was Cal O'Brien taking it out from Oliver Blenheim, and Blake Agoletto was 3rd last year, but no Blake Agoletto in the final this year. So once again, it'll be riders' instruction, attention, and then the whistle. Want the ladies to be ready up for their heat. Thank you, the ladies ready for their heat. Aaron Liang to call the action. Riders, attention.
Kel O'Brien getting a big push there. John Carter nestling in behind him. On the front, it's Amirali, Marzella, Miller. So coming around now in the blue, rider 60, sorry, is Tobias Marzella. Coming around the outside, down the back straight. Look at this, a big early attack. Look at this TT right here from rider 23. That is Pawson. Pawson goes round to the outside. John Carter, Kurt Ether, Kel O'Brien making short work of it down the back straight. The stings come out a little bit of Pawson, and now we've got rider 35. That is Foster. Foster on the front of the second group. Now, John Carter, Kurt Ether and Kel O'Brien have caught up very, very quickly. There's still four laps to go. Kel O'Brien goes to the fence. He rolls down into the back of rider 7. That's Kurt Ether. On the front is still rider 23. Edward Pawson from CMC. He went out hard. John Carter, Kurt Ether, Kel O'Brien. On the back of the front group is Edward Marks. Edward Marks trying to get round the outside. Kai Bonsa is in there as well. Now they're all together. It's still Pawson on the front. Looking over his shoulder is Foster. Kel O'Brien all over the wheel of Ether. Kel O'Brien slides past and Ether can't get out. They're coming around for the bell. Kel O'Brien is perfectly poised. Kel O'Brien just sits in. 35 on the front. That's Foster. Second, 16 is Bonsa. Kel O'Brien is in third position. Then Kurt Ether. Then John Carter. Oh, it was almost a touch of wheels there with Carter and Kurt Ether. John Carter's going to miss out. 35, 16, 1 and 7. Kel O'Brien through. Foster through. I think there was a touch of wheels there at the back with Carter and Kurt as he come up, as John swung up.
Yeah, another great heat there, and we're in for a great final coming up later. I know we've got 3 back markers. Heat 4 results. Up, but waiting on the results of heat number 5. There's the results of heat 5 there, Aaron.
Foster, Bonsa, O'Brien, Ether, and John Carter just missing out on 5th there.
Yeah, so both Blake Agoletto and John Carter are missing from that back contingent for the final. So we're going to have 3 riders on scratch in the final. Cal O'Brien, Graham Frisley, and of course the other rider there will be the rider. Next up, the first of the women. 4 heats of the women. first 4 to the final, so there'll be 16 in the final as they come onto the track. Exit in the back straight, riders. Riders to leave the track in the back straight. You don't leave the track in the front straight. You leave the track in the back straight. First up in the women's heat. An additional, not an additional starter, but the handicap mark for 153, Henya Jackson from Canada, is 120 metres. Back marker in this is Anna Dubier, Armalie Sanders on 80, as well as Muriel Willis-Hell. Then further out to 3 riders on 100, Hayley Jack from Bendigo, Lilith Jones from Bendigo, and Amelia Mulhern on 100. 110, Sarah Buja from the Biking Club in the ACT, Annie Taylor on 130, Susan Stratus on 140, Ning Cheng from Blackburn on 150, Alison Lee, who's been riding well, off 180, Joe Somerville from Wangaratta off 200, and the rider from Canada, that's Haya Jackson, is off 120. So the back marker will be over there on 80 metres in heat 1. 4 to go through to the final, 4 heats, and then we'll have the para wheel race for 2024.
Yeah, breaking the program, surely?
Last year's winner is not here from the para. Greg Walters won the para last year, Gregory Walters from St Kilda, but not here this year. So waiting, looking for Kairin. There she is over there in the back straight. She'll be the one that signifies when we're ready to start. Riders just getting their final instructions. Ladies, the same as the men. It'll be riders' attention and wait for the whistle. Riders, attention. On their way, heat 1 of the women's wheel race for 2024, and going out from the front here, this will be the rider of Joe Somerville. I can't see the Canadian rider. Then further back then to Alison Lee. They've been followed by Ning Cheng. Then further back to Susan Stratus. That's the rider they're going along there. It would be nice to see Sybil. But where's the back markers? Oh, they're formed up very, very quickly here. As they go down and come around the front straight and the limit markers, they've got to work very, very hard. It's only the 6-lap journey. Some all about to be passed by Alison Lee, Ning Cheng in the black colour, Susan Stratus. Then further back to the rider there of, that is the rider of Jackson, sorry. The Canadian is there, 153. Up on the top end, they'll come around and get 3 laps to go. A halfway mark. They've kept the pace on out in front. That's what they've got to do. Alison Lee. Now Ning Cheng takes up the running from Susan Stratus. Joe Somerville puts up the white flag. The youngster from Bendigo, Hayley Jack, did a good turn. Shears things up the track. But these 3 out in front, they'll come and get 2 laps to go. 2 to go. They want some encouragement, the leaders out in front. 2 to go. And it's Alison Lee, Ning Cheng and Susan Stratus. Then further Jack's Joe Somerville's gone. Making a good move there now is Anna Dubert. Anna Dubert in the blue colours. They'll go down the straight, second last time. Out in front, Ning Cheng. Further back to Susan Stratus, Alison Lee. They'll come and get the bell. What have the front markers got? The bell about to come. They're coming hard. Ning Cheng, Susan Stratus, round the outside, Anna Dubert. Into the back straight, and Joubert takes up the running. The girl from New South Wales. It's going to be a good go for the line. Can Lilith Jones come out? Hayley Jack, only 4 to go through, and it's Joubert. She'll go through and take it out. Getting up for second, maybe on the outside. Oh, what a great first heat of the women's wheel race for 2024. But it was Anna Joubert that I think you'll find that took that one out, Aaron.
Well, they bided their time and they timed it perfectly. Anna Dubier brought them all home. Hayley Jack so close. Dubier, Mulhern, Morella, and then Lilith Jones. Hayley Jack just missing out on that occasion. She was right there. Amelia Mulhern will be very happy with that. Solid ride. She goes through to the final with Dubier, Morella and Lilith. Lilith's been riding very well today. The ladies on the front did a great job.
They certainly did, Aaron. The girls out front, they kept the tempo high. And of course, just some information for the next heat. The sister here, Yasmin Jackson from Canada, is off 110 metres. And the additional starter, the youngster from New Zealand, Caitlin Kelly, who we saw on day one, number 234, is off the mark of 80 metres. So that's the additional starter, the young rider from New Zealand, Caitlin Kelly, is off the mark of 80 metres, and Yasmin Jackson off 110.
Mate, am I supposed to be able to read that? Are you a doctor?
I write scripts out all the time and the chemist always accepts them, so that's how I do my scripts.
Caitlin Kelly off 80 metres, Keely Bennett 60, Lauren Perry 60, Kira Will 60, Kerry Jonker 80, Nicole Duncan 80, Ella Liang 100, Spitke 100, Hall 115, Harnetti 130, Reid 135, Rothenbuehler 155, Jackson 110, and Caitlin Kerry 80. Where's our chief comm gone? There she is, there's Karen.
Once again, ladies, wait for the whistle. It'll be riders' attention and then the whistle. Riders' attention.
And they're off. Lauren Perry into her work. Kira Will on the front here. Rothenbuehler going straight up. She's going to wait. In the pink, it's the 145 rider of Megan Reid. Coming around the outside now, Ella Liang. Harnetti on the front, Rothenbuehler on the front, and Megan Reid. Liang decides to wait for reinforcements. 3 riders up the front, Harnetti, Rothenbuehler, and Megan Reid. Now coming through on the bottom, Ava Schmidtke. She's got a group with her. Jonker's got some work to do. On the back, they're just about all back together, and there's 3 laps to go. Harnetti's on the front. She's coughing up a lung. She's really put a lot of work in. Megan Reid now goes to the front. Now coming around the bottom is Walker, I think. Or is it Caitlin Kelly? There's some traffic at the back. Caitlin Kelly's on the front. Yasmin Jackson connecting onto the back of Lauren Perry. Ella Liang there as well. They get the bell. Out of the saddle. Rider 234, Caitlin Kerry's on the front. Coming up on the shoulder is rider 118. That's Kira Will. Keely Bennett's in there as well. There's 5 riders in only 4 positions as they come up to the line. I couldn't tell you who missed out there. Couldn't tell you. Might have been Caitlin Kelly. But we got Keely Bennett, Kira Will, Lauren Perry, Caitlin Kerry, and of course it's Nicole Duncan. So Bennett, Will, Duncan, and Alana Hruba go through to the final.
Yes, Alana made the final last year, so that's 2 years in a row. Alana Hruba has made the final. 2 more heats to go in the women's Austral, and then we have the para wheel race final. I think you have got there who is the sponsor of the para wheel race final, Aaron, and so it's great to have a sponsor for the wheel race final for the paras.
Yeah, well, the para wheel race is being sponsored by TalkFit, which is in Torquay, and that is Erin Rail's business, and she's been good enough to front up for that para wheel race, Ian.
Now, she's a great competitor, of course, a para cyclist, and Erin Rao. They're the sponsors of the Masters Wheel Race, so thanks very much to Erin and her business. Limit rider here will be the young South Australian in Madeline Weserback off 130, Natasha Sitsky off 120. Sophie Edwards goes out to a nice mark of 40. See Alessia McCaig off 10. Sophie Marr off 20, Sophie Edwards off 40, Ella Sibley off 40, Belinda Barley from Bendigo off 50, Georgia Simpson from South New Zealand, and ladies and gentlemen, here comes your scratch marker, one of Australia's best track and road riders, Alexander Manley, coming to the scratch mark. Over the 6-lap journey, a great road rider, place getter last year in the final. So you can relax for a little bit, Alex, because until Kairin comes around, we can, she's got out there to chase the rider of Alessia McCaig. Sophie Edwards out on 40. No Alessia McCaig, it looks like. Riders, attention. Heat 3. What can Alex Mann? Look at the push there from Glenn O'Shea. He's nearly pushed it to the 40-metre line. They come around this time and the limit marker will be the young South Australian in Madeline Weserback. And she's not waiting for anyone, the young South Australian. Weserback, that's a Scarlett Sybil. So a few of these riders, it looks like they're scratchings. I haven't been given the scratching. I can see they're going around nicely there as the rider of Sophie Edwards. But I tell you what, they're really going to come into a scratch race here, but there's been a few scratchings, and coming down the front straight, the leader, that's number 135. That is the rider there of Scarlett Sybil. Oh, from Western Australia, bit of movement up on the top bend. Alex Manley now makes contact there with Sophie Marr. They go down the back straight, they'll come around to get 3 laps to go, halfway mark, and out in front they're still putting the pedal down. And they lead out of the straight. That is the rider there going along nicely. Cordia Marks from the ACT takes up the running now. You can see around the outside. Sophie Edwards goes around the outside. She's the first one to chase these 3 out in front. They'll come and get 2 to go. Manley just biding her time there at the rear. 2 to go. And they all swing up. And that's going to allow Sophie Edwards to take up the running. In the contention there, Alice Sybil in the red colours. On her wheel there is Sophie Marr. Alex Manley, she's not waiting for Sophie Marr. She's going now with a lap and a half to go, along with the rider there. Down the back straight, they'll get the bell about the south, and on the inside it's the rider Sophie Edwards. Around the outside now comes the back marker. Edward kicks in, the Marks is there as well. Only 4 to go through to the final. 4 to go through, and it looks like it's going to be Sophie Edwards, Alexander Manley, and the 2 girls from the BIS. They come to the straight. Manley takes it out from Edwards, then further back, then getting up nicely would have been the rider of Belinda Bailey, along there with Sophie Marr. But she did it nicely from the back mark of scratch. She got up there. Sophie Edwards had it under control early off the 40-metre mark. And the 2 youngsters in Belinda Barley off 50 and also with Sophie Marr off 20, they've gone through, I believe, to join Alexander Manley and Sophie Edwards in the final. So the results will go up onto the board, but you'll find on the inside the scratch marker, Alexander Manley, There's the results. Alexander Manley from Sophie Edwards, Belinda Bowley from Bendigo, and Sophie Marr, the two VIS riders, third and fourth, so they'll go through to the final as we turn our attention to the final heat of the Women's Austral Wheel Race for 2024. Of course, the 126th edition of the Austral, Quest Ivanhoe. What a magnificent place to stay. The Quest Ivanhoe, just down the road here from the Velodrome. Hotel is surrounded by local amenities and train station within walking distance. Plenty of places to eat of all different types of food. Only 10 k's from the Melbourne CBD. If you want to stay there, tell them you're a cyclist or you're involved with cycling, you'll get members' rates. So just don't come for the cycling. Come down for a holiday to Melbourne and stay at the Quest Ivanhoe. You can get a train into the CBD, comfortable accommodation and spacious rooms. That's the Quest Ivanhoe. Ladies and gentlemen, the scratch mark, she's Tasmanian's own, Georgia Baker. Georgia Baker on the Pinarello. What a magnificent looking machine that is. Georgia Baker, she won it last year. Can she go back to back from Launceston in Tasmania? Can she join Alex in the final? No Chloe Moran, no Megan Baker. Isla Carr is out there on 40 metres along with Sally Carter. So no Moran, because Megan Baker's got a good excuse. She had a fall yesterday and went to hospital. So that's the reason she's not here. Isla Carr had success in Tasmania a few years ago, over there in Tasmania, I remember, down I think at Hobart, the Western Australians. So two Western Australians, Sally Carter and Isla Carr. The limit marker is Emily Walker from Tasmania, so a Tasmanian chasing the out marker who's a Tasmanian. Georgia Baker. Waiting for the all clear. Riders, attention. On their way. Georgia Baker. She's heads from scratch. Tasmanian's own Georgia Baker. A smaller field here. There's been quite a few scratchings and they come down the front straight. They've nearly got to do pursuits over 6 laps because it's Emily Walker that leads out. John about to join up her there. Then further back we can see going along nicely. Oh, this back group. And look at Georgia Baker. She's got up to them very, very quickly. So here we've only got 4 to go through to the final, but Emily Walker's making every post to win her out in front. It's Walker that leads out. Looking over her shoulder and swinging up the track there is the rider of Alana Rebar. She made the final last year, did Alana Rebar. Oh, here comes the West Australian. The West Australians here doing it nicer. Here's Sally Carter. Sally Carter, and she's also got Isla Carr there in the yellow colours. Coming down with 3 to go, it's Emily Walker. Then further back is the rider of 121. That's Hannah Bayard, sorry. Then further back to Rebar in these light colours. Look at Georgia Baker. She's making inroads now as I'll come and get 2 to go. Only 4 to go through to the final. And looks like Baker and also Sally Carter looks safe. What about Isla Carr? What about the rider there of Ella Sibley in the blue? They go down the back straight. A lap and a half from home. And the scratch marker in Georgia Baker takes up the running. Stuck to her wheel there is Sally Carter, the West Australian. Into the straight. They get the bell. Looks over her shoulder. No one coming, Georgia. Georgia Baker leads out. Further back then, going nicely, is the rider there of Sally Carter. Interest in 3rd and 4th. Isla Carr. Can she get up for 3rd? Who's going to be 3rd and 4th? He's no doubt about the 2 winners. The leaders coming to the straight. Georgia Baker, Sally Carter. Isla Carr will get up for 3rd. And coming home for 4th would be the rider of Hayley Fuller from Dubbo there in New South Wales. Cool. We've now got our final for both the elite men and the women. So later on we'll be seeing the final of the 126th edition of the Austral Wheel Race. So we've had the heats, and up next we have got the Para Cyclist Wheel Race final. No heats of the Para Wheel Race, and that was an innovation. I think that last year was the first year for the Masters, and I think it was a rider from scratch in Gregory Walters from St Kilda. Yes, here it is here. Gregory Walters from scratch defeated Luke Taylor from Ballarat from scratch, and Sharon Boyd off 80 was 3rd. Unfortunately, Sharon is not well, and she had trouble here the other day and had to go to hospital. Erin Rowell finished 4th last year. Can she take out her own sponsorship here by taking this one out here in Erin Rowell? She's off the mark of 2:20.
So if you're watching the live stream, the AusCycling YouTube channel, this will be the last event that will be covered on the AusCycling YouTube channel, and they'll be kicking off with SBS. So get over to SBS On Demand after the Para wheel race and tune into SBS, and Scott McGrory will be doing the commentary on there, the one and only.
Yes, the one and only Scott McGrory, formerly from Bendigo, of course, and of course back in 2000 teamed up with Brett Aiken to take out the Madison at the Sydney Olympics, and of course now been a commentator for many, many years, and that's what he does these days and does it very, very well, Scott McGrory. So this is the last event that we'll see on the live streaming. So well done to all the work that's gone into live streaming. So people from the UK, we've had calls, UK, they've seen the live streaming. So even grandmas over there sitting up to midnight to watch a relative of theirs race. So it's gone all over the world, has the live streaming. So thanks for all the efforts put in for that.
Yeah, it's basically run by mums and dads of the juniors, and also some of the juniors themselves. They're getting organised now for the Para wheel race. Corey Boddington there getting sorted out by Dave Moore. He's had a good championships, Ian. Corey Boddington. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Are you calling it? I can call it. Have you got the list? Yeah, got it. Have you in your program? Down the bottom? So Corey Boddington from the QAS. He's a member of the University of Queensland Cycling Club. He's off scratch. And Emma Mickle is Emma Mickle, Alana Foster, Erin Rowell as we head around the track, and then Amanda Reid. There's not going to be a break after this. We're going straight into it because it's being broadcast.
Riders, attention.
All right, and they're off. Corey Boddington off scratch. He's got a lot of work to do. Rider 29 there. Erin Rowell. Darren Hicks goes past. Gordon Allen. And then the four riders working together. It's David Nichols, Kyle Willis. Corey Boddington. And in there as well is someone. Who's 32? Who's 32?
Emma Mickle, is it?
No, this one. C5. All right, Corey Boddington, where is he? He's on the back straight. He's catching up now to Gordon Allen. Corey Boddington goes up. He's got 2 laps to go. He comes over the top of Darren Hicks. Now with the flyer, it's rider 35. Rider 35? Rider 33. I don't have a 35. They get the bell. Corey Boddington comes over the top. Corey Boddington from scratch. Can he catch? Huh? Matthew Gray's on. He's leading. Corey Boddington's not going to get there. What's his name again?
Matthew Gray.
Matthew Gray finishes off. He wins. Corey Boddington second. And third from the ACT
Maxwell Studhold.
is Maxwell Studhold. I got a list of bloody names. What's his name again?
Maxwell, the winner. Yeah. Corey Boddington. And then it was...
this guy.
That is back to Gray from Western Australia.
All right, thank you everybody that's been watching on the AusCycling live stream. That is it for that. Now get over to SBS On Demand and you can watch, but better still get down here if you can. Are we having a 20-minute break? There's not going to be any break. We're going